are larger, and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome. That the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money,
and money.
So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Newi. So then the man from Newi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
The only way to cure crisis in Nigeria is to get a government that will think of getting a policy that will take us from consumption to production. It will not take us 6 months or 1 year for any government to plant, to build agricultural concerns everywhere and plant, go to farms and get people to farm. And Nigeria, we do not have any reason why we should be begging for food in Nigeria, because more than 75% of Nigerian lands are uncultivated. They are just there wasting. So push tractors, push people. We can't be begging food from a war-torn country like Ukraine. It has gotten to that level. So the moment we begin to go into the farms, begin to produce material, agricultural materials, we'll feed ourselves and people will be happy.
Because of food inflation in Nigeria now, first of all, is what we call in economic terms materials theory. Materials theory is when population is growing. When population is growing at a geometric rate, and why food production is growing at arithmetic rate. That means population is growing like 2, 4, 8, 16. While food is growing 2, 4, 6, 8. The pace of growth of population is far higher than our population is rising, while our population is getting lower. So the demand outweighs the supply.
The causes of food inflation or hardship is tied to government policies. For example, you saw last year, 2023, as at May last year, before the coming of the current administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the moment he made one declaration as a leader, everything up to date, somersaulted. So it's government policies, it's policies that can bring down inflation, bring down hardship, bring down cost of living, improve life expectancy. It's same policy that can reduce life expectancy, cause hardship and what have you. So it's policy.
The problem is not reducing the import duties fee. The problem is this fuel subsidy issue. He should just remove it and let it go. If today he announced that fuel is back to where it is, I'm telling you, things will come down.
Imagine you go to Ogun State, you buy gari 1,005 per bag, and coming down here, you are paying about 20,000 or 10,000 transport. Definitely the bag of gari is not 1,005 again. So that's what I think lead to, and the tax that they are increasing here and there. In my workplace, I manage with one restaurant. They refuse to add this annual salary because every year they add salary. They refuse to add because light, water, and the building, everything, the tax have increased. So they refuse to even add our salary. They are not even doing Nigeria good with this, their tax or whatever. Except if they are extorting. This one, I see it as extortion from poor people and giving it to the big people.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell, the more you dwell on a particular profession, then the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that are finishing their NYSC, there is no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed, nice, because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite good for these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yes, okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was on.
Good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, House Speaker calls for bold agricultural reforms to ensure food security. Nigerian government targets self-reliance in arms production. Sudan accuses UAE of May for drone attacks on Port Sudan. And WHO members adopt global pandemic accords. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has called for transformative agricultural reforms backed by significant investments in research and development to secure Nigeria's food future and economic resilience. Represented by the Deputy Majority Whip, Isiaka Ibrahim, at a public hearing on 11 proposed bills targeting the agricultural sector, the Speaker said that the legislation reflects a unified vision to modernize Nigeria's agricultural system through robust legal frameworks and forward-thinking policies. According to him, once passed, the bills will empower research institutions, deepen farmer participation, uplift rural communities, and promote innovation-driven inclusive growth across the sector. Chairman of the House Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions, Isiaka Kinlade, attributed Nigeria's agricultural decline to the oil boom of the 1970s. He stressed the pressing need to revive the sector noting its potential to combat unemployment, address climate change, and reduce rural poverty.
These bills speak to our collective ambition to restructure the country's agricultural framework through legal instruments that can effectively modernize and revitalize the sector. To be clear, ladies and gentlemen, our royal fathers here present, the legislative pursuit through public hearings and other legislative processes underscores the focus of our legislative agenda in the area of agricultural research and education as central pillars of national development, particularly in an era defined by volatile food security, climate challenges, and evolving global markets. Distinguished guests, it is important to emphasize that each of the proposed bills encapsulates a forward-looking vision of agriculture as a strategic force, no longer tethered to archaic system, but poised for transformation through innovation and inclusive economic participation.
The hearing also received strong support from the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, represented by Bello Babubakar, as well as state government officials. They endorsed the legislative proposals, which includes the creation of the National Institutes of Agricultural Research and Entrepreneurship in Ogun State and the Federal College of Land Resources Technology in Sokoto State.
With a population size of over 220 million and still growing, the nation needs more agricultural colleges and research institutions. We are positive that establishing more agricultural colleges and institutions will drive specialization and dedication to agricultural excellence. There are a lot of tangible benefits in establishing more agricultural colleges, like creating jobs for timid youth, center of learning, hubs for innovation, catalysts for rural development, bridge gap between tradition and technology. These colleges will network, collaborate with other agric institutions, ministries, and private sector to ensure their teachings are practical, market-related, and future-facing.
Human capital plays a critical role in the development of every nation. Therefore, we have great confidence that the establishment of the Federal University of Agriculture, Federal Colleges of Agriculture, and other institutes will increase access to agricultural education and improve production efficiency in the country at large.
Now, establishing this Federal College of Agriculture will go a long way in enhancing the knowledge and skills as well as experience of the people of the area and Sokoto State indigenous. Make sure that farmers are well educated, well informed, and our team in youth who are coming out from secondary schools are also well educated. Therefore, there is no better time than now to establish this important Federal College of Land Resources Technology in order to absorb our teaming secondary school students who are coming out to embrace agriculture fully.
Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has raised alarm over widespread technical failures during the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examinations, UTME, warning that such lapses risk eroding public confidence in Nigeria's education system. Speaking at a press briefing, Kalu commended the Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, for acknowledging the failures that impacted nearly 380,000 candidates, particularly in the southeastern Lagos, and for initiating receipt opportunities. However, Kalu emphasized that these corrective steps do not erase the psychological toll, including the tragic suicide of one affected candidate. Citing a technical investigation, he disclosed that a crucial system patch had not been installed at 157 centers, leading to thousands of result anomalies An independent audit conducted by the Educare technical team traced over 14,000 corrupted records to these centers.
However, we must recognize that these measures, while necessary, do not erase the trauma, disruption, and uncertainty experienced by our young people and their families. Nigeria unfortunately lost a UTME candidate to suicide, consequentially triggered by the ensuing results of this technical glitch.
To address the crisis, Kali proposed a 5-point reform plan, a full technical review, independent system audit, protection for affected candidates, transparent results data release, and stricter system monitoring. He assured students and parents that the National Assembly would provide full oversight, urging JAM to act swiftly to restore public trust and prevent future disruptions.
I call for the following urgent actions. Number 1, comprehensive review of all reports. JAM must immediately review all available technical and independent reports, including those from third-party educational technology companies that have gathered candidate-level data to fully understand the scope and implication of the crisis. Only by triangulating internal findings with external audits can we ensure that no affected candidate is left behind. Secondly, independent system audit is my second recommendation. Now that the rescheduled exams have concluded, I urge JAM to commission an independent, transparent audit of its entire examination infrastructure.
The House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education and Examination Bodies has stated that human error caused the issue with the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME result. Briefing newsmen on Tuesday in Abuja, the chairman of the committee, Oboku Ofoji, said preliminary findings indicate that the error affecting over 300,000 candidates was due to human error, not technical failure. On May 15th, the House resolves to probe the examination body over the alleged technical error. However, Ofoji, flanked by his colleagues, said that the fault was caused by human error, not a technical issue as claimed by JAM. He sympathized with the candidates who were affected by the error. He said the committee recognizes the courage and the sincerity of the JAM registrar, Professor Ishak Oloyede, for accepting the fault on behalf of his team and apologizing to parents, candidates, and the nation in general, but said these human errors were avoidable because of JAM's negligence. Ofoji demanded an independent and thorough investigation into the matter, adding that the committee has proposed reforms to the board. The Senate on Tuesday confirmed the appointment of Nana Kalu as a commissioner in the National Assembly Service Commission to represent the Southeast Geopolitical Zone. The confirmation followed the representation and adoption of the report of the Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service chaired by Cyril Fasui during plenary. Kalu's confirmation was previously stepped down in the March due to a petition filed against him. At the time, the Senate had confirmed 12 out of 13 nominees for the National Assembly, withholding only the nomination from the Southeast pending resolution of the matter. Presenting the report, Fasui explained that the petition had been thoroughly investigated and dismissed by the Senate's Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct, and Public Petitions. The committee found no grounds to disqualify the nominee. In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio thanked both committees for handling the issue with diligence and fairness. They congratulated Kalu on his confirmation and urged him to serve with integrity. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has called on ECOWAS Parliament to work towards realizing the collective vision of a strong, economic and secured and united West Africa. Delivering a keynote address at the first ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja, Akpabio emphasized the need for unity and solidarity. among member states to overcome the region's challenges and achieve its aspirations. Akpabio highlighted the challenges facing the region, including economic instability, security threats, and the need for good governance. He emphasized the importance of a unified regional currency, economic reforms, and investment in modern infrastructure to enhance the region's global competitiveness. The Senate President also stressed the need for ECOWAS to strengthen its voice in international forums and demand fair treatment in global trade, finance, and climate negotiations. The President of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Touare, while highlighting the key issues affecting the region, stressed the significance of ECOWAS Golden Jubilee celebration marking 50 years since the organization's founding. Touare also informed the Parliament that ECOWAS will commence direct discussions with Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger on the methodology of negotiations regarding their withdrawal from the community. The Senate caucus of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has dismissed claims of internal collapse, asserting that the party remains strong, united, and open to strategic coalitions ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking to journalists in Abuja on Tuesday, Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro said reports are suggesting the PDP is in disarray or misleading. While acknowledging internal disagreements, he maintains they are being addressed constructively. He warned against premature celebrations of a drift towards a one-party state, saying such a trend poses a danger to Nigeria's democracy. Moro expressed confidence in the reconciliation efforts led by former Senate President Bukola Saraki and assured that lingering disputes within the party were being resolved. Still to come, EFCC opens trial of oil executive Akindele over alleged $35 million NCDMB fraud. NAF unveils civilian harm mitigation action plan to save lives. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Mohammed Matawale, has received a delegation from D7G Limited, a defense technology company, at his office in the Ministry of Defense, Ship House, Abuja. The delegation, led by Chief Executive Officer Osman Chena, visited as part of ongoing engagements with licensed domestic defense manufacturers. The initiative aims to boost Nigeria's defense production capacity in line with the defense industrialization policy and the broader goal of achieving self-reliance in military procurement. This was disclosed in a statement by Ahmad Danwoodi, personal assistant on media to the minister, and made available to journalists in Gusau, the Zamfara state's capital. According to the statement, D7G Limited, a registered member of the Defense Industries Association of Nigeria, specializes in the research, design, manufacturing, and integration of military-grade systems and platforms. Matawale reiterated the government's commitment to building and supporting a sustainable domestic defense industry that meets the country's security needs. He commended D7G Limited for its strategic investment in defense production infrastructure and highlighted the Tinubu administration's determination to reduce foreign dependency in the defense sector. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has commenced trial of oil magnate Dr. Akintoye Akindele, accused of fraudulently converting $35 million meant for a modular refinery project funded by the Nigerian Contents Development and Monitoring Board, NCDB-DMB. Akindele, alongside Platform Capital Investment Partners Limited and DuPont Midstream Company Limited, faces a 4-count charge of retaining and using funds allegedly stemming from unlawful activity. The funds originally invested by the NCDMB Capacity Development Intervention Company Limited into Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited for projects in Bios Estate were allegedly misappropriated. At Tuesday's hearing, EFCC's first witness, former Bayelsa lawmaker Israel Suni Goli, told the court he petitioned the agency after discovering no tangible work was done 24 months after disbursements. He noted that only a cleared site and a non-functional jetty existed, with staff caravans overrun by reptiles. He also said that the NCDMB secretary claimed that $30 million had been fully paid, but no meaningful progress was made on site. Under cross-examination, the witness admitted he didn't know if the funds were equity or project payments, nor if NCDMB itself petitioned the EFCC. The EFCC alleges that Akindele and his companies retained and used portions of the funds despite knowing they were proceeds of unlawful activity violating the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. Justice Ekerete Apan adjourned the case to July 10th and 15th for continuation of trial, while a bail application seeking medical travel for Akindele was stalled due to a missing counter affidavit from the prosecution. The Nigerian Air Force NAF has launched its civilian harm mitigation and response action plan as part of its commitments to minimizing civilian casualties during air operations. According to a statement by Air Commodore Ehimen Ajodame, Director of Public Relations and Information, the unveiling took place during the flagship seminar of the NAF's 61st anniversary celebrations at the NAF Officers' Mess and Suites in Kado, Abuja. The seminar emphasized the importance of incorporating humanitarian considerations in air operations, especially in asymmetric warfare scenarios where civilian risk is heightened. In his address, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, described the CHMRAP as a bold and unprecedented initiative, noting it is the first of its kind within the armed forces of Nigeria. Reaffirming NAF's commitment to democratic principles, Air Marshal Abubakar said the NAF remains apolitical and firmly committed to the rule of law, transparency, and the respect for fundamental human rights. He emphasized that Nigerian citizens remain the most important partners in national security. The CAS also expressed appreciation to President Bola Tinubu, GCFR, for his continued support, particularly in the acquisition of modern air platforms, including the AH-1Z attack helicopters and M346 fighter aircraft. These platforms, he noted, will significantly enhance precision and reduce collateral damage during operations. Tragedy struck in Ibadan, Oyo State on Tuesday as a student heading to sit for the ongoing West African Examinations School Certificate Examination, WASE, was killed by a stray bullet. The incident occurred along Bagi Market Road in Egbeda local government area when a police officer pursuing a suspect during a traffic operation allegedly fired the fatal shot. The student, reportedly in his father's car en route to the exam center, was hit and died on the spot. Angry youths later took the victim's body to the Oyo State Secretariat in Agodi, demanding justice. In response, the state government expressed deep sorrow, calling the incident sad, shocking, and painful. In a statement by the Governor Seyi Makinde's special advisor on media, Suleiman Olarewaju, the government assured the public that it would work closely with the police to investigate the case and ensure justice is served. According to the government, the incident occurred during a joint operation by the Oyo State Road Traffic Management Authority and the police to curb rampant one-way driving along Alakia Old Road. This followed repeated public complaints and a prior killing of an Oritma official by a traffic offender. It was revealed that the student's father was driving a black tinted Honda Accord, plate number FST 639JU, against traffic when officials attempted to stop it. During the pursuit, a police officer allegedly aimed at the car's tire but missed, fatally hitting the students instead. The officer involved is now under investigation by the Oyo State Police Command. While urging calm, the government emphasized the need for all road users to obey traffic regulations and pledged to prevent a recurrence of such tragic incidents. Meanwhile, the Oyo State House of Assembly has condemned the killing of a secondary school student, raising the matter under urgent public importance. Deputy Leader Olasukomi Babalola said the student was shot on May 20, 2025 along Bagi Market Road while on his way to sit for the ongoing WAEC examination. The bullet was reportedly discharged during a police pursuit of a suspect. The House expressed deep sorrow and extended condolences to the family and the Ibadan community, resolving to pursue justice for the victim. Lawmakers called on the State Commissioner of Police to launch a thorough investigation, identify the officer involved, and ensure prosecution according to the law. They also urged the executive arm to provide psychological support and compensation to the bereaved family. Additionally, the Assembly recommended a public awareness campaign by the Ministry of Information and Orientation on the citizens' rights and police conduct. An 8-member delegation led by the Deputy Speaker was constituted to meet with the State's Police Commissioner and report back to the House. The lawmakers also appealed to the Inspector General of Police to ban reckless firearm use in public and to prioritize regular training for officers in suspect apprehension and crowd control. Meanwhile, some youths in Ibadan on Tuesday protested at Oyo State Government Secretariat over the killing of a student by a stray bullet allegedly fired by a policeman. The victim was rushed to a welfare hospital but was pronounced dead on arrival. The protesters took the student's lifeless body to the Oyo State Government Secretariat, calling on Governor Seyi Makinde to intervene. The Nigerian Bar Association has condemned the proposed compulsory voting bill under consideration by the House of Representatives, describing it as unconstitutional and draconian. In a statement signed by its president, Alpha Mosigwe, SAN, on Tuesday, NBA emphasized that citizens cannot be punished for choosing to abstain from voting. The House of Representatives recently passed for the second reading a bill seeking to amend the Electoral Act 2022 to make voting compulsory for eligible Nigerians of voting age. The legislation includes a provision for a maximum penalty of 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to 100,000 naira for Nigerians of voting age who fail to vote during elections. According to the bill sponsors, the penalties aim to address persistent low voter turnout, which they claim undermines democratic institutions. The NBA rejected the bill, describing it as a violation of civil liberties and democratic principles. The NBA asserted that the bill is inconsistent with the 1999 Constitution. The NBA called on the National Assembly to immediately halt any legislative processes advancing the bill. It stressed that Nigeria's democracy requires trust, transparency, accountability, and inclusive reforms, not coercion. The statement also urged the government and political actors to focus on restoring the integrity of the electoral system, ensuring security on election days, guaranteeing the independence of electoral bodies, and conducting robust voter education to inspire confidence in democratic participation. The chairman of the House Committee on Pensions, Hussaini Jallo, says plans are underway to amend the Pension Reform Act (PRA), which was last reviewed in 2014. Jallo made a statement at the stakeholders engagement session on the review of the PRA 2014 organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Pensions in Abuja. The clerk of the National Assembly, Kamoru Ogunlana, said the workers of the National Assembly Service Commission were advocating for a return to contributory pension scheme, CPS. Ogunlana said the National Assembly Service Pensions Board Establishment Act, enacted in April 2023, created a separate pension board for its personnel, effectively removing them from the CPS under the PRA of 2014. It said the implementation of the Assembly Pension Board Act was yet to commence, noting that recent developments suggested a shift in perspective amongst its management and staff. The Director General of National Pension Commission, PENCOM, Omolola Oluwarara, acknowledged the need to review the PRA 2014, noting that such a review had commenced earlier, as was contained in the memorandum submitted during the session. Oluwarara, who was represented by the Commission Secretary, Legal Advisor Mohammed, had recommended revisiting the resolutions reached during stakeholders' consultations in 2022 to validate earlier positions and address emerging concerns. The Director General said the Commission supported a holistic review of Sections 7.1 and 2 of the PRA 2014 to address issues around retirement benefits and ensure a more equitable framework for retirees. Meanwhile, members of the Trade Union Congress, TUC, on Tuesday staged a dramatic protest at the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja, shutting down operations by locking the main entrance and blocking vehicles' access to the premises. The aggrieved unionists voiced their discontent over unpaid allowances and outstanding emoluments. Though they declined to speak directly to the media, placards displayed during the protest bold messages demanding the payment of salary arrears and delayed entitlements. As of the time of reporting, government authorities had not issued any official response to the protest or addressed the TUC's demand. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the country's interest rate at 27.50% for the second time in 2025. The governor of CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, disclosed this during a press briefing on Tuesday after the 300th Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja. The second pause in the rates comes after 6 consecutive hikes recorded in 2024. Still to come, South Africans eye Ramaphosa's Trump meeting amid strained ties. EU agrees to lift economic sanctions on Syria. Kala says these and more for the break. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, pocket.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa heads to the White House on Wednesday on a mission to persuade U.S. President Donald Trump to make deals with his country rather than scold and punish it, as he has done since the start of his second term. Attacking South Africa's land reform law aimed at redressing the injustices of apartheid and its genocide court case against Israel, Trump has cancelled aid to the country, expelled its ambassador, and offered refuge to white minority Afrikaners based on racial discrimination claims Pretoria says are unfounded. The stakes are high for South Africa. The United States is its second biggest trading partner after China, and the aid cuts has already resulted in a drop in testing for HIV patients, with pregnant women, youth and infants the worst affected. Ramaphosa will offer Trump a broad trade deal, said a spokesperson for the Trade Ministry, declining to give details. He also plans to discuss business opportunities for Tesla and Starlink, companies owned by Trump's billionaire ally Elon Musk, who was born and raised in South Africa and has amplified claims of anti-white racist policies that Pretoria rejects. Ramaphosa's spokesperson said discussions could include favorable tariffs for Tesla's imports into South Africa in return for building electric vehicle charging stations and licensing for Starlink.
First and foremost is the reset of the bilateral relations, as you rightly said, that are fractured at this point. How do you reset that? You deal with political issues, but you also deal with economic issues. So I would imagine that in his preparation, President Ramaphosa and his team must have engaged in some discussions of a trade deal. There is no way that you can reset the current bilateral relations that are strained without giving the historical context of South Africa to a President Trump. And I think President Ramaphosa is poised to do that very well. I mean, by the way, he was the one who was chairing the Constitutional Assembly. So he understands the historical circumstances and the issues around the land expropriation in South Africa. So he would have to explain that to President Trump. And remember, that explanation is happening against the narrative of a genocide.
I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally. And it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white, and if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing.
Ramaphosa has landed also at the feet of your president, Nelson Mandela. So he is likely to really posture a very conciliatory tone. He understands the significance of this moment. I mean, no doubt he does, because you can't then have a very polarized outcome tomorrow. It wouldn't work in the best interest of South Africa, because the narrative on the refugees is quite strong.
I'm confident that whether we prevail in the negotiations or not, we will conduct ourselves, our delegation will conduct themselves with dignity. If the people on the other side choose not to do so, not our problem. That's my view. What's yours?
What people are saying is that Cyril wants to go back, which is not true. We are not beggars, but we are resolvers, you know. In South Africa, we have decided to come to a land where there is peace.
Yeah, I think, look, it's a free world. They are free to accept whoever they want to accept in the country. And here in South Africa as well, whoever is free to leave, they are free to leave. But it shouldn't be done under false pretense. You know, the claim of a white genocide, I think, is a bit far-fetched. South Africa does have a crime issue. We are all victims and we are all affected. I don't believe any one group is particularly targeted.
EU foreign ministers on Tuesday agreed to lift economic sanctions on Syria, the bloc's foreign policy chief Kaja Kallas said.
On Syria, the ministers agreed to lift all economic sanctions while maintaining those related to Assad regime and human rights violations. This decision is reversible and conditional also on progress. There can be no peace without the path to economic recovery, and we all need a stable Syria. Is everything really ideal there? No, it is not. It's very clear, but I think we need to give the Syrian people a chance. It is clear from today's discussion that there is a strong majority in favor of review of Article 2 of our association agreement with Israel. So we will launch this exercise, and in the meantime, it is up to Israel to unblock the humanitarian aid. Saving lives must be our top priority.
The European Union's policy shift comes after President Donald Trump said last week he would order the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Syria. European Union's top diplomat also said that there would be a review of the EU's trade agreements with Israel amidst the untenable situation in Gaza. International pressure on Israel has mounted in recent days as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government has launched a renewed military offensive in Gaza. Syrians in Damascus expressed optimism after European Union foreign ministers on Tuesday agreed to lift economic sanctions on Syria. The owner of a local supermarket called the EU's decision an excellent step. The European Union's policy shift comes after President Donald Trump said last week he would order the lifting of EU sanctions on Syria. The bloc has already eased sanctions related to energy, transport and reconstruction, as well as associated financial transactions, but some capitals have argued that the measures were insufficient to help support Syria's political transition and economic recovery. A prime minister under Congolese former President Joseph Kabila was found guilty of embezzling millions from a project the Central African nation once touted as a solution to food shortages, the Constitutional Court said on Tuesday. The case against Matata Ponyo Mapon, who served as prime minister under former President Joseph Kabila from 2012 to 2016, was opened in 2021 as investigators appointed by President Felix Tshisekedi began digging into the conduct of the previous government. Kabila was once in an awkward power-sharing arrangement with Tshisekedi, but more recently his successor has accused him of links to Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who since January have seized more territory than ever before in Congo's volatile east. Ponyo, who is not in custody and whose whereabouts are unknown, was sentenced to 10 years of forced labor. Deogratias Motombo, former governor of Congo's central bank, was sentenced to 5 years of forced labor in the same case as was Christo Grobler, a South African businessman, the court said. Ponyo's lawyer, Lawrence Oyemba, said on Tuesday that the trial against his client, who he said was in Kinshasa, was unfair and politically motivated. The charges involved the embezzlement of $245 million in connection to projects including the Bukanga-Lonzo development. Congo once described that venture, one of Africa's largest ever agricultural investment, as an answer to chronic food shortages when it was launched in 2014. Production ceased when the South African company operating it left Congo in 2017, saying it had not been paid in months. Sudan said United Arab Emirates was responsible for an attack on Port Sudan this month, accusing the Gulf states for the first time of direct military intervention in a war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The UAE denied allegations in a statement and said it condemns the attack. Speaking in New York on Monday, Sudanese ambassador to the United Nations Al-Harith Idris Al-Harith Mohammed alleged that the May 4th strike on the army's wartime capital Port Sudan was carried out by MQ-9 or MQ-9B warplanes and kamikaze drones launched from an Emirati base on the Red Sea with the aid of Emirati ships. Mohammed alleged that the strike on Port Sudan was revenge for an army attack a day earlier on an alleged Emirati warplane in the RSF-controlled city of Nyala, which he said had killed 13 foreigners, including Emirati citizens. Sudan cuts diplomatic relations with the UAE this month, saying the Gulf power was aiding the RSF with supplies of advanced weaponry in the devastating conflicts that broke out in April 2023 following disagreements over the integration of the two forces. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the State's Foreign Relations Committee, or the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee on Tuesday, that they have expressed not just to the UAE but to other countries that they are turning it into a proxy war that aids destabilizing the region.
You specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
We have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer is justifiable. The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest. But my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for.
And I guess what my hope is
radicalism.
And I know you.
The key findings in this respect, one assumption could be the UAE military aircraft attacked by Sudanese armed forces in Nyala airport on May 3, 25, killed 13 number of foreigners. Some say including even Emirati citizens, including Kenyan citizens co-pilot, may have driven the reprisal attack, including the attack on Port Sudan airport by the UAE.
U.S. congressional Democrats sought last Thursday to block arms sales to the United Arab Emirates over its alleged involvement in the war. Members of the World Health Organization adopted an agreement on Tuesday intended to improve preparedness for future pandemics following the disjointed global response to COVID-19, but the absence of the U.S. cast doubt on the treaty's effectiveness. After 3 years of negotiations, the legally binding pact was adopted by the World Health Assembly in Geneva. WHO member countries welcomed its passing with applause. The pact was touted as a victory for members of the Global Health Agency at a time when multilateral organizations like the WHO have been battered by sharp cuts in U.S. foreign funding. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus called the agreement a gift to the world.
Your adoption this morning of the WHO pandemic agreement will rank among the most significant achievements in the history of this organization and of global health. The point is the people of our world. This is about making the world safer for them and their children and grandchildren. for us, for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you for showing that in our troubled world, nations can still find a way to work together. And thank you for the gift you have given the world today. A special gift on May 20th, 2025.
However, U.S. negotiators left discussions about the accord after President Donald Trump began a 12-month process of withdrawing the U.S., by far the WHO's largest financial backer, from the agency when he took office in January. Given this, the U.S., which poured billions of dollars into vaccine development during the COVID-19 pandemic, would not be bound by the pact, and WHO member states would not face penalties if they fail to implement it. The U.S. Attorney for New Jersey said on Monday she was charging a member of Congress from the state with assault and impeding law enforcement during a scuffle caught on video earlier this month at the privately run immigration detention center in Newark. The lawmakers, U.S. Representatives LaMonica McClever, Democrats from Newark, denied wrongdoing and said he was the victim of a politically motivated persecution at the hands of the U.S. Attorney Alana Habba, a former personal lawyer to President Donald Trump. Habba, who was previously sanctioned by a federal judge for filing a frivolous lawsuit, announced a case against McClever in a statement in which she said she was also dismissing a trespassing charge previously brought against Newark's Mayor Ras Baraka.
Let me be clear. Unelected billionaires like Elon Musk have no place in our government. He is trying to puppet master Trump's decisions about everything.
We've all seen the video. The American people know of LaMonica's innocence. And that is why they recognize this reprehensible political stunt for the farce that it is. To charge this woman with this crime would be laughable if it weren't so sadistic.
All of this incident was because of an arrest that was an unjust use of power, that was an abuse of power, and that they now have shown their cards they had no right to arrest him in the first place. That's right. That's right. So these three Congress people caught up in that crisis, stood their ground, used their voice, and did their job.
So I said from day one, from the day of inauguration, you can hate on ICE all you want, you can protest all you want, sanctuary cities can look the other way while ICE goes arrest public safety threats from their communities, which is really their job, but you can't cross that line. You cannot knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens. It's a felony. You can't impede ICE law enforcement officers. It's a felony. You can't commit criminal trespass, and you certainly can't put hands on an officer or employee.
Both cases stem from an incident on May 9th at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark, the largest city in New Jersey, while McClever and two other Democratic members from New Jersey's congressional delegation were there for an unannounced inspection. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was questioned by Senator Margie Hassan during a Senate hearing about the understanding of habeas corpus on Tuesday. Senator Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire, clarified that habeas corpus requires the government to provide a public reason for detaining individuals, preventing arbitrary detention. She challenged Noem's interpretation, citing historical precedents that require congressional approval for suspending habeas corpus. Last week, Noem said that she believes recent levels of illegal immigration could provide a sufficient legal rationale to suspend habeas corpus, the rights of someone in the U.S. to challenge their detention. During another hearing before U.S. House of Representatives Committee, Noem said she thought high levels of illegal border crossings under former President Joe Biden qualified under the U.S. Constitution as a reason to suspend the fundamental rights.
So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their
habeas
right
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
habeas
Lincoln
corpus
used it.
excuse me, habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the live free or die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Tuesday the number of visas he has revoked was probably in the thousands, adding that he believed there was still more to do.
Back in March, you noted that you had revoked some 300 student visas using the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically says the Secretary of State can revoke a visa if a alien's activity in the U.S. would have a serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And that issue of 300, what's the number up to now? How many visas have you revoked?
I don't know the latest count, but we probably have more to do.
Can you give us an estimate?
Probably in the thousands at this point, depending. Not all of them are at under that statute. Some are people. So there's two visa
SEVIS,
revocations.
I don't want to go into SEVIS. It's a separate issue. And
No, they're related, but we can't conflate them because they're two different. One is the one you've decided, national interest of the United States. Some of the visa revocations are happening because somebody violated the terms of their visa. They dropped out of school or they got convicted of a crime or some criminal investigation.
okay.
Those are separate from what you've said.
So 300 in March, but now 1,000. How many under this 1952 Act?
I'd have to
Roughly?
get you a good answer, but probably under 1,000. But I'd have to get
Can
you
you
the right
follow
answer.
up
I don't
and
want
get
to
us
speculate
an
about
answer?
the exact number.
Trump's administration has revoked hundreds of visas across the country, including the status of some lawful permanent residents under the 1952 law, allowing the deportation of any immigrants whose presence in the country the Secretary of State deems harmful to U.S. foreign policy. The first Colombian nationals participating in the Project Homecoming initiative arrived on Monday in Colombia on a charter flight after voluntarily leaving the United States, according to the U.S. Embassy to Colombia. The embassy released images of the 26 Colombians arriving at Bogota's airport. The United States Department of Homeland Security said the self-deport program would offer $1,000 stipend and travel assistance to migrants who elect to voluntarily leave the country. The Trump administration has tried to encourage migrants to leave voluntarily by threatening steep fines, trying to strip away legal status, and deporting migrants to notorious prisons in Guantanamo Bay and El Salvador. The Israeli army will expand its military operations against the militant Islamist group Hamas in Gaza Strip and will capture additional territory, its chief said on Tuesday.
The IDF has entered a new phase in the ongoing campaign in the Gaza Strip. This is a campaign we did not choose. It was forced upon us on the Black Day of October 7th, when Hamas attacked the state of Israel with unprecedented cruelty. Hamas has been significantly weakened, but the campaign, unfortunately, is not yet over. A few weeks ago, we launched Operation Osvihirep, Strength and Sword, to create better conditions for the return of our hostages, to strike Hamas, and to defeat it in the areas where we operate. During the operation, we eliminated hundreds of terrorists, split the strip, captured Morag Corridor, cleared the Rafah area, and expanded the buffer zone. And in doing so, we strengthened the defense of our communities. We are acting according to a structured plan and moving to the next phase. Hamas will pay the price for its defiance. It will face overwhelming firepower.
Israel conducted further airstrikes on Tuesday across the densely populated enclave, and medics said the sites hit included 2 homes where women and children were among the 18 dead and a school housing displaced families. And as the news is hour, many thanks for watching. Join me in another 6 minutes for the morning show. Stay with us.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money, and money. So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Newi. So then the man from Newi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachuku, Dr. Okachuku, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Good morning, welcome everyone. It's midweek, the 21st of May 2025. So it's a day that the Lord has made. We all must be at least somewhat distracted from what the governors would do or what the government is doing today, because of course I understand that today is the finals of the Europa League between Manchester United and Spurs. So for that 2 hours we'll probably just forget about our sorrows, what the issues of this nation is, you know, at least, and have some fun, you know, watching soccer. That is if you are the type that watches soccer. But I mean, for some time, okay, you just have to find a way of finding peace, doing something that makes you happy, so you're not swamped into these issues upon issues that we have with our government and governance. Welcome everyone. This is a morning show here on Signature. We are running all the way until it's 11 a.m. It's a weekday program that comes away from 8 all the way to 11. So I want to welcome every one of you. We kickstart things from the dailies on the newspapers. We'll be back after this to stay with us. And so we begin on the This Day newspaper this morning, right below the masts. In major win for anti-graft war, EFCC transfers 753 houses seized from Emefiele to Housing Ministry. Idris, Tinubu's reforms initially triggered hardship, now yielding measurable outcomes. Putin Oti, Mba on the spot. Umahi claims all Southeast governors are supporting Tinubu for 2027. Interesting. With the rider, PDP caucus in region formally represents Ude Okoye for National Secretary, threatens to pull out if rejected. Udenwa insists forces behind Anyanwu not bigger than them. Deputy National Chair promises party will discuss their resolution, submit it to NEC. Party still waxes strong, senators declare. All the details you can find on the This Day. And still on the This Day, just above the mast, CBN retains NPR at 27.5% amid inflation moderation, improve the macroeconomic threshold. Says decline in crude oil prices pose new challenges for budget implementation. All the details on this day. And now to the Daily Times newspaper. Obi laments rising insecurity in Borno, commends Zulum's courage. Gunmen kill woman, abduct husband in Edo. NMPCL, NUIS auditors, Senate's committee tangle over legislative appearance. Jailbreak and COS hunts 7 escaped inmates from Ilesha prison. Tinubu building pan-Nigeria, reason for mass defection to APC, says group. Protests as police bullets kills WAEC candidate in Ibadan. Lawmaker seeks probe. All the details on the Daily Times newspaper. On the Nation newspaper this morning, Umahi, all Southeast governors back in Tinubu for second term. It's interesting developments. I'm not too sure he had that meeting with all Southeast governors. The reasons why he's saying that. PDP senators differ with governors over coalition. EFCC hands over Emefiele-linked 753 Abuja duplexes to government. Oyo House okays rotation of Oba's council chairmanship. Senators not elected to fight presidents, Akpabio declares. Senators not elected to fight president, Akpabio declares. What retention of lending rates at 27.50% means for economy by experts. Find out the details on the Nation. And now to the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian this morning, MPC meets fiscal support on Naira. Stability retains interest rate at 27.5%. Lagos State government clarifies water sachet, PET bottles not included in single-use plastic ban. Gateway 2025, over 10 million Adire clothing sold in 10 days, says Olopade. Interesting. Umahi affirms Southeast governor's support for Tinubu's second-term bid. Federal government to dispose 753 housing units linked to Emefiele. PDP turmoil escalates with Southeast factions at odds over secretaryship. ECOWAS at 50. Gowon restates Nigeria's foreign policy thrust as Akpabio urges unity and stability. All the details you can find on The Guardian. Still on The Guardian, ICPC busts bank account of 6-week bachelor's degree rackets. Budget uncovers 11,122 projects worth 6.93 trillion naira inserted into the 2025 budget. We are sacrificing quality for quantity with universities' proliferation, says Wajabia Miller. All right. On the Daily Trust newspaper this morning, federal government to sell Emefiele's 753 units housing estate. 7 inmates escaped from custody in Osun. Protests as stray bullet kills Wase students in Oyo. Budget. National Assembly inserted 11,122 projects worth 6.9 trillion naira in the 2025 budget. 2027, PDP senators give conditions for coalition against Tinubu. Tanker explodes at sports festival venue in Ogun. UK, Canada, France threaten Israel with concrete actions over Gaza. How train attack suspect got Hajj documents. All the details on the Daily Trust newspapers. And now to the Punch newspaper this morning. Dollar outflow for fuel imports surges 119%. Federal panel submits key reports on census funding. States to draft new framework for local government autonomy. All right. Traditional Council. Protest as Oyo Assembly backtracks. May 29, Tinubu to review ministers' scorecards. With the rider, President may get ministers' new assessment reports this week. Low-performing ministries under pressure. Federal government to auction 753 duplexes seized from Emefiele. Immigration mobilizes joint task force against terror threats. Missing Lagos bankers' corpse found in morgue. OPS faults MPC over 27.5% interest rate. All the details you can find on the Punch. And we're back to the table this morning. Chris Monica joins us for an interesting discourse as relates to some of the headlines out of the dailies. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. How was your night?
I could do better. It looks like it's been pumped shorter by the day.
What? Are you saying?
It should be a longer night.
We have longer night.
We should have a longer night, but the night seems to be shorter these days.
I hope the federal government is not also controlling the length of our nights, because the federal government of Nigeria seems to be controlling everything with their musing the idea that if you do not vote, you go to jail. And I heard Abakoba said he will be the first to be jailed if he does. So, it's just like I blew up yesterday. I was saying that she also joined Abakoba as the second person they take to jail for not coming out to vote, because instead of appealing to us to vote, you are threatening us to vote for you to go back and continue your corruption. Nigerian politicians, you can't stop being funny. So that's how we come in here. Emefiele is the trending man across. And he's 700 and how many flats?
753.
753 duplexes.
Up
for auction.
It's not too much to own as someone who is a governor of the central bank, is it? I mean, for people who...
no, I'm just looking at the magnanimity. No single governor in their 8 years, some of them have gone second tenure, has put up a housing scheme for the people of their states. That's up to 1,000 governors, 1,000 housing estate. And we're not talking about duplex. When they want to put up these housing estates, you see them putting up chicken roasts as housing estates to make sound politically correct and use it for campaign. But a single individual has put up 700, helping government to provide housing. I'm saying, is this idea of auctioning sees a good, probably alleged, because now that they are up for auctioning, nobody has finished the trial of Emefiele and said that this man is now guilty, pronounced by a court of competent jurisdiction, of corruption that spans across so many things. And then this is the punitive measure. The man is still going to court, but his estate is already up for auctioning. Is it a new way of Nigeria, dispensing justice? Is it a selective one? Is it that, before a man is pronounced guilty, you already say he's guilty? Because we know the classical word of no man is guilty unless adjudged as so by the court of competent jurisdiction. I don't know. But there is, and there has been, evidences of corrupt politicians in Nigeria who were established, and all the estates were given to, one time, that EFCC took over management of such estates. And within 3 months, EFCC liquidated them. We have evidence in ENUGU. We have evidences where EFCC came, took over, and then what you said, auctioneering. We have heard of Abacha loot. A drop of salt in the ocean, it dissolves. Drop, dissolve. Nobody has put a tangible things they deal with it. And this auctioneering, you know how government auctioneering process goes. If they put this cost of these estates and they want to be sincere, it shouldn't go Nigeria pattern of government auction. Should be reassessed it, find the Ministry of Housing to handle it and sell it in open market. Let people buy it at the cost of those estates. Because Nigerian auctioning system is gone. And it depends on who bids Charles, if I am there to ring the bell for the drop the gas, for when you are saying one estate B in this so much Emefiele road in Emefiele estate, then before I say gone, it goes to you. How open? Can you use corruption to manage corruption? How open? Because if we as Nigerians want to, you hit a blow, you show your hands. Charles, I didn't use stone to hit you. But this muchi thing does not show that this kind of punitive measure is not directed to score some hidden issues. This is not open. It's not open. I don't know Emefiele. I've not met him in my life. But I'm saying if he's a Nigerian, let's deal with every Nigerian equally. Let's not do selective discharge of justice because it will ricochet and fire back later. Some of the things we are suffering in Nigeria are people who have been made, they carry chain of injustice and they step it down on their children, and we keep coming back, occurring in Nigeria. When are we going to start doing things right? So that if people grow up, even when they say, that's how it's done here. But we hear about, before somebody's case is finished in the court, his estate is sold. What if he comes out tomorrow, they say he's not guilty? Are we preempting the justice system of Nigeria? Is Emefiele truly been determined guilty? That's my feeling. I can't be proven wrong. But if we are reviewing this newspaper headline, across all the newspapers we are reviewing today, that the Emefiele 750-something, 59 duplexes are up for sale, for auction by federal government.
No, but Emefiele has said that he doesn't belong to him. So they're asking people. They've actually gone out to ask people, if you're the owner of this particular property, come and show yourself, because again, you can't have that 753 duplexes without someone who owns it. And up until this moment, they haven't seen anybody. So they are saying that Emefiele is trying to, wish away the fact that he owns it, which is okay. So
why is it? What are we talking about? So Nigerian government, we are there. Newspapers are saying Emefiele estate. Somebody said this estate do not belong to me.
Yeah.
And the 759 duplexes built in a Nigeria city, no records of the ownership. In fact, and the federal government are talking about it and the world is hearing it. 759 duplexes built in a city, the developed city. I think it's in Abuja.
Yeah.
The federal government doesn't know. The Abuja Federal Capital Territory Authority do not know. Nobody, Ministry of Housing do not know the owner. They should begin to sell Ministry of Housing. They sell that one first because he's first guilty. They sell FCT.
It could be a front. Somebody can...
No, a fronting, that even fronts are known. Get the front. The person is fronting for we know. But now, it's gone into oblivion. Nobody. So, when something happened, when I was reading recently about the Oka coup, those days, because when I was passing, I know in Enugu you have Bisala Road. Bisala should be the Oga of Oka in the army. He was almost a chief of army staff. But he is the guy who sponsored the coup according to history, according to the history. Then, but when the thing failed, he gave order that anywhere you see Oka, kill him. When Oka, in his running away, had it, he gave himself up. Oh, two of us, your guy, you sent us to go and organize coup that killed Murtala Muhammad. And then the thing failed because you are safe in your position. You now told them anywhere they see me, they should kill me. I've given myself up. He told the panel, you know how they do, that my Oga is the guy who is in charge, and all of them were shot. Could it be? Some people are rushing to sell this estate, and they will buy it back.
Yeah, of course.
Because they are involved. They don't want the name to come up. That is Nigeria complex situation of corruption. And the people are talking to us about it. They think Nigerians are fools. That's what we are reading into it. Whatever they think it is, they can go ahead. But this is what me reading into it. Two people went hunting. Along the line, somebody say your leg look like that of antelope and turn around to shoot you. What do? You defend yourself. That is the situation here. Emefiele is actually under investigation. His freedom is curtailed so he couldn't say all he wanted to say. So people who are involved in 759 duplex in Abuja, we want to rush to close that issue. That is my feeling. And Nigerians should look at it that way. If FGG is rushing to sell these estates, why selling it? Are you selling it that Ministry of Housing in Abuja provided all houses for all workers in Abuja? That's one. Because, you know what they call bicycling corruption. You throw away and collect back. That is it. Who sells? Who buys? Federal government auditors. We sell back. So, have you ever had the opportunity of buying anything federal government is selling? Even constituency projects, even when they write names of this money they give out, politicians will still put the names of all their cronies, or all their concubines, or all the... You will see names. But you cannot picture anybody in the street who is benefiting from that. That is Nigeria for you. So who is deceiving who? Nigeria is a goat lying on the ground that is lying on his skin. So when we are talking about issues, insecurity, people coming back to fight the system in different ways, these are the issues. These are the issues. NMPCL auditing Tango. He said, I read that headline. He said, that's tangling. Some auditing NNPC, and you have tangling. Why should auditing NNPC bring tangles between NAS and who is tangling with you? It's a straightforward thing. NNPCL, you have handled all Nigerian oils for as long as I can remember as a kid. And now some auditors will be setting, though, there's the tangling, why should there be tangling? Newspapers are reported of amounts found in one person's account on this process. And that's where you have tangling. And that's why I tell you that should be tangling, because if you have 81 billion naira in my account, that should be tangled. Because if you look towards that way, me and you will tangle. And it takes two to tangle. If it doesn't tangle positively, tangle negatively. But I might offer you a bribe you cannot refuse. That is what I'm reading in this. It's not supposed to be a tangle. It's supposed to be an easy process and very transparent. There shouldn't be anything. So Daily Times said the NNPC auditing tango here, tango. Nobody should tangle with nobody, because when that money was being spent, nobody tangled with nobody. And Nigerians now, they show us some evidence of auditing to tell us how money was spent. They say tangle. Let nobody bring tangle into it. If the money has been spent without tangle, let nobody tangle with nobody. Let's see the untangled statement of how NNPC has spent money on the all-around turnaround maintenance for over 28 years on all the 4 refineries in Nigeria. If they don't do that, the tangling thing will delay things. Let there be no distraction.
Absolutely.
Then the Nation newspaper say Oba chairmanship council rotation. That's how they start. But by rotating Oba chairmanship, which is good, let it go around. Everybody be head of Oba ship in your nation, your state. That is how some of them will start putting hand gradually in a traditional rulership position. After they've messed up everything that holds us together, they go into traditional council issues and determine for them who become their chairman. They become rotational. Can't the traditional rulers, the much respected traditional rulers, they seem to be only people who still command respect. In as much as they're being diluted. Then they speak in their communities. Some set of people, at least 75% of people still listen to them. So they still command a lot of respect. But the politicians will not allow them to be. They will still go back to dilute them. Why not leave the House of Chiefs? They elected their chairmanship whenever they sit. Why government legislating how it will rotate? So along the line, if it's your turn, and in some communities, even if it's a child of 2 years that will be head of their traditional stool, he will be there. So if it gets to that turn where you have a 2-year chap who is the head of his traditional, because it's rotation, they will put him the chairman of traditional council, maybe of Osun State, Obas in Osun, or Ibadan. What are you thinking about tomorrow? Why allow the Obas, at any time they sit, They think, that's my opinion, because government will begin now. If man buy pants for woman, government has decided it will be rotational, you accept. Government has decided they will give you allowance, you accept. They will go and buy all those Korean cheap cars, share all the others, you accept. When it's time for you to take decision, they will tell you, hey, remove your clothes, let me see how the pants I bought for you fits you. Let your boss be suspect of politicians encroaching into their territories. If they allow you to have Oba traditional council of any state, choose your rulership. Not nobody come and legislate it. Because when you begin to legislate, you get to the point where they even legislate who goes, who comes. Of course, they've done it. They now give stools, they give certificates, they give this so that when your face, Charles, look at this kind of mustache you have, you can't be the Oba of Yam. Your community should go and get me another person because I'm the governor. A 4-year, a maximum 8-year-old governor will decide on a traditional stool that is beyond his four grandfathers. He will go and decide who sits there. You understand why we have crises everywhere. Things that beyond you are beyond you. If you are ruling in the city as a state, leave the communities, because what is happening in communities is beyond something you can impose. But the politicians will chop mimi, chop pyo. They will chop the money for state, chop the money for local government. They're also interested in communities who become traditional rulers. And you think with such powers given to them that we can breathe, the mockery of allowing the poor to breathe is. Then the statement of Umahi also ricochets around the newspapers. Umahi said the Southeast governors, in some paper they say he's being invited. Some of them are being called. In some said that they have concluded the idea to support. In some newspaper reported that. But what is more important is Umahi is now speaking. After being governor of Ebonyi State for 8 years, he became Minister of Works in Nigeria. He's now speaking on behalf of all the governors in Southeast.
Governor spokesman.
And he has now governor spokesman.
Southeast governor spokesman.
Yes. And that is well acknowledged. As powerful as Umahi is, David Umahi, the minister, honorable minister of Works, he's now deciding where the Southeast governors, and they are pushing them to declare.
Right. Chris, I think we should leave it there. Many thanks for your insights on the program this morning. As always, I mean, it will be something that we will discuss further in our subsequent programs. I mean, we have this particular portion tomorrow, again, same time, same station. But of course, stay with us. There's a lot coming up. We're running all the way until it's level. Several topics for your pleasure. So stick around. I'm Charles. Stay where you are.
Every second, every minute. in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is a Signature Morning here on Signature TV. Charles here. So today we know in the football world, the world will be watching Europe because Manchester United will play Spurs in that extraordinary final. A final in the sense that, look, these two teams have really underperformed this season in the league. So the only thing that they can hold on to that would push them further, at least to play European football next season, is by laying their hands on this particular trophy. That's how interesting it will be. But we'll have someone who would dissect this further this morning. Austin Ejike Igwokolo, good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right. How exciting do you think that this game would be? These two teams, you know, have underperformed this season. One is 16, one is 17. It's unbelievable that they are going head on with each other for a chance to play in Europe next season. How interesting do you think the game would be tonight?
Please, can you come again? I didn't get you very clear, please. Can you come again, please?
Okay, I was asking, how, are you anticipating tonight's game, the finals between Manchester and Spurs?
Hello?
Igor Kolo, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you now. I can hear you now.
How excited?
I can hear you now.
Oh, how excited? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, so tell me, are you anticipating tonight's game, and what are you expecting from tonight's game? I'm talking about the finals of the Europa League.
Of course, it's going to be a great cracker this evening. It's going to be a great game. All the football lovers all over the world, we are waiting to see what is going to happen. We are waiting to see what is going to happen. It's going to be a huge one. And everybody's excited, waiting to see what is going to happen. But you know myself, I don't support any team in Europe. I'm a complete African man. Yeah, so any side that lead the trophy, I think is good.
Okay, I mean, these two teams have largely underperformed in the league. I mean, it's unprecedented for you to see a Spurs side and a Manchester United side, finish, way above in the past tens, in the league. Some people are saying that the game tonight would show how much strength that these two teams can wield when it comes to trying to salvage what is left of their clubs. What do you say?
European football has gone so far that at times when you think it's going to go the other side, you discover that you'll be completely disappointed. Yeah, for me, I think European football has become the beauty of football all over the world. What we are looking ahead to see this evening is going to be beauty. Yeah, we want to see a cracker, a great game. We want to learn also. We want to see a future in football. For me, I believe strongly that tonight's game is going to actually put a glamour in the future of football all over the world. Like I said, I still maintain I'm a complete African, but at the same time, we look at European football because they have gone very far, more than we Africans and other parts of the world. So we learn from them. We're looking ahead to see a great game even this night again, and how we can also tap from the wealth of their knowledge and see that African football grow like theirs.
Right. I mean, you spoke about African football trying to measure up with what we have in Europe. What do you think is the major problem of African football, and why is it that we haven't been able to, scale up our own football, to actually at least the minimum look like what we see in Europe?
A lot of factors contributed to that. And I tell you the truth, if I start describing those factors today, we might not finish this meeting. Now, do we start with corruption, or do we start with no proper leadership? We don't have good leadership when it comes to football management. We have people who are greedy. We have people who don't want to make it be exactly what it should be. If you look at them over there, you can imagine there was a time. It's not all African countries that are actually doing the same. Please, let's note that. Like South Africa, they are beginning to change. At least we can see a lot of changes over there. Development is actually taking a strong root in South Africa. Again, in Egypt, you can see. But in our country, Nigeria, there's a lot of problem. You see Ghana, there's a lot of problem because of corruption, because of leadership that is not actually sound. In Nigeria, it's a place where somebody who read medicine can come out tomorrow and become the general manager of a club, and he don't have the working knowledge. At the same time, because of the corruption that we've seen in that sector, a lot of people want to make themselves rich. They are not after developing the sports sector. That is one of the major problems that we are having in our football today. If you look at the Europeans, you can see the standard. Look at Yamin Lamal. Look at that young man, for example. At the age of 16 years, he has started playing for Barca. At the age of 17 years, this young man had become a world figure. The same cannot happen in Africa because of cheat. Look at the people that are playing under 17 for us. These are people that are almost 25 years. There must be standard. There must be standard. We're not talking about winning. We should first of all try to set up a structure before we think about winning, before we can present a team to the world.
Right. What kind of structures would you be looking out for in order to build on the scale of what we can do? Because it's really difficult watching, African football. I mean, if we're taking it from Nigeria, for instance, you see dilapidated pitches. It's smoother when you watch TV and watch European soccer, and then when you watch African, soccer, when you see it, you know that this is not up to standard. There's either it's camera quality, of the pitch quality, or even the quality of play, as the case may be. What sort of infrastructure do you think we should be looking at in order to be able to, scale up what we have in terms of football?
Now, yesterday I was thinking about the program and I looked at it, I said, now let's start from our state, ENUGU, for example. In ENUGU state today, our wonderful governor is really working hard, but I would still want to call his mind back to that sports sector. It's very important. That's one of the ways to empower the youths. If you look at it today, nobody believed that in future that a footballer can employ a doctor and employ a lawyer. A footballer can employ an engineer. Now today, all of these are beginning to happen. These footballers and other sports, generally not only footballers, you can see they are doing exploit with that talent that God has given to them. Now, if you look at it, I went to South Africa. I'm talking about South Africa. You discover that there are good pitches, wonderful pitches. And that cannot be without people sitting down to say, no, we must give these youths a future now. And how do we give them a future? Since God has given them a talent, God has endowed them with great natural talents. Now, what we're going to do is to see how we can create an enabling environment where they can be able to develop this talent that God has given to them. And how do we create that? In each local government in this ENUGU city, I want to tell you, we should have not less than 5 good mini stadiums, 5 good mini stadiums with all the facilities in the develop the God-given talent, and that will reduce crime. That will also increase even the wealth of the state and the wealth of the nation. But until we start seeing it from that perspective, it becomes very difficult for anybody to think towards that direction. We know everybody is talking about education, excellent. But please let us also know there are many people who will not succeed through education. These other people, God has given them that gift that they will succeed through sports. This gift that God has given to them. So as we fix our schools, let us also think about setting up a structure that each local government should have facilities for training, for development of these players. At least each local government, not less than 5 solid and quality structure, quality pitch that is very good, quality, what is it called, basketball court, quality volleyball court, quality, all the sports. So it's important that the government should know that it is also a way of reducing crime and also increasing wealth in a nation.
You have actually basically giving us an insight into what we can immediately do in order to scale up a little bit. Let me go
and not
further
only that, can I please add this
speaking
too?
about.
Can I add this too, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I want to also talk about the people that manage that sector, the people that manage the sector. Let's stop getting an engineer to tell an engineer to go and manage sports sector for us. And even if we are getting people who know it, who are grounded in it, these people, we must know their character. We must know their behavior. Because what has caused us this trouble that we're in, at times we're talking about government. Government most of the time releases funds for these people to go and fix a structure that is workable. But we discover that we have people who don't have character. For me, I see most of them as people who have a lower life. But because they thought that the money they have gathered has made them to have a higher life. But that is not a way to have a higher life. A situation whereby the money that is given to you for you to do something or a good work that will help the younger generation to grow, and you swallow it like a serpent, then there is a big problem. So we need people who have character. And these people, we must prove them over and over again and know that they have character. Because a situation whereby you still hand over money and say, okay, now we have got some ideas, let's go and do this and do the other one. You give it to the wrong person, the same thing will keep happening. And look at the country we are in. It's a place where nobody calls anybody to order, where there is no accountability. Even when somebody has eaten the money given to him for a work, nobody calls him to order and say, where did you put the money? Why is it that the work is not there? So we need also the government and the people who can say, no, we can't allow this to continue like this.
Let's talk about the Super Eagles. Excuse me. Let's talk about the Super Eagles for a bit. The Super Eagles are actually on the verge of not qualifying for the next World Cup, which is in 2026 next year. And we know that the last World Cup, they were not there. What do you think is causing us not to, be able to beat teams, under our group to qualify for this particular World Cup? And do you think that it would impact us negatively, generally, if we do not qualify for next year's World Cup?
Of course, it's going to affect us negatively. It's going to affect our football generally. Now, look at it from this perspective. If you look at Europeans, they have a structure. They have from 12 years, even under 5 years old, 7 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old, until the player graduates to 15 years, then 17 years, they start playing under 17. And they have the record of all these players. Now, I want to say to you, I'm not saying that the players we paraded, they are old. No, that's not actually what I'm saying. But we need to see that most of these countries in Africa, they are beginning to learn from the Europeans. And these people are beginning to set up a structure that can actually contain.
Hello, Chukokolo.
Can agree with me? There was a time that the fear of Nigerian. I can hear you.
Go ahead. Well, I lost you for a minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chukokolo. Okay. Go ahead.
There's a time that the fear of Nigerians national team will already make them to lose the match. But today it's no more the same. Everything has changed. Why is it like that? We are losing this. We are losing it every day. We are not getting it right. You see, under 17, for example, our under 17, the last under 17 that we paraded, you saw what happened there. A majority of these players are above the age. Some of them are 23, some are even 25, some are even 26. How can you have a formidable national team? You can have a formidable national team. Look at the Europeans. These men grow into it. Look at somebody like Messi is still playing today. Look at somebody like Ronaldo, 40 years, they are still playing. I was just going through now, I discovered Ronaldo want to go to a new club again after 40. This is to tell you that these men were playing with their real age. Look at our own brothers that they played with. They have retired a long time. They have retired a long time. Now, one of the major problems we are having is this issue of age falsification. They thought they are doing us good by falsifying the age of the players and not insisting that people who are actually at that age should go and represent us. That is when you started developing and setting a stronger structure and securing a future for Nigeria. You cannot secure a future for Nigeria playing those games, playing those pranks. We know other African countries can be doing it, South American countries can be doing it, but the truth is that they are all cheating themselves. Look at what is happening today to Brazil. Is there anybody who is still afraid of them? No country is afraid of them anymore. Why? Because they are also cheating in age. Any country that cheats in age, watch what will happen to them. It will not take much time. It will start reflecting. Now, our national team today, see, we are struggling. Everybody knows that it's younger boys, younger players that makes it work now. We are beginning to struggle. We are struggling every day. Last time I gave advice to Osimhen. I said, please, this issue of Osimhen going to Saudi Arabia and rest of them, let him tell himself the truth. Osimhen must tell himself the truth. He must tell himself the truth when it has to do with his age. If he check his age is actually gone up, it's not the age he's using to play that he's still using to play. It's not his real age he's using to play. He should better go to Saudi Arabia and make his money, because there will be a time. The standard of football in Europe, it will not be able to meet up. So for me, you look at our game the way it's going, it's not really going well again. The standard is dropping every day. They talk about commitment. The commitment is there, but you cannot give out what you don't have, for God's sake. I played football. There was a time in this country, I was supposed to be in the national team, but I wasn't there. Even in their selection, you see they still go behind and ask for players to give them money before they can be called to the national team. All of these things need to be scrapped out. We need to get the best legs. We need to do certain things that's supposed to be done early enough. We do it and make sure that we have a team that is compact. If we continue like this, you see, we'll not qualify. It will be difficult. It's not even coach matter.
I want to appreciate you for your insight on the program this morning. And some of the things you have said are actually very, very insightful. And we hope that the authorities will take this thing seriously because, again, like it or live it, football for the future starts from the grassroots. Just like you have highlighted, and the importance of having a good team. It's not just for people to just come from nowhere and join the team. They just have to have a structure of developing our players from homegrown so that we can actually export and make some money as well. Austin Ejike Igwekolo, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate Signature TV. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, we're back.
Every minute. In your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
You know, if it is football, I mean, we are halfway into the game. In politics, we're talking defections. The floodgates of politics is officially opened because right now there are tons of defections. I'm not even sure I can get hold of defections that have been happening in the last few months. And there is still going to be more defections just before the year runs up, because by this time next year, every single political party would have known who their candidate would be for the elections in 2027. Yes. So the elections are actually first quarter of 2027. That's in February. So the challenge you're having now is not something that is different from what we've always seen. Just before it is halfway into the administration, you're already seeing people defecting and people not defecting. So to help us make sense of these defections and counter defections and the implications for Nigeria's democracy is Dr. Augustine Okoli. Augustine, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you for having me, Charles. Welcome to a new day.
Indeed, it's a new day. A new day indeed, but I'm not sure. Is it a new day for politics? Of course not. We've seen, defections like this happen in the past, but not to this scale. What's happening? Is it the tenacity, the strength, the ability of the Jagaban in play, or you think differently?
Well, I want to say today that the journalists or even the people on the streets can call what is going on in the political field defections. I can call it crop rotation.
Crop rotation?
Crop rotation or nomadism. For those who are into animal husbandry. Nomadic behavior, that is moving from one place to the other. Or as a farmer, when you rotate, you know the reason why you do crop rotation. When you think that this particular farm state is no longer yielding enough of your crops, then you rotate and go to another plot, only to come back in the next 4 or 5 cropping season. So I think what they're doing is not even defection, because when you defect, it looks like a near perfect situation. That is, when you move from conservatism to liberal, then it means that you no longer like what those liberalism or conservatism portends. So you defect, and when you defect, it becomes permanent. But if you come to Nigeria, you can see that it's crop rotation in the political, what I see. I see crop people moving from one side to the other. If I begin to mention names now, it will look like I'm, attacking people, or that I'm putting them on the spot. But if you clearly see them, you can see somebody who is part of the foundational members of a political party. Most especially when they started, it is the military that handed over in 1999. So PDP was like the military party. If you look at the owners of the party, the board of trustees and those who funded the party, and those they gave tickets, including those who came out from the prison, they were all military men. But today, politicians are crawling up and coming out from the creeks and crevices to come and take over. And they have now adopted this crop rotation. You can call it defection. No, there's no pun intended. But you can see that aptly my crop rotation description also fits the bill. Now, most politicians, is not a case of ideology. The movement is not a case of performance, because it is ironic and even troubling that somebody is leaving PDP or Labour or SDP and going to APC that everybody is complaining of not returning the expected political dividends of security, of welfare, of proper planning, and also curing corruption. We thought that if they are doing any of these, then if you are moving there, you say, yes, I am moving to APC because they have come to tame the corruption with which they have accused PDP of indulging in, or that their economic reforms is working such that PDP's own did not work, or PRP's or SDP's. So I am moving towards, because I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. But it is neither this or that. You can even imagine a former vice presidential candidate who the other day was campaigning and telling us all sorts of stories about a coalition, or the one they call rainbow of coat of many colors. That was what how APC was described, talking about new PDP, APGA, APP, CPC, coming together to just serve the purpose of removing those in government and filling the gap. After all those campaigns, talking to us with megaphones, on radio, on social media, on television, only to come back and say, I want to link up with the power that be, so that my people will get the required national connection. As if to say, Constitution did not safeguard the distribution of wealth, the allocation of resources, and it is when you become a member of the political party. Of course, like the corruption, they say, if you come to our party, all your sins are forgiven. So you can also scrutinize those who are moving and check their background. You can also know where the current Senate president was coming from. He was a former governor of Akwa Ibom State for 8 years under PDP. He was also the minority leader at the Senate under the PDP. Suddenly he abandoned the function of a minority leader who is supposed to be an alternative government. So you can see what I'm seeing, that it is crop rotation. It is not even defection. It is a nomadism, moving from north to south, where there is mangrove, where there is water to feed the animals.
What for you is a role that Jagaban, his personality, is
playing? Well,
if
you connect Jagaban to the movement, you see that the first president from 1999 was a military man. Okay? Now, the second president, Umaru Yar'Adua, was a brother to a former chief of staff to Obasanjo, a military man. He did not go for that position. It was given to him. Remember, Umaru, are you dead? How he was given ticket, and how the rumor that even before the campaign, somebody was campaigning for him while he was getting treatment somewhere, and later his demise in the position. So you can see that it was that accidental, presidential candidate. Then the third person, Jonathan, was also not prepared for presidency. It was just handed over to him from vice president, from deputy governor to vice presidential candidate, to handing over and all the ruku business that happened, and he now came, and how he quickly and hotly abandoned the ship with the story of a Democrat. You know, you see, power is like a buffet. You don't allow people to serve you, and when you get it, you don't release it. But I think Jonathan has a different meaning and philosophy. Now, the other person that came was also a military man. Remember the Buhari Idiagbon, 1983 coup and government to 2005, Babangida, and so on. So you can see that when I say it was the military that ushered in, including the constitution that we are still denying that is not properly Nigerian made. It's not the people's constitution. People are saying, please let us retouch and give this constitution our stamp of authority, of making it and, agreeing to be our, our own. But they are still neither here nor there. So now come Jagaban. Jagaban is the first politician, the political breed, apart from being former governor of Lagos State. You can remember the formation of AD, the founding of AD, the first three political parties of PDP, APP, and AD. In fact, I can now describe him as the first politician to have aspired and gotten to the position of the presidency. So all the nuances, all the abracadabra, all the technicalities, he has them in abundance. So, and now that between 1999 and 2024, or 23, you can see that people have entered the pool, people have entered the swamp, and have been tainted one way or the other in terms of corruption, the cesspool of corruption. So what they now want is to drain the swamp. So when you are shown your card, your report card, then you will quickly want to go to the party that will forgive you. Because I think that is official symbol of APC. Come to our party, hear you politicians.
When you say report card, is it?
What kind of performance?
Are you saying that is the same thing that happened with Delta State governor?
Yes, I will link what is happening and what has happened in Delta State, where the people of Delta State was seen to have been with PDP. The whole local government was PDP. The whole chairman was PDP. All the members of the state assembly was PDP. All the members of the National Assembly was PDP. All the governors that have been, all the National Assembly members coming out from Delta State were PDP. So tell me how come overnight everybody were prepared to, like nomadism and crop rotation, now decided to go and farm in APC vineyards and now make reasons why they are doing that, including the sitting governor, who the other day was campaigning under the umbrella of PDP. So for me, initially I was troubled, I was perturbed, but I can say that there is no clean line between APC and PDP. There is no ideology. So even when they say the third force, that's when Labour came, it was not Labour per se. The Nigerians needed something different from PDP and APC, and that is what it looked like. But at the end of the day, you can see that there is a thin line that divided. So when you cross over from parlor to room, from room to parlor, APC to PDP, PDP to back to APC, it continues. The game goes. It's like a pendulum. And tomorrow I will not be surprised, like the former Senate President Saraki moved from PDP to APC, and from APC back to PDP. So, and they now ask him to now go and reconcile the warring, those who are having conflict and issues. So it makes it difficult for him to condemn anybody. Having moved and come back, and came back from PDP to APC, and APC back to PDP. So someone was saying, we are doing what we did, so why are you not happy that we moved? Including the Minister of Works now, who was the chairman and deputy chairman of PDP in Ebonyi State. He was the deputy governor in Ebonyi State. He was governor of Ebonyi State under PDP. And now suddenly moved with all the structure to, I will tell you the implications of somebody in PDP, for instance, moving to APC and coming back or staying there because of Ajib. He wants to be any government in power. He wants to identify and stay with them. Maybe if APC loses tomorrow and Labour or PDP or SDP wins tomorrow, the Express, the second Niger bridge, is also there for him to move back to the government in power. So you can see that it's a cesspool. Corruption is underneath there, because if your hands are clean, if you belong to a party that will have conviction, a party that you truly believe in their loyalty, you can see somebody who is in PDP as governor, returned governor in PDP, and his minister in APC. So one leg in PDP, and trying to change structures or delay PDP until when he's ready. When the presidential ticket comes to the south, then he will now abandon chief and come and contest. So you can see that it's like an amorphous situation of there's no clean line between those in power and those in opposition party.
The Delta State governor is the one that is shocking me, and I really don't understand it. If you say corruption is around that issue, I mean, so many people have said that maybe it was Okowa who, made this move because of 1 trillion naira corruption issue that he has with EFCC, and then he was able to muster the strength of asking the sitting governor to defect to the APC. Then I wonder, I mean, there's the same thing that's happening at the federal level. If you are saying that you are scared that the government of the day is going to come after you, I mean, you would leave at the time that this government will leave. 2027 is around the corner, and you're going to go to, ask for a re-election. So on 2031, is this government under Tinubu would leave by 2031, if at all it wins 2027. So what is the underlying issue and the reasons why he would want to sacrifice that goodwill from the people and then give it to APC?
Well, like you didn't understand my description of crop rotation. Why people do crop rotation? I will explain. There is no logic. There is no reasoning, plausible logic, as to why the governor is moving to APC. But when you know that governors do not operate alone, like the former governor, Okowa, was working, this was the speaker. This is the legislative head, arm of government of Delta State. You understand? So it takes two to tango. He knows that if Okowa goes down, that he wants to clutch some straws, and who will call, begin to talk about legislation that enabled him to commit whatever or whatever not. Because, you see, they say they are seen as innocent until they are convicted. That's what the law of Nigeria says, that, one is that who alleges have to prove. And two, these are doctrines of law, that you are seen as innocent until a competent court of jurisdiction, says that you are guilty. So we are not saying that they are guilty of corruption. We are only saying that maybe out of fear of allegation or dragging up and down, because the former IG of police have also seen that anybody can be dragged for corruption. And even the former chairman of ICPC and what is it, the other one, EFCC, that you can still be dragged immediately you leave power. And you quickly, I don't want to talk about the National Security Advisor, who was the chairman of EFCC, and who says that the current president, who is now his National Security Advisor, is one of those that's on top 3 of corrupt former governors. And now he says he didn't say that. So you can see that it is self-help, self-preservation that is guided. So there's no logic as to why the Delta State governor, the incumbent and the former, should move. It is just self-preservation, stomach reasoning, infrastructure, or stomach thinking. No, it can be stripped of all the things you think you have if you go through the proper scrutiny. Because whatever you
as
have,
a governor,
as a former governor, if they try you, of course they'll be waiting for you. The other one that is running was a governor then, but now he's running up and down, looking for another farm to do cropping, either intercropping or monoculture. I'm talking like an agriculturist, not like a teacher. I hope you're not surprised.
No, I like it.
Yeah,
I like
so
it really.
you can see that they want to go to a new farmyard to farm, and in any government in power. So AGIP is the acronym for any government in power. I don't want to be in opposition. I want to be in a ruling party to safeguard the ones I have gotten. So because if you don't safeguard, if for instance, like when Buhari was coming, the campaign was that, oh, the man anti-corruption czar, that if he comes in, and that was when that statement by Oshomole, was the chairman of APC, was made, and he didn't rebuke him. So you can see that nobody is Idiagbon. Tunde Idiagbon is gone. And that you can see those who are fighting corruption, not those people perceive we are fighting corruption. So today, if you go to APC, your sins are forgiven. Somebody contested for Senate President, and I told him, look, if you don't contest for this Senate President, this your EFCC case will now die. But if you continue to contest for this Senate President, we might try you, and you can see what happened to Ojus Okaro. Senator Ojus Okaro was contesting for Senate President, and he was given to, he was tried and jailed. He went to prison, and they brought him out. So you can see that he can go to prison. So you have to be careful. Have you heard Ojus Okaro talking again? They want even to give him chairman of a committee. Becomes an uphill task. So Nigeria has been reduced in quality, in quantity, in moral. So the movement that is going on that you call defection, whether it is the governor of Rivers State now, who they have asked his niece to touch ground, who have come down from his high white horse and is crawling and begging so that they can put him back. And remember, if he goes back now, he'll go back straight to APC. Yeah. So you can see, if you open your eyes, and they can also see Southeast governors, Southeast caucus, saying that, oh, if you don't give us secretary of the party, we will all leave your party. So the members of the party are also given the national leadership of PDP conditions under which they will continue to work with them in PDP.
Umahi has also said something this morning.
Umahi said
Southeast governors are supporting.
So they are talking.
Is it true?
Is it true that Umahi said it, or is it true that...
Is it true that the Southeast governors are supporting?
I don't know, but you can look at their body language and see whether they are supporting or not. Until election, some will promise 25%, some will promise 50%, some will promise, please deliver me and I will deliver you. So if they continue to be in the party. So whether it is Labour or PDP members, some people are shouting, becoming afraid of one party system, but I'm not afraid of one party system because I know that the ruling party will be the first party. Then the rest who are not the ruling party, even if it is PRP and SDP, they will become opposition party. And some APC men are also leaving because they say heat lost in physics is equal to heat gained. And the volume of a material in physics is equal to the weight of, in case of immersing a solid object into a cup of or bucket of water. It will displace the quantity or the materials or the grammage of the amount of water that leaves. So like if this cup now, if you drop, you fill it half brim with water, if you drop an equivalent weight, it will displace an equal number of weight of water. So they say heat gain is heat loss. Right. The amount of weight will displace an equal volume of water in a given state. So if they enter, members of PDP and those who are rushing to APC, the APC people will also, talking about data state, you can see that the former Deputy Senate President is also threatening to leave APC if the incoming governor snatches and takes over the structures. So as that's what it is.
The APC has already announced that he's going to be the leader of the party.
That is in the news. That is what they will tell you. But inside them, just watch what is going on there, because like I mentioned, that heat lost is a natural law. It will be equal to heat gained.
Right.
So some of them, if you leave, they will fill the gap. For instance, if ENUGU state governor, for instance, I'm not saying that ENUGU state governor wants to go to APC. If he goes to APC, certainly he will not work with Ugochukwu Agbana, the APC chairman and his own
So
group.
he's going to come with his own people.
So if you come and take over the structure of APC, and it does in APC that are displaced, will leave. You can see what I mean by crop rotation and displacement. So that is what will happen.
Where is the place of the North in all of this? Because the North hasn't moved an inch. Nobody in the state has said they are supporting or this.
That is a very intelligent question you have asked. I've told them that the North are better politicians. Now, the North are not like the South. And the North has the 4 aces. The North has 19 states that are intact. Forget about these clashes of farmers and heads. Not one North, one destiny. The South has 17 states, 17 governors. The other one have 19, and claim they have more population. They only need us on few southern renegades to support them, like when Buhari came and had a handshake across River Benue, not River Niger now, and he now got president. So all they are watching is whether the East and Southwest will work. And you know that they will not work. The Southwest and Southeast will not work. So the North are watching. And if they succeed and see that the Southwest and Southeast are trying to mingle, then they can now take their decision. If they go to SDP or PRP, they will take over power. Yes. That is what I want to say. That is what I observe. They will take over power. Immediately they say, this is where we are going. And you see how Shagari came. Amis Nnamdi Azikiwe went Awolowo in the fray in 1979. They brought Shagari, who was going to the Senate. So it was not about the quality of candidate or the popularity of the candidate. It's about one North, one ideology, one vision, and one North. So if after all these things that are going, if all the southern people that are jumping into APC, the North are not jumping into APC, the North are leaving. Yes, because CPC, where Buhari, the main North man, their main man, that is why the former governor of Kaduna State, before he left, before he started coming publicly to say that, look, I am leaving, these people are not addressing issues. They are no longer holding party meetings for 2 years. It's like a company and the CEO and chairman, and everything is about Southwest. You can see there's other woman saying that every policy and reform and appointment that's going on now is all about Lagos and Southwest. So even some Southwest people are not happy about, because they know the implication of, but their main man knows that or thinks that he will use the power of money, the power of patronage to bring everybody to win. That's why they are worried now. They are leaving worries between Obi. They are now targeting Atiku, because Atiku leading El-Rufai and some other northern elites. One day they will say, look, we are joining SDP. Even the governors in APC in the North will leave APC. And it will happen suddenly.
You think so?
Like an earthquake. And they will now see that it is 17 versus 19 states. We are saying, I'm speaking like this because it is no longer the votes that counts, that decides, not the people. If it is the people, then it can become uncertain. But today it is the governor that says whether we will give 25% of our vote. Remember how they write?
No, but it's not nearly impossible.
They write results.
The reason why I say it's nearly impossible is because in 2023, there was a Peter Obi phenomenon. Peter Obi won 12 states, including FCT. The governors in those states were not Labour Party. They would have said, okay, let's write it. Only for, maybe you could say, Rivers, if at all you want to argue that down. So it's not the same thing that the governors would
Peter,
agree.
From what I saw, Peter won the entire election. They just wanted to allocate so that it looked like, and to manage the crisis management.
So the governors couldn't have written
They knew
the election results.
It is a collaboration. That's why even Lagos people did not protest when Lagos was taken. When you have the whole, why do you choose the parts? That's what the British people told Gowon when he was shouting Araba in 1967. He wants to go to the north. He took the flag to Kaduna, and they said, return to Lagos. Why are you choosing a part when you have the whole? And Gowon came back. So what I'm telling you is that what is going to happen is that they knew that they would write results, give FCT to Obi, give Lagos to Obi, but Obi will come third. That is what they did. And now they knew that Atiku will come before Obi, so that Obi will not be so vociferous in fighting for the mandate. Because when you are third, you are initially demoralized that, oh, even if I fight, this person in second might even inherit the looty booty. So, but the truth is that
just wrap it up. We have just 2 to 3 minutes.
Yes, the North are watching, keenly watching and monitoring. And when they now, because that's why there are people who use radio a lot. And even those in the South will travel back to the North to go and vote. They register, and they register twice. So the Southern people will think that these people who are selling sugar cane and all this, when the election comes, they will all go back to the north. The truth is that, talking about 2023, they decided to write it that way and defend it to Supreme Court, because when it comes to get to Supreme Court, there's no other place you will appeal to. That was why. So, but what will change the system, what will be the game changer, is if electoral reforms, if truly the people decides through vote, if INEC wakes up to their responsibility. Of course, you know who pays the piper, dictates it. So who is appointing INEC? Who is appointing members of the national, members of INEC, and even the resident electoral commissioner? This is the president. He's even appointing the members of Supreme Court. The one PDP has appointed have all retired and expired. So the people in Supreme Court now and the appeal court were appointed by the current APC. But before 2027, most of them, because before you get there, you have few years to retire. So my calculation might not, join together for you now. But in 2026, you will see the number of Supreme Court members who have retired and those who have been appointed by the current administration. So you can see what happened. You know why ENUGU, the Supreme Court CJN, was removed, and how things turned after. And later they apologized and said, don't go to court again. We are going to pay you for illegal removal. Right. And that was how it ended, because they wanted to put Buhari there. So tomorrow, so if elections should decide, if the people's will should decide, if INEC should wake up and let us be democratic using demography, numbers, then we can now talk about whether the people will now vote or not. But if they want to continue with their old ways, which Tinubu factor, because he knows how to, he knows that we are hungry, and they know that if you throw, corn, where you have hungry chicken around, they will always congregate and agree to take the corn. So just like in a swimming pool, in a pool of, where they are growing fish, if you draw feeds, you see how all of them will rush and take. So people are blaming those who are taking 5,000 a bag of rice and keke napep and so on. They say, give us that one, let us chop today. It is all about stomach. It's all about pecuniary interest. It's all about prebenda politics. It's all about being in government at any point in time. Because I don't want to mention those who have lived all their lives, making all the money they made only through politics. They don't have any company, they have no farm, they have not worked anywhere before, but they are millionaires. So you can imagine how we came to this pass.
Doctor, we have to leave it there because of time. Dr. Augustine Okoli is a public affairs analyst and a politician himself. I'm sure that in due course we will know where he's going to head to, whether it's going to be with the APC or whether it's going to be with the PDP or Labour Party, as the case may be, as we build up to the 2027 elections. I mean, he's always going to be around for this because, again,
we are all watching.
It's going to be
we are watching.
Time.
We are studying the situation.
So we're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day. pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. Of course, we're building up to the 2027 general elections. That elections would be holding sometime in February. It's always the third week of February that our elections are held. That's the presidential election. So you're counting less than a year, less than 2 years to that particular elections. And so many things have been happening in different political parties. So many persons say that the only party that is even making sense that has a very minimal crisis is the APC, which many persons have also stated there might be some silent chaos brewing underneath that so many persons are not seeing. Because again, if the party actually is in crisis, why are people defecting to the party? We have with us live Zoom this morning Prince Ndubeze is the acting state chairman, Labour Party in Abia States. He's going to be speaking broadly on intra-party crisis in Nigeria, whether for him it is sponsored or maybe, just maybe, it is just what it is with trying to grab power and not sticking to the rules as the case may be. Prince Ndubeze, thank you for joining. Good morning. Okay, Prince, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just indicate that you can hear me. I can't hear you. Maybe you could try to maybe unmute your device. Prince, can you hear me? Prince, we can't hear you. I don't know if you could. Prince, can you hear me? Okay, we can't hear Prince. Hopefully we are going to reconnect with him shortly so we can have this discussion. It's all about party politics and party crisis across board. Do stay with us. We'll be back after this.
every second, every minute.
Welcome back. This is Signature TV, and we are on the Signature Morning. All right, well, we are going to be speaking to this particular issue, inter-party crisis across political parties. And we have with us live via our platform, Prince Ndubueze. Prince, can you hear me? Prince, can you hear me? All right, we can't still connect to Prince. Well, Prince, once again, can you hear me? We can see you, but we can't hear you. Is it possible to maybe unmute your device if it's not unmuted? All right, we're back after this.
Road accidents are a leading cause of death and disability worldwide, with nearly 1.2 million people killed and as many as 50 million people injured each year. More than 1 in every 4 deaths globally occur among pedestrians and cyclists. The 8th Union Global Road Safety Week offers an opportunity to spur action at national and local levels to make walking and cycling safe, by highlighting concrete and specific interventions that can be taken by different stakeholders. The Corps Marshal, who was represented on the occasion by the Anambra State Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety, Joyce Alexander, said the organization recorded 31,154 road crashes with injuries in 2024 alone. He regretted that the statistics are not just numbers, but represent lives lost, families shattered and communities affected, and assured that FISC shall continue to enforce the urban speed limit for vehicles. And in line with the emphasis for this year, the Anambra State Sector Command advised pedestrians to make use of the pedestrian bridge at Unizik Junction, Oka, while those crossing the ever-busy Regina Kelly Junction, also in Oka, should observe standard caution before driving past or walking across. The command said it is actively working with government agencies, communities and partners to advocate for the inclusion of pedestrians bridges, sidewalks, zebra crossings and bicycle lanes in road designs and construction projects, while intensifying campaigns to promote safe walking and cycling practices.
For this year, it is focusing on walking and cycling. So it says make walking safe, and it says make cycling.
Welcome back. And now we are back with Prince Ndubweze, the acting state chairman, Labour Party, Abia State. Good to have you. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, so let's go straight into it. The crisis that we're experiencing across the party lines, do you think that in some way it is sponsored?
Well, this subject matter is a critical one, because the Bible says if the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do? The problem we are facing today politically is not what happened during 2023 election, where somebody won election and by hook or crook somebody from him, and that is laying a bad leadership precedent. And because of that, it is affecting all the women here. It is affecting all the way political parties today. So it is left for Nigeria to decide to do the right thing. Otherwise, this country will continue to sink, and it is sinking today. It is not a question of policy, but leadership. The leadership in 2023 had a bad foundation and is affecting the system. That is my question today. It's not a question of APC, PDP, Labour Party, and not the rest of them. It's a foundational problem. We got it wrong, totally wrong, 2023, and it will continue to help us until the Nigerians will decide the right, the wrong.
How did we get it wrong in 2023?
A particular individual in a particular party won the election 2023 convincingly. The umpire of election and political parties began to distort the system that they have promised. Beavers will work, card readers will work. Before all of us, they manipulated the system. Then we get to the judiciary. The judiciary also did not help the matter. Abuja, the Constitution, Electoral Act, we know that if a president or if any candidate did not win STP, he is more qualified. At the Supreme Court, they manipulated the system. That is what I'm saying.
I thought the Supreme Court had actually finished with that particular case. Because even Labour Party themselves, there are people who are within the ranks and file of Labour Party saying that there are so many things that happened in the 2023 election. Some of them took responsibility for not even winning because there are certain places that they didn't have, polling agents to protect their votes. And that also made them lose those areas because, I mean, if you don't have any agents to actually put up any sort of opposition, it becomes difficult. So some persons within the Labour Party has acknowledged that part of the reasons why the Labour Party lost that 2023 election was because internally there was no much people to man certain polling units in several states across the country, and that's why some of those votes that were supposed to be counting for the Labour Party, went to other political parties. Don't you think that Labour Party lost because of that too?
No, anybody that will attribute that what I'm referring to as a bad nation does not have the knowledge or the right knowledge of what happened. Because in Bauchi, during the local government election, few years ago after the general election, somebody won election without being a candidate in a particular ward as a councillor. So that is not the issue. The issue is the manipulation into
Hello, Prince. Okay. Seems we have lost the connection to Prince. Prince, can you hear me?
It's not as an instance, just was an instance. So on and so forth. What I'm saying is the pure manipulation of the election results from 11 million to 6. So it's different from not having a polling unit or thereabout. That is not the issue.
All right. The INEC are looking to do some sort of re-evaluation of the last elections and also see if they can also do a little bit of rejigging with their system. Are you looking forward to it? Do you think some of these things will be thrashed just before the 2027 general elections?
Well, from the look of things, it will be very difficult until the Nigerians decide, because that everybody is defending APC is a virus from the leadership. The elites in Nigeria, especially those in politics, should have mercy upon this country. The way we are going, it is a time bomb. And until they decide, because they have the money, they have the power, there is nothing we can do. So, to survive, it's almost difficult. What we are seeing today, where somebody wants to Nigerians come to APC, and your sin will be forgiven. And we see what is happening in the National Assembly from the elites, both from the Green Chamber and to the Red Chamber. Is there anything positive in sight? Only God knows.
Interesting. Well, again, the crisis in your party hasn't really abated. We still have Abure paraded himself as chairman of the party. And we know that Governor Oti is going head on with this particular issue. We had Nadi Usman on one hand. So I'm just wondering, how are you people looking to resolve the issues before the 2027 elections?
Well, that is also the
Anyways, it's really sad we are not able to reconnect with him, or better still, we have issues with his connection, but we would probably have him later, maybe say tomorrow or the day after. But we want to appreciate him. Prince, many thanks for your insight on the program today. We're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute,
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
every second, every minute. Your pocket.
This is still the morning show here on Signature TV, and we're going straight into discussions regarding road safety. And road safety has been in the news lately with the latest increase in the prices of licenses, plate numbers, so many things really going on there. Well, we will soon talk about that a little more with a view to understanding exactly what is happening. We have with us an admin officer, Driver's License Center, RC Atu. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. And we also have Nena Ago. She's a public education officer in ENUGU Sector Command. Good morning. Thank you for joining.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
The question on everybody's lips is, why the increase in license? We are having issues with finding food to eat. We have prices of things that have gone up, and you guys are still increasing your own. Why the increase?
Well, I think if looking at what is happening in the country right now, there's an increase in almost everything. It's not just about the production of driver's licenses and all that things. So in order for us to meet the standards and also maintain the standard that we have already been maintaining for a while, there's need for us to increase the cost of production, because of course materials also have increased, and most of these things are not even gotten within the country. And so because of that, it's just necessary that at this point we need to review the prices so as to meet up with the current situation. That's just one of the reasons why the increase is taking effect. Yeah, actually there was a shift, because by now we are supposed to have even started the increase. But they had to consider a lot of other things. We were supposed to start on the 1st of April. So they have to shift it from the 1st of April to on the 8th of June. So for now, it is until the 8th of June, that's when the new pricing will take effect.
1st of June? That's
8th of June.
8th of June,
yes.
Next month?
Yes.
Well, were there any consultations to this effect?
Of course, they'll be having several meetings. The National Uniform Licensing Scheme, NULS, and also the Joint Tax Board, in collaboration with other agencies that are relevant to production of driver's license, that we have the VIO. The Joint Tax Board comprises of the Board of Internal Revenue, the Vehicle Inspection Officers, VIO, and also the Federal Road Safety Corps, and other stakeholders. They've been having meetings. They've had series of other meetings. They had one in Lagos and also had one in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. It was after a lot of deliberations and consultations that they came up with these price adjustments. So it's not like they just woke up one day and decided to increase the price. And besides, we've been doing a lot of enlightenments, because once that particular thing was, they thought about it and it came to light. Started pushing out even all the flyers, and if you go to our offices, you see it. They're like my own office, that is the Driver's License Center here in ENUGU Main at the Sector Command. If you go there, we already have the information in every office that you enter, at least to let people know this is what is going on and this is what we're expecting from this period. So yeah, so at least we've been doing a lot. Like now, coming to the TV here to also talk about it is part of enlightening the public on what they should be expecting by the 8th of June.
The reason I ask that is because, I mean, I can't imagine asking someone, especially Nigerian, whether they would accept this increase, and they would say yes, 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 increase it, because the economy is already biting hard, and so you would wonder really whether these consultations were really done well to the point that everybody accepted the road unions, you know, civil society organizations, and the likes.
The consultation was widely done, not just just a group of persons. It cut across even up to the state board of revenues. The state board of revenue. Of course, you know the production of driver's licenses is even shared 50-50 with the states. For every driver's license that is processed or produced in Enugu state, the state government gets its own revenue from everybody that applies for driver's license. So the consultation will definitely get to all those people. And besides, you go to some of the offices where we have Federal Road Safety Corps, you also have the board of revenue there, and we call it one-stop shop, where if you go, you get the VIO, you get the board of revenue, and also have Federal Road Safety, either officers or marshals in the same place. So just in case maybe questions are asked, in case questions are asked concerning a particular thing, we'll always be there to, and if issues are raised and they need the attention of the officers or marshals there, they will definitely come to. And besides, this particular increase is not just about driver's licenses. It also includes the vehicle number plate productions. And there are prices, for instance, let me just take the price for driver's license. So it's not like the increase is too much. Most people will consider it to be high. Let me start with tricycle. Tricycle, we have just two categories of driver's license in terms of year of production. We have the 3 years and the 5 years. For the 3-year license for a tricycle, it was just within the range of 5,400 and something, but now it's now 7,000 naira officially.
3 years.
For 3 years for tricycle. Then for 5 years for tricycle is 11,000.
Wow.
Yes, it was 8,600 and something then, but it's now 11,000 naira. Then for that of 3 years for driver's license for motor vehicle, it's 10,350 naira. Officially, that's the price you pay online. That does not mean that is the only money you pay for licenses, because of course, if you are to enroll for a driver's license, you must go through the process of obtaining a driving school certificate. You must have gone through driving school, where you also pay some other money. And also when you're done, there are other fees by the state, where the state generates its own revenue, where you have to get 1 or 2 other documents to add to the online form, the ML18 form that you're going to get from our portal. Then we also have the 5-year driver's license, which is now, then it was 15,450 naira, but now it's 21,000 naira. So if you check, it's just about 5,500 naira that was added to 5 years, and also we 4,650 naira that was added to 3 years. That is down 15,000. Then if you check the one of 8,650 naira, that is now 11,000. It's just about 3,000 naira. So the increase is not really much, if you want to consider it that way.
You mentioned 10,000 naira for 3 years.
10,000.
10,000 for 3 years.
Just say, why I'm calling 350 is because if you are paying online, there's a bank charge attached to it. But
so
the price itself is 10,000.
Okay.
Now the 15,000, it's 15,000, but the bank, I'm just calling so that in case if somebody sees the price, won't be surprised. Because online you see it is 15,450 and the rest. So, but that 450 naira that was there before is bank charge.
Okay. But you said there is other things that you pay for.
If you are processing a fresh driver's license, for instance, you also go to the VIO to do vehicle tests.
For the first time?
For the first time.
Okay.
You do a vehicle test, which you are going to pay for to obtain the vehicle test certificate. You are going to pay to obtain the vehicle test certificate. You are also going to obtain a driving school certificate, which the enrollment also depends on the approved driving school you are going to go. Some varies from 10,000, some charge above 10,000 just to obtain the certificate. So if you add that to the amount, you know what you're paying already. And you also, for Yes.
That's for first time.
For
What about
timers.
somebody who is renewing?
When you are renewing your driver's license, you still take your form to the Board of Ontario Revenue. The VIO has a column.
From the form that you got from the online
from
thing.
ML, the team form.
Okay, and then
you take it to Board of Ontario Revenue. They also have to endorse, because you are supposed to. They are supposed to also test you to see
test.
If, yes, or they are supposed to carry out a test to know whether you know how to drive.
I doubt if they ever test people.
Once they do, they sign. They also the Board of Ontario Revenue has a column to sign to verify your form that this payment has been made.
How much is renewal?
Renewal is the same
renewal?
price. The only difference with fresh driver's license is this other one that you have to be enrolled first to obtain a driving school certificate. And before you can even obtain the driving school certificate, you must have gotten a learner's permit. So that also is included in the money you pay extra for the driver's license. The learner's permit is the VIO that issues learner's permit. So before you even go ahead to process a driver's license, you are supposed to have obtained a learner's permit to drive first before you even start the process of learning how to drive. And the enrollment is done. And the enrollment ordinarily is 26 sessions for 2 hours per day for each applicant who has applied online. You know, and we have approved driving schools who do the enrollments.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, let's come to Ninda. Ninda, so much has been said about the FRSC. The other time they're talking about carrying arms. So many persons think that it's about time that the organization starts bearing arms, giving your work. Do you buy into that? We know that in ENUGU, I think some time ago, I was hearing the story, I think it's a true life story, about how a vehicle actually knocks one of you down on the road. And that again brought up this discussion around whether it's about time that you guys start bearing arms. Can you speak to that?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I think the arms gives one kind of an authority and protection somehow. The job we do, we find ourselves on the road, meeting people that are sane and people that are not sane. You know. We meet all calibers of people on the road, and we have to contend with that. We've had situations where our people doing their lawful duties are knocked down recklessly. Some even had the guts to say that I must kill a road safety officer. I've had people say that often, especially when you impound them. We are telling you, you did this wrong and you have to pay a fine for doing it. After payments, most times, the person will go out and say, any day I see a road safety person, I will do this and do that. And those threats, sometimes they become real. But if you see somebody that is having arm, you will take time to come close to that person. So I think if our organizations, those people that are up there caring for our affairs, feels it's time for us to be armed, I think it's right.
You are pushing it to the people up there.
The decision is really not mine.
It's actually management's decision.
Yeah, it's not my decision, it's their decision. Once they are made up their mind.
Most people are advocating that it's necessary at this point, but to my own point of view, it all boils, road safety is everybody's business. It's not just about bearing arms alone. It's for the general motoring public being willing to at least obey the road traffic rules and regulations, first off. You must not be there for someone to drive right. I must not be there for you to put on your seatbelt or maintain your vehicle, which is one of the things, or drive on a particular speed, approved speed limit for a category of vehicle. If you wait for us to stand on the road, for instance, like people are advocating that we should bear arms, to stand with a gun and stand and before you obey, then it means you are not actually doing the right thing. The way the world is going, we are advancing in technology. So I would rather advocate for more of technology, where we don't need to pursue people up and down, for instance, or stand with arms on the road, but rather adopt a strategy where everybody who has registered his vehicle can be sent a fine or be only deducted from your account when you carry out or you break any rule on the road. For instance, you are driving, you are not supposed to drive above, say, 100 kilometers per hour, and you are driving excessive speed of about 120 or 130, or maybe, let's say, 20 kilometers per hour on a built-up area. For instance, this road that we just drove to your office now, and somebody is driving at 100. And there should be something that will just pick your information and database is reported, and in the next few minutes you are getting a deduction from your account for a particular offense, and the evidence is there to show. If that is done, you discover once money is taken, people will always behave. I think I would rather advocate for more technology. And yes, that's just my own point of view.
The Officer is actually advocating for a sane society, and we have to start from somewhere. We don't just get there overnight. The things we see now, it's we need more of a public enlightenment. People listen, people hear, people understand. It actually takes understanding for people to act right. Because if a driver knows that, if I am driving within the stipulated speed limit, and I'm lane disciplined, and I'm not overspeeding, and I am conscious of the next driver, we're beginning to have a sanitized road. And when we do that, we find out that we really don't even need that technology much, even though it is important. But it's all in all. We should do what we're supposed to do. We get a sanitized road. But we don't just wake up one day and we see it happening. We have to go back to the grassroots. We go back to our homes. I've had situations when I want to drive out and my son will say, Mom, you're not wearing your seatbelt, and you go out there and tell people to wear your seatbelt. So when we stay having our children, even making us to understand that safety is everybody's business, we will go places like the program we used to do, catching them young, going to schools, primary, secondary schools, talking to them about safety. If we can inculcate the safety rules in our children, even when we forget, they'll be there to remind us that this is not the right thing, and do it this way, and we get it right. So we all need to go back to the roots and get things working from there.
What are the categories of fines that you have right now? I think they are different from the different types of violations of road rules. What are the categories right now?
For we are talking first. The first talk for today is driver's license. Driver's license violation is 10,000 naira if you are driving without a driver's license or an expired driver's license. Your fine is 10,000 naira. For instance, if you are driving, the use of seatbelt violation is 2,000. If you are not on seatbelt, it's 2,000.
And it's paid at the spot?
Yes. No.
Spot.
You go to the bank to pay?
Why most people don't like our operations is because first we need to hold something of value from the person that is being booked for an offense. For instance, if you are driving on the express and we accost you on the road, or you are apprehended by our patrol operatives on the road, after they must have checked and seen that maybe you have a primary offense and also the secondary offense, they will request for something that can be equivalent to the amount of money that is issued to you. So there they will either confiscate your driver's license or your vehicle license. Or if you don't have any of these ones, maybe you are driving with a photocopy or you don't have a driver's license, your vehicle will be impounded. Now, it is after that, after the ticket has been issued, you now go to the bank to make payments and come back with the evidence of payments and do the proper documentation before your vehicle will be released.
Okay, so when you are caught, you are forced, beyond just paying the fines, because what I see is, as soon as you pay the fine, then you are giving your vehicle.
No, there are public enlightenment officers and marshals attached to every offender that is issued a ticket. We'll give you a little bit of public enlightenment based on the offense that was committed by you.
And also based on the reactions.
On the reactions. So most times, a lot of people act with so much ignorance. So when we understand that, we really need to talk to you more. If we are not satisfied, sometimes they give others. They will give you a particular session to come back for re-enlightenment. You come back, they'll take you on a particular topic just to ensure that we remove the kind of mentality you have. Because there are people there who believe that as far as they're on the road, is Jesus that is driving their vehicle.
And there were some other offenses that...
And even when you are trying to tell them that, why are you doing this? They'll tell you, man, it is not because of road safety, it's God that is driving the car. So at that point, you see that kind of mentality, you need to really talk to that kind of person, because, yes, heaven help those who help themselves. You can't be driving recklessly and expect that God will come and take the wheel. He will actually leave the wheel for you to drive. So that's one of the things. When we see those like that, then there are certain reactions from people that are not really in order. For instance, our patrol operatives are on the road and they are flagging you to stop. By law, you are supposed to stop. But you see people driving recklessly, some will even want to chase the men on the road. And if by any reason you are caught at that kind of act, they bring you back to the office. It will subject you to go through series of public enlightenment, at least. Then also, use of phone while driving. You are using your phone while driving. Yeah, the management came up with something that was very important because we noticed, we know the dangers of driving, distracted driving, and you are using your phone while driving. Yes, the offense is just an amount that most people feel I have money I can pay. But if you are now given a referral to go and carry out a test, a psychological examination test, evaluation, sorry, in a psychiatric hospital, at that time you know that yes, something serious is being done. So if you are subjected to carry out a psychiatric evaluation based on the fact that you're not supposed to drive with a phone and you are using it, then definitely when you come back, you'll be the one advocating that people should not drive. Yes.
And you know, in all fairness, people that have gone through this the public enlightenment after they were apprehended leaves better people because they now understand why we're actually there on the road and why we're doing what we're doing. And that understanding helps them to drive better anytime they go to the road. Even when they see you, they will, road safety officer, they appreciate your work you are doing on the road. So I think it's very important that people are brought together to understand why they should stay sane on the road while they're driving.
Right. What about eating while you're driving?
They're all in the same category.
Well, you can even say, what of drinking while driving?
Exactly.
It doesn't really. Most people will tell you, see, everything that distracts you while you're driving, you're not supposed to do it. First, eating can be done by just. I know somebody will want to say, what if I buy a snack, maybe ice cream? At that point, your concentration level has reduced because first you are enjoying what you are taking, and you're driving, and you'll be distracted kind of. So it is even important you can just stop your vehicle in a safe location, do what you want to do, then you continue driving. That's just how it's supposed to be. I want to make a very serious call. You stop by the road, but we don't even encourage you stopping by the road most times to take calls. The reason is, what if a message that is bad is passed to you and it affects you? Right, for instance, you lost a loved one and you're breaking the news while you're on steering. You won't drive with 100% concentration because your mind may not even be on the road at the moment. So that's one of the things we don't even want for people.
So people should not use their phones at all.
It's
more like don't even carry.
You can answer calls, but you need to stop your vehicle in a safe place to pick the calls if you know the type of call that is even coming to your phone.
What about the call that is,
okay, hands-free? Hands-free.
Is that allowed?
A lot of people use that hands-free. Yeah, hands-free is still not allowed. For instance,
it's not allowed?
You are discussing with someone, your mind is not even there. Even when you are carrying, I'm not saying people should not interact, for instance, even when you have people in your car. But there are certain discussions that can take you out of the road. You cannot always concentrate. So sometimes driving is not just driving is an art. And it's not something that anybody is a professional about. We master it the more we do it. So there's no person that can come out to say I'm the best driver. No. So if some persons will come out to say I've been driving for 40 years, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that you've been driving for 40 years, that you're a good driver. You will still enter another vehicle where you see another person driving, and you know that this guy knows. It happens to me most times. I know how to drive very well, but when I enter a car, when I see someone who knows how to drive, I appreciate driving. I will know that I have not even started. It's not like the person is speeding or something, but you know that this person is good. That's how it's supposed to be. So then you will not know what the person is doing. You just interact and you are distracting the person.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's rainy season, and we're getting into the thick of the rainy season. I understand that some of this advocacy and that your office really does do, this period. What are those advocacies, what are those things that people should look out for while it rains? Because I understand that during the rains, of course, you know, it's usually blurred. Yeah, people will say use your wiper, but sometimes wipers don't even do good. You know, so what are those advocacies for this rainy season for people who are using the roads?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say that the totality of your vehicle, when you check your vehicle, you must make sure that everything is working right. Because if the brake is working right and the wiper is not good, that means you're not going anywhere. We need people to check their vehicle. Check the wiper, check the tires, check your oil, check your brake. In short, every morning we're supposed to do the wolf test. You check the water, you check the oil, you check the fan belt. Wolfed.
Wolfed.
Yes.
Okay, so that's like an acronym for something.
Yes.
That's water.
That's the water, oil, your fan belt, and your tire.
And tire.
Make sure they are intact. And the next one, you should add also the light, because if you are driving and you don't have eyes, which is a light.
So wolfed.
Now we now add the light. The light is wolfed. I'm not putting the lights now.
What she actually said is what we call the first vehicle parade.
Okay.
We call it a parade in the morning. So, and it's even carried out by our own drivers.
Okay.
It is not expected that a driver of FRSC or anybody should enter his car and just put the key and start. It's wrong. So first, even if the car is a new one, sometimes you still need to check one or two things.
Yeah.
There can be errors. So you need to check the oil, if it's properly gauged. You need to check the water. You need to check if your fan belt is actually rotating, because most people you see abandon their cars on the road because of, they call it overheat or something. When your vehicle is heating up, sometimes you start your vehicle and you don't know that the fan is not working properly. But if you start the car, yes, it can fail, no doubt, but you need to, from home, you need to ensure that your fan is working. Okay. And then you also check for your water, just in case there's the shortage you need to add and all that. So we call it first vehicle parade. That's what every driver is supposed to carry out. Then for this period, we advocate for safe speed, defensive driving, where you drive and know that the next person by your side is also a human being. And you know that that person can also have wrong judgments. So you drive for yourself and that person. You drive for your own safety and the safety of that person. If you are supposed to give a safe distance, you give a safe distance. If you are not supposed to give, you are supposed to give right of way to the person, you give right of way. Simple, like especially at the roundabout. Then also, we advocate for, most people tailgate a lot. Somebody is just following you behind too fast. The simple rule for avoiding tailgating is you drive to ensure that you are seeing the back tire of the next vehicle in front of you.
The back tire of the next person in front of you?
The next vehicle in front of you.
Okay. That means don't go too close.
If you go too close, you won't even see it. So you give a distance where you can see the tires completely. So it means you are keeping a safe distance. And we have braking and stopping distance. When you brake your car, it doesn't stop automatically. It still takes a distance before the car comes to a halt. So if you are tailgating, you are following too close, you stop automatically, it still rolls and you still hit the person in front of you. And also, for instance, we don't encourage night journeys because first, security-wise and all that, most people don't even know how to drive in the night. Their eyes are not too clear to see very well. Then if you know it's foggy and all that, if your vehicle doesn't have AC, I know those who have AC may not be having this issue. Once the AC is on, the glass is always clean. But when the AC is not working, you discover you need to use rag most times to wipe your vehicles. Then, like she also talked about the issue of lighting. The lighting is not just about the headlamp. The brake system is supposed to be active, because if you need to stop your car when it's raining, that the visibility is poor, the person behind you should see the red light to know that, okay, there's danger ahead, let me also. And also the hazard lights. The hazard lights by the side should also be active. Though most people don't know how to use hazard light. The hazard light is when you we call it double trafficator.
One-way trafficator.
Or they call it one-way, The normal idea is one way. But it's actually supposed to be used on emergencies. Yes. Okay. Maybe your car is faulty and you want people to avoid, maybe you're moving on a certain speed that is not supposed to be, and you don't want people to you know, you've discovered that there's a fault and you don't need to drive fast.
Maybe you're not even seeing clearly.
Or you're not seeing clearly. You need to put the hazard light so that people will know that there's danger. That's just the purpose for hazard light. It's not, maybe you want to do, most people will call it, you want to overtake vehicles or something, you now put hazard light. It's wrong. If it's clear for you to overtake, you only put the directional light, which is the traffic light, or you call it anyhow you want to call it. You put it, and once you are done, you return it back. And that can only be done when you know that at least 100 meters from where you are is safe in front and there's no incoming vehicle. So that's just the calculations most times for those things.
I like that you advocated earlier for digital ways of doing things for the country and for the organization because it's quicker and faster. But I'm just asking whether you think that, because I really don't think it is okay to go online and still take the documents to an office. Why don't you just get the documents once and for all? You've paid, and then you don't start watching the thing.
It's a work in progress. I believe it's going to be harmonized soon. But for now, it's still the fact that the state governments benefit from the production.
Why can't it be shared? If the money is paid, why can't the money be shared from the source? As long as you pay.
For instance, if you are to carry out a vehicle test, for instance, if you are to carry out a test by VIO in the state, Board of Internal Revenue, in the state government, the money will not be paid to the federal government. It's the state that will get that money. Now, the money online that is paid, like I said, for instance, the 15,450 for 5 years online. That money is 15,000 naira. That is the actual fee. Now, what goes to the government? The production is different and the rest. What goes to the state is half of that amount for every license that is produced. For anybody that, for instance, if you want to renew your license today, 15,000. Half of that money goes to the state. Half goes to.
So I won't pay any other thing again.
You still take that form to the Board of Internal Revenue VIO for them to endorse. Ordinarily, you are supposed to go through a vehicle test. You are supposed to drive your car for them to see that you know how to.
I know, but let's be realistic with the ones that we know that happens, because this one you're saying that doesn't happen. People who renew their papers, they do body test them. So it's not something that will not start. When you've spoken about the rules, that this is what should be, but it doesn't happen. So I'm just saying that when you pay that 15,000 naira online, what happens afterwards? Like, do you pay any other money when you go to the office?
No, in the office, no, because you must have been through with signing the forms, paid VIO, do all those other ones. All you need to do is when you are through with that, or you must have been through with all that, you bring the form to our office, you submit the form, the operators will do what we call operators approval or validations.
Okay.
And that's to check if the information that you actually imputed there is correct. Most times, that's when we now discover that most people who do it on their own, they may be physically challenged. For instance, you have an eye defect. Most of them don't know that we have classes of driver's licenses. So they will issue themselves a wrong class of license. So at that point, once we see you and we notice maybe you have one eye defect or something, the operators will now change. At that point, they can change to the class of license only for those who have physically challenged issues.
Okay.
But if you don't have, for instance, you have already you have applied for a class G license or whatever, that one is for trucks, heavy duty vehicles. That one is strictly commercial driver's licenses. There's a process. You need to get a medical certificate of fitness. You need to get at least a doctor's report to be sure. You know, of course, you are not driving a small vehicle, it's a heavy duty vehicle. You need to be sure that this person that is coming to capture on this license is medically fit to operate that kind of motor vehicle. So,
and it happens? Does it happen, really?
Yes, we do that. We don't just issue, and besides, you must be at least 26 years and above before you can obtain a commercial class license. It's not like when I'm 18, I can drive a truck. No. If you come to our office and you said you want to obtain a driver's license for a commercial vehicle and you are not up to 26 years, you can't be issued.
Why is that?
First, online, it won't even go through.
Why?
because the person is at least supposed to be mature enough to operate that kind of vehicle. You know, let's use the word youthful exuberance. This how they call it, this anxiety or this thing that comes with knowing how to drive at the first stage. So if you must have driven for about 18 to 26 years, at least you've had a little experience. So that gives you something to do when you're on the road. You know what to do. Let's not just give vehicles to people that can run into people's building structures and just kill people anyhow. So that's one of the reasons.
Nice. Let me come to you. What are the most common road violations or traffic violations that we have in Nigeria? And how are you people mitigating against it? I mean, I know the go-to thought would be enlightenment program, but beyond the enlightenment though, what are other things that you do? And what are the most common? And why do you think people commonly do those things? And how can they be mitigated
Yes,
against?
so many. We have the route violation.
Route violation?
Route.
Yes.
R-O-U-T-E.
Where people leave their lanes and decide to go opposite the lane. And you know what it means? It causes a lot of crashes. That's mainly what we have at Ubonyama.
Okay.
Where people leave their lanes and follow the other lane and people crash.
That Ubonyama thing, I think is another question I was going to ask.
Okay, maybe
is there something that we can do?
We're already doing something about it.
I think if I'm to add to Ubonyama, like I'll say, it's just sometimes human nature. Like why I say that is because, you know, driving on this road, you've recorded so many incidences of traffic crashes. You should drive with consciousness, knowing that, okay, fine, this place, maybe because of the steep, because of the design of the road or whatever, then because of the terrain and every other factor that may come into play, you drive safely on that road, maintain a safe speed. There's no way sometimes all these crashes will be happening. But if you go now, even as we speak, the last time I drove on that road, I was just driving and checking some of these issues, why this particular thing is happening, keep reoccurring. And I'll notice that it's just negligence of the drivers.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Not the road itself, not the way the road is.
The road is there for you to use. Whether the road is a dwindling road, winding left and right, it is for you to maintain a safe speed that can take you from point A to B. Now, you notice that a truck is here, another truck is here, and a vehicle wants to put itself in between. And now on the little space by your right, you see a car trying to take that spot. And you know, like she said, people driving against traffic, when you recall road violation, and you, in fact, one of the things that kills people on that road is lane discipline. When you are not maintaining a particular lane, you should anticipate or expect that, okay, because people always come to this lane, I'm not just going forward, the other vehicles may be coming. You avoid that place. You maintain a particular side of the road, driving so that you will avoid head-on-head collision. But you notice people are, any little opportunity, you see people just fixing their vehicles and looking for ways of, you know, like we always say, if I drive at the speed of 80 and you drive at the speed of 120, and we are going towards the same location, if you get to that location at 120, it will take me 5 minutes that I'm driving 80 to still get there. So there's sometimes there's actually no need for us to always be in a hurry.
I still want to add something to that Ogonyama issue. See, it will still take it back to human beings, because what causes crashes could be natural, it could be environmental.
We have the human factor, environmental factor, mechanical factor.
So let's go to the human factor. If my vehicles are okay, I've done what I'm supposed to do, the car maintenance, the vehicle maintenance, and I'm driving at a very safe speed, that's more than 90% of the crashes we have will be cut off the road. And another one is the terrain. It is slopey. That road is slopey. If all the lorries, the big trucks that ply that road drive safely, that's safe speed this time, and they ensure that their brake mechanisms are okay. You find out that you can hold your brake as you're coming down the slope, you will be able to manage your brake. But most times we have brake failures from up down. That is when we usually have fatalities. And that is why most people, when they drive, once they enter that road, they will start speeding because they don't know what is coming behind them. So they will move to avert the RTCs, road traffic crashes, without knowing that the speed alone is part of the things that causes the crashes. So back to the humans, if the humans should do what they're supposed to do, maintain the road discipline or route discipline, maintain their vehicles, drive safely, and also have understand that even the smaller vehicles have the right to the road, because you see the big lorries.
It's not just vehicles alone.
Okay, the vehicles, the people driving it, understand, we don't have a lot of pedestrians on that road. It's only big trunks and the small vehicles. If the lorries or the big vehicles, you understand, those small cars have the right to the road, and don't try to push them off the road as well. You see that they will drive safer. So we all have to go back and find out what it is that we need to do personally. I want to stay alive first, and I want other people plying the roads to be alive as well. So when we do that, if anything, we will do the right thing. We will drive safely, and everybody will arrive home safely. Right.
So what other road rages, or maybe if you want those road rules that people break?
Okay, like overspeeding. And overspeeding causes most of the fatalities that we have. If a car is driving at a stipulated speed, like 40 kilometers built-up areas, 45 kilometers built-up areas, you find that even if there is a crash, it will be minimal. Lives will not be lost. But when you overspeed, you are thrilled by the speed, you want to show you have a new car that can speed, you find that if anything happens, it will be difficult to manage. So overspeeding causes fatality, and then indiscipline, let me put it that way, causes fatality and road traffic crashes. Then if we are wearing our seatbelts in the vehicle, when we are in the vehicle, we have this false notion that we are protected. The car is protecting us. It's those ones that are riding bicycles and on tricycles that are exposed. But it's not always like that. Everything in that vehicle has a reason why the producers kept it there. Like the seatbelt, it's meant to hold you. If anything happens, you will not fling off the car. But most people, when they enter the vehicles, they don't use it. I don't know if they want to feel free or they want to show people that I can drive without a seatbelt. But that thing is safety for you. So if people wear their seatbelt, even if there is issue or something comes up, the person still stays safe, and whatever happens will be minimal. Okay, we also see people, children driving. That one it's menace. Because you have money to buy cars, you have more than you need, you carry a vehicle and give to a child that is less than 18. Because he's big, he feels like he's 20, while he is 17 plus. You give him the vehicle.
Most people will even give their cars to children of 15 years.
Because they are big and they have a...
This actually is just because there's an advancement in technology, so most of the cars you see around are easy to drive. We have automatic vehicles mostly. Yeah. Then you need to drive a manual. So you need to know how to shift and do all the clutching and the braking at the same time. The coordination is more. But now once you know how to do steering control, you know how to step on your brakes and how to engage the gears. Those are the three things. But driving is beyond that. Right. There are a whole lot of coordination involved in. You need to understand the length of your car. You need to master the type of brakes you are using. You need to also know how to use your side mirrors, your rear mirrors. You need to do a lot of other, management of, first of your anger, because if you're driving on the Nigerian roads, definitely you are going to be an angry person, of course. So you know how to manage anger a lot, because people are, there are times you actually don't want to speed with your vehicle, but somebody will just do one thing now, trigger you, and you want to show the person. So at that point, you need to be calm. A lot of other things. So at that age, they don't have all that kind of control and composure. Right. So you don't give your vehicles to kids to drive. So that's
people have issues with women driving.
No,
because I've heard a few persons
complaining about women. Right?
Yes, saying that look, women in steerers, once they see some defects in driving, they say, "Na woman be that." They make those kinds of.
They even get sympathy by driving.
Sometimes, but it's not all the time.
No, actually, we have very good drivers, female drivers, and we also have the bad ones too. Let me not just say they are all good. No, because I've had experiences even when I was a patrolman and all that. You meet most women on the road, they don't even know the functioning of the car. Their own is, my husband owns a vehicle or bought a car for me. My work is just enter the car, put my key and move. Sometimes when you are even carrying out safety checks in vehicles that you see on the road, you notice that the person is just driving one without a spare tire. I don't know, when I went to watch the car, they removed it. You know, like, but there's no fire extinguisher, there's no jack. In case maybe you have a flat tire, there's no jack, there's nothing. The only thing the person knows is there's fuel and I'm driving. And that's all. And we have most cases with the females, the women. That one, I'm very sure what I'm saying. So, but yeah, we have some men who are also careless, but it's rare. At least most men take their time to actually understand why they're on the road. But if I buy a car for ENUGU, for instance, now, our work is to drive now.
I think I have something to say to that. So yeah, if statistics has shown that cars driven by women
last longer.
Oh, really?
Yes, because they are not reckless. They treat the car the way they treat their children, so they're always careful. Don't scratch my car.
About that, though?
Yes, I've been driving for 13 years now.
That's why most people will just see a car slow, kind of, they'll say now.
Yes, because we are always careful on the road. We don't want to overspeed. We don't want to do wrongful overtaking. We are always careful. So when you say that about women, I have something to say. It's not really right. Yes. So we acknowledge as
women are actually good drivers.
Yes,
like I said it earlier. I said we have some female good drivers, but we have some other ladies
who are
highly distracted by
their kids or something, or phone calls or something.
And you know, it's quite difficult controlling children in cars.
Right.
That's why we don't even advocate for a child that is less than is it 10, 11 to sit in front of.
It's 12.
12.
Yeah, if you're
less than
12 years. If you're not up to 12, you're not sitting in the front.
Sit in the front. Oh, really?
First, the impact, for instance, if there is a collision, the seat belt itself, you know, straps you.
And also
and if there is an impact,
airbag,
it straps you, and the let's just say the configuration of the child may not be strong enough to withstand that impact. And also we also talk about suffocation by airbags. Airbag may just shoot and all that. So you may not be big enough to, you know, normally the airbag is supposed to come to your chest if you are okay. But a child, it may come straight to the head. So you need to also allow your children to get used to sitting behind the car and be their driver. They shouldn't be by your side. Your wife, for instance, should be by your side, but the children should always be behind.
And if the wife is pregnant, you should go to the back as well.
And if your wife is also heavy, pregnant.
I'll carry the baby.
I know
pregnant people even drive.
Yeah,
yes.
we also have a challenge. I had a challenge before. One of the days I was driving, I was on the road, I was on patrol, where a man had to stop his car and said he was not going to drive again. That he has begged the wife to go back. She was pregnant though. And the woman has refused that. He knows that if he gets to where he sees road safety, that we are not going to be happy. That he even begged the wife to put on seatbelt. And the lady also refused because of the pregnancy. So I had to educate the woman. I say it's for your own safety. So, and your husband is not going to, that seat will not be given to another person. It's not because you are not there that the seat will be given to someone else. It's just for your safety. It's not for any other thing. So just please, madam, go behind so that your husband can drive comfortably and with concentration. That you are distracting him already. If you notice, look at the way he stopped and he's angry. So I had to just, I spoke to them, enlightened them, and she now left the front seat and sat down behind, and they continued their journeys.
So grudgingly. The other ones where the woman will carry babies, carry a very small child in the front seat, and it's really, really bad because she might be strapped down with a seatbelt, but the child is not, it's not safe at all. If anything happens, that baby goes first. So people out there, you should understand that being in the front doesn't make you the best at that time. You can be at the back and still be the best and also stay safe. So what is important is the safety of everybody.
Okay, so on a final note, this is just within 1 or 2 minutes now. so many persons have complained about extortion by the FRSC staff. Where is the extortion happening? Is it at the point where, is it mandatory that you must do your stuff online, or you have to come to the office? Because I'm thinking, if this is online, at what point will the extortion come in?
No,
So where exactly are the flashpoints of
the issue of extortion is a two-way thing. I won't exonerate operatives on the road 100%. No, we have a challenge. We had course where I went with one of our commanding officers for a program, and I bought what he said. He said the person that is receiving and the giver, they are committing an offense.
Same thing.
So most people don't want to go through the process of going to the bank and pay. And if you as an operative on the road, you're not the type that can restrain yourself when you see money, you definitely have to, you start collecting the money. Some people tell you, how much is the offense? Say, please, I don't get time. I'm rushing somewhere. Please, what's the offense? The person will be flashing money. At that time, if you are not the type that will say no, most people will start collecting. And it's the person that's inducing the person to get the money. At the end of the day, the ball will always, the fingers will always be pointing at the person collecting the money. Now, fines, offenses can be paid online. It's a remitter platform. Anybody can pay for your offense. Even as you are sitting down here, if you pay, you can print it. If you are issued a ticket, even as you are driving, you are issued a ticket. While you are even taking your vehicle to the office, you know how to go about it. Before you even get to the office, you have finished paying for your. It's just that sometimes we don't want to learn some of these things. This payment will not even take you 5 minutes.
Nice.
Once you put you go to remitter.net, you put the information, you are paying for FRSC fines. Once you drop down, every other thing drops down for you to just fill. Once you fill, it takes you to it redirects you to where you make payments. Once you make payments, it takes you back and generates an automatic receipt for you.
Right.
There's a place for you to even put your email address. He sends you a copy of the receipt. You can even print it from your email.
Okay.
You just come with that, carrying your information and the information of your vehicle, for instance. And
all right.
Everything is done easily. So ordinarily, you are not supposed to even come and give anybody money to assist you to pay.
Fantastic. Let's leave it here, gentlemen. I mean, we always have these kinds of discussions, more this year at least, between now and say Ember Mode, because I know Ember Mode, you guys always have this major.
And we're having Salah Patrol coming up.
Okay.
That will be next week.
Next week.
Yes.
Okay. I think we can engage further with you guys so that maybe from time to time we can join your crew, in doing some interviews on the streets as relates to the issues of the road matter. I want to say a very big thank you to you both. Atu is the Admin Officer, Drivers License Center ENUGU Main, and of course Nena Ago. Thank you so much for your time and for your analysis.
In the studio this morning.
It's been an amazing time with you all morning long. What a morning it's been. I appreciate everyone for being part of the program. From the discussions regarding sports to the defections and every other thing, we appreciate you. We're back tomorrow, same time, same station. I'm Charles. Have a good morning.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military. They gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money,
and money.
So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Hello, it's Friday night, and this is Full Day, your late night show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Tonight on the show, we'll be looking at the local government as a platform for the engagement of the grassroots. Our guest is the chairman of Oje River Local Government Area of ENUGU State, Greg Anyebudike. Greg, before he became chairman of the local government, was a consultant for the World Bank. At some point in his career, he was the managing director of the ENUGU State Waste Authority, ESWAMA. Greg, you're welcome to our show.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be back with you, but let me also remind our viewers that Chi Edozie Nwoye, who is the chief basketball coach in ENUGU and also the deputy coach of the Nigerian basketball team, will be speaking to us about harvesting positive youth energy through sports. Greg, welcome again.
Thank you very much.
You know, tonight I wanted to look at how the local governments can engage the grassroots. And that was why I pointed out the fact that you had been consultant to the World Bank and you had done some work around grassroots development and all that. Now you're local government chairman. So you've seen it from outside, you're seeing it from the inside. What is making it difficult for local governments to serve as that bridge between those in the rural areas, those in the grassroots, and then the top echelon of government? What has been the challenges?
Thank you very much. I've been pondering on the word difficult because it's not difficult. You're a local government chairman, you are in your local government. One of the things that you need to do is to connect to your people. And your people hear one language: service delivery. That's the language they hear. That's what they want. They want their lives to be better. They want more money in their pockets. They want better life. They want to be treated when they are sick. They want to be their children to go to school. They want, if they want to go to farm, they will get to the farm unhindered. So all of these form the whole package of service delivery. And it becomes difficult to engage the grassroots when you don't have that part of service delivery served to the grassroots. Again, it becomes difficult when you are not able to connect. When I mean connection, it's not just talking. It's about being empathic with their plight, being empathic with what they're seeing. So the challenges there will generally stem out of the fact that you don't have a service delivery package for the grassroots.
So would you say that why we've had this problem is because a lot of people who are chairmen or who are governors have not encouraged, a service delivery attitude for those that are holding those offices? Is that why the grassroots distance themselves from government?
Well, there's an assumption here. The assumption is that they distance themselves. But again, it depends, because
a good government, a good leader takes the people to where the people want to be. A great leader takes the people to where they ought to be. So when you say they are distancing themselves, is it because they think that the local government will not do anything for them?
Or because they think that the local government has not, over the years, done anything for them?
Now, yes, but again, information and knowledge is very critical here. One of the major things that is actually hovering around the entire local government system is expectation. For example, when I was campaigning, somebody just said, that our bridge there, we want you to do it for us. And one other person who understands the system says, no, that bridge is not a local government problem, headache. It's a federal government headache, or at most state government headache. So expectation from the masses is one big thing that needs to be unpacked so that they will understand what should be left for local government, what should be left for the state, and what should be left for federal government.
Can communication and enlightenment help?
It does a whole lot, big lot, in making sure that these populace understand that. But beyond that, in every country, there is paucity of resources. It's very few countries that will have resources that will cater for all their needs, at least for sure. I'm not sure there's any African country that has enough money to cater for all their needs. However, it now comes back to what can we do? What can we not do? And it also comes back to the part of the politician or the leadership. Because when you also, during campaigns, promise them that you're going to put air conditioner on their streets, of course, you are raising the expectation. And when you don't meet up with it, there is apathy, there is that kind of withdrawal from the citizens that the leader has not met their expectation. But beyond that also, if you are able to explain to them, then it goes back to the people themselves, because some of the politicians may be mischievous to start saying some of the things that are not possible. And the people buy these things because during these campaigns they're impressionable. So there's a whole lot of mix on the part of the citizens, on the part of the politicians. Citizens are expecting too much, politicians are promising too much. But there's a fundamental thing here. I like the word you said, communication. Very, very important. If this communication is passed on very well, expectations will be managed, then the availability of resources will also be managed. Then people understand this is what I can ask this person to do, and this is what this person cannot do. And then there's a balance in understanding. Then you can now see people rebuilding confidence in their leaders that, oh, this man is here, he gets so much amount of money, but this is how far he can go with that money. He can't go beyond that. So there's a whole lot of work on the part of both the citizens and the leadership, duty bearers, to be able to have a balance. But again, more of work is required from the duty bearers. You have to come to the people with some level of truth. You have to let them know this is the reality. And then you have to employ what we call the partnership, because so many places develop because of partnership. If there's a partnership between the citizens and the government, for example, check out the building of smart schools in ENUGU State and the hospitals, and you find the level of support for supervision that is happening to make sure that the right quantity of materials, the right portion of materials are used, the right standard and specification of materials are used. Then you see the people coming out for their own. For example, in my ward, there was this mix that the contractor was using to cast some pillars and decks. And then it wasn't good. It was, even a layman knows that that mix is not good. And then they reported. And government quickly rushes back to decide to say, stop work, come and answer for this. And there's that accountability system embedded in the project where the community is contributing, the government is contributing. Because government is not everywhere. You know, it's citizens that can do this. So, but what I said, when I say there's much work on the part of the government, is that it is government that will actually set up these confidence systems where the citizens can actually benefit.
I'm really excited by the fact that you're giving examples around what is happening in your local government, in your ward, and in the state. And I'd like to, let's use your local government as a test case. You've been in office now for about 3 months.
6 months plus.
Oh, 6 months. I didn't know that.
Sure.
So, tell me, how are you able to engage the grassroots to build confidence and then to give them hope that your tenure would take care of some of their challenges?
Yeah.
How are you doing it, and are you communicating? Do you think they are getting the message?
First of all, it's not a knee-jerk approach that I'm taking. Before I was elected, I campaigned. And I campaigned with a manifesto, clearly saying, these are the things I want to do for you. The manifesto was there. I printed it. I unveiled it to the public and said, hold me accountable with this manifesto. However, this is not the end. I hope to be engaging you from time to time. I want you to come back to me so that you study the manifesto so that we can discuss how we are going to work together to deliver the manifesto. And back to my office, I pick the items in the manifesto, and that guides how we run our activities day by day.
In the last 6 months, have you ticked a number of them?
Of course. I've ticked a number of them, and we are moving forward. For example, when it comes to general governance, we want to do things like reforming the way local government works. So one of the first things we did is to start having a good environment for the staff to work in. We're able to restore electricity 24/7 in the local government. And in also helping our work, we're able to put in some 24/7 internet services in the local government. So what do? We encourage the staff to make sure that they try to build their capacity from free online courses that they can find in the net. We've set up a system that will continue improving the capacity of staff to be able to deliver. For example, in the area of security, we promise in general governance also that we're going to provide security for our people. It may interest you to know that in the past 6 months, because of coordinated activities, different efforts, there has not been any major kidnapping incident in Oji River local government. Some of the few ones that are attempted were foiled and repelled. And today, our people go to their farms without any hitch.
This is interesting because a lot of your colleagues around the state and even outside the state are really having a tough time, getting the farmers and the people at the grassroots to go back to their farms.
We are having a tough time too.
So I mean, looking at it from a peer, review kind of approach, what are you doing right?
Well, I don't want to jump into peer review. However, I want to focus on Oji River.
So how are you making it work in Oji River?
Okay.
Are you carrying the people along?
Yes.
Are they part of the security arrangement?
Well, basically, you cannot succeed the way we are succeeding without carrying the people along. And security is everybody's business. and we've tried to engage all the stakeholders in the security network, including the security agencies, the President Generals, the IGWES, and key stakeholders in the communities. So for us, we try to improve intelligence gathering. We've been very proactive with intelligence gathering. We've also deployed technology. We've purchased drones, and we do a lot of analysis to capture the trend, to capture the routes, entry and exit points. We do a lot of work around making sure that we anticipate what could happen, and then we go to block some of those things that will happen.
So you're proactive.
For security issues, it's not everything you say in the public, but
from what you're saying,
yeah,
I see a proactive approach, because you're already tracking trends,
yeah,
to know what sparks it,
yeah,
and see red flags,
yeah,
and then
try
start
to plug
taking
it,
care of it.
Start to prepare ourselves to take care of it. For example, we found out that so most times criminality is seasonal. During dry season, criminality seems to reduce, and during rainy season or wet season, there seems to be heightened criminality within the spaces. So right now we are moving into the rainy season. We are preparing much more than we've done before to make sure that we forestall any crime that may come, and it's actually helping us.
Greg, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and but I'll take a little while, because our guest, the chief basketball coach in ENUGU, who is also the deputy, one of the deputy coaches of the national basketball team, Chiedozie Nwoye, has joined us by Zoom, and I'm just discovering that Chiedozie was your classmate. So I don't know how we are going to have people from your alma mater,
yeah,
taking over our night show tonight.
Yeah, 1993 set, Union Secondary School of Kunano, Enugu.
Chiedozie, are you there? Hello, Chiedozie.
Yeah, Mr. Hello, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making our time to join us. Just as an aside, I just found out that our guest in the studio, the chairman of Ojiriva local government, was your classmate in '93.
Yes, of course. Unisoba 1993 set. He's a good guy. In fact, when I just tuned in, I was so happy and glad to know he's your show too. So it's a wonderful night for us.
Okay, I don't want to say he should say hello to you, but that's fine. Tonight, you and I are going to look at how we can harvest positive youth energy through sports. Because, I've heard people say that some of the restiveness we've had outside the very popular headsmen and all that the rest of it is, caused and traced to a lot of young people who, for one reason or the other, want to make quick money. They want to buy big cars. They want to fly first class. They want to stay in the best hotels and probably hang out with the most beautiful girls in town. And that is not very positive. So how? You've been there. You've been in sports for a very long time. And meanwhile, let me just congratulate you for being part of the team that just did Nigeria proud by winning your recent match. But tell me, how do you think that we can take this energy and make it positive?
Okay. Once more, thank you, Mr. Elo, having me tonight. Well, sports is a big tool. It's a very big tool that connects people. Like in the Western world, you hear big stories about sportsmen doing well, because the investment in sports is huge, and the return is something else to deal with too. You know, most big guys that play in the big sports in the world, they are rich. They live a good life. You know, mostly in basketball these days, you have to go to school to achieve a lot, because normally injury sets in when you get to a certain age. So when injury sets in, what's the next thing you do? You fall back to what the certificate you have. That's one good thing basketball has done to a whole lot of people. So, and I'm proud to be a basketballer. So, like what you just asked now, I mean, it's just for government to invest more in sports development in Africa, in Nigeria. And once you do it, and let me shock you, the energy, the talent is more here, because we have raw talent. But most times, availability of facilities is the main problem. So I believe, I for one, like we traveled to Libya. I was shocked. This is a war zone for a very long time. We were able to, we were opportune to train in so many indoors around the city before we went to our own game, because we went on time. Normally Nigeria don't do that, but this time around we went on time, so we were able to use the facilities around. I mean, is something else. And fortunately, our first game with Libya, we beat them. So it's all about investment. It's all about engaging the youth, making them understand, because most times, once you finish from your practice, you are exhausted, you are tired. All you are thinking about is to just get home, fill your bed, and you go off for the next day. So it's all about investment.
These days it looks like government is not investing in those, youth sports activities, especially in secondary schools, which had become then a breeding ground for talent. Why is that so, and what can we do to bring them back?
Well, the best bet to bring it back is just what His Excellency, the Executive Governor of ENUGU State, is doing. Barrister Peter Mba, building smart school, and like I was impressed, seeing the smart schools. Once you can build sports facilities around the smart schools, because what they do in the Western world is start a grassroots program, start them young. You find out that most of our athletes don't last because they don't start on time. So if we can go back to the basics, go back to drawing board, start the grassroots thing, people will start on time. Like I have a program that I do for kids on Saturday mornings from 6 to 15. I mean, a lot of them are benefiting from it. So they need to, where they learn the basics, So if government can actually invest more on that, you find out that our society will be a better place to be. And like the governor's terminology, tomorrow is here. Our tomorrow is here indeed. It's just all about doing the right thing, catching them young. Because once you catch them young, they get to a certain age, they will explore. But when you are like somebody like me, I started at a very old age, and I was able to tour around the world and did what I did to get to where I am today. So I believe so much in investing in the younger ones, building sports facilities around our schools. Our education sectors should do more on that. We cannot generally allow government to do everything. We do our own, and government will do their own. So I believe so much is a doable thing. It's all about our mindset. It's all about our mentality. It's all about what we think about. And we will have a society free, crime society, free crime society. You know, crime is not something you stop completely, but when you invest more in sports, because a whole lot of youth have the talent, they have the muscle, they have the energy to do things, but because they are not engaged, they can use that energy for something. The people they have icons they look up to. They have legends that they look up to. They know they will get to this standard, and they look at that person. They envy that person. They want to be like him. Like what is happening in America now in basketball. People go to is a must. Like in NBA now, you can't play NBA now without going through schools. So if our government will eventually do that, I mean, we'll have a big and good future society for Nigeria.
Okay, Chedozie. Thank you so much. My takeaway from this conversation is that we need to invest in sports, not just sports. We need to invest in youth sports so that we can catch them young and redirect what you call their vibrant energy into things that are positive. Chedozie, thanks a lot for joining us. I hope very soon you'll be in the studio so we can have a more elaborate conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate
We'll take a break. When we return, we'll conclude our conversation with Greg Anyebudike, Chairman, Ojiriva Local Government of Enugu State.
Hundreds of people from different parts of the state had gathered to partake in the sharing of the rice packaged in 10-kilogram bags for the celebration of Christmas. The program, designed to put smiles on the faces of people, ended in agony, leaving many families to mourn their loved ones. The Anambra State Police Commissioner, Obono Itam, who visited the scene to assess the situation and as well condole with victims' families, revealed that investigation is going into the matter. Anambra State Governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, has in a press statement by his Chief Press Secretary, Chris Aburime, said government was going to probe the incident, while more effective crowd management measures must be put in place for sharing such palliatives in future. Reacting to the incident, a public affairs analyst, Charlie Oyeka-Moore, blamed the stampede on what he called failure of government in Nigeria to provide hope and succor for citizens.
But then it is a manifestation of what has become of Nigeria.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, former PDP chairman and 3 others killed in fresh attacks on Benue communities. Senate approves second reading of bill to amend National Assembly Pension Act. China opposes EU's Russia-related sanctions on country's firms, cites double standards, and Spurs seeking to end trophy drought against Manchester United in Bilbao. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default. We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Nigerian Senate has approved the bill to amend the National Assembly Service Pension Board Act 2003 for its second reading. The sponsor of the bill and Senate leader Bamidele Opayemi presented it on the Senate's floor on Tuesday, emphasizing that the legislation seeks to reform the pension system for National Assembly members by reinstating a contributory pension scheme.
To revert to the contributory pension scheme by ensuring a transparent and accountable system, to reintroduce gratuity payments that fairly compensate retirees for their service, aligning with best practices in pension management, to restructure the composition of the governing board to eliminate potential conflicts of interest and enhance governance transparency.
Supporting the bill, Barao Jibril and Tahil Munguno highlighted its significance and timely nature, noting that it will establish a framework beneficial to National Assembly staff.
It discourages corruption. Having a workable pension scheme. Once you know you have workable pension scheme, you are okay, it will help you by the time you leave. Why are you going into corruption? You won't go into corruption. You will be you will be contented. That contentment will be there.
One of the best ways in order to encourage civil servants to contribute their widow's mite and their best while in service is to guarantee their future, is to ensure that by the time they retire, they will not be exposed to the vagaries and vicissitudes of economic and social problems that is in the larger society.
They stress that the bill is essential for ensuring the long-term sustainability of the pension system for National Assembly's personnel and for aligning it with best practices.
It's for the benefit of our staff, and then make sure that we get their input to know the best way forward, because it's been in contention since we resumed in 2023. And as I speak now, even the pension board has not been constituted. And I know that billions and billions are lying. And then a lot of the staff who retired, some of them are sick, some have died without collecting their pensions and gratuities. So it's something we need to look at very fast and take a decision that will be in the overall interest of the staff of the National Assembly.
In his remarks, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, decried the existing inappropriate pension scheme which has adversely affected the works staff. The bill now awaits its third reading and further deliberations before it can be enacted into law. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has called for transformative agricultural reforms backed by significant investments in research and development to secure Nigeria's food future and economic resilience. Represented by the Deputy Majority Whip, Isiaka Ibrahim, at a public hearing on 11 proposed bills targeting the agricultural sector, the Speaker said the legislation reflects a unified vision to modernize Nigeria's agricultural system through robust legal frameworks and forward-thinking policies. The chairman of the House Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions, Isiaka Kinlade, stressed the pressing need to revive the sector, noting its potential to combat unemployment, address climate change, and reduce rural poverty.
These bills speak to our collective ambition to restructure the country's agricultural framework through legal instruments that can effectively modernize and revitalize the sector. To be clear, ladies and gentlemen, our royal fathers here present, the legislative pursuit through public hearing and other legislative processes underscores the focus of our legislative agenda in the area of agricultural research and education as central pillars of national development, particularly in an era defined by volatile food security, climate challenges, and evolving global markets. Distinguished guests, it is important to emphasize that each of the proposed bills encapsulates a forward-looking vision of agriculture as a strategic force, no longer tethered to archaic system, but poised for transformation through innovation and inclusive economic participation.
The hearing also received strong support from the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, as well as state government officials.
With a population size of over 220 million and still growing, the nation needs more agricultural colleges and research institutions. We are positive that establishing more agricultural colleges and institutions will drive specialization and dedication to agricultural excellence. There are a lot of tangible benefits in establishing more agricultural colleges, like creating jobs for our timid youth, center of learning, hubs for innovation, catalysts for rural development, bridge gap between tradition and technology. These colleges will network, collaborate with other agric institutions, ministries, and private sector to ensure their teachings are practical, market-related, and future-facing.
Amid rising concerns over recent defections, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) Senate caucus has affirmed that the party remains united and steadfast. At a press conference after Tuesday's plenary, Senate's Minority Leader Abba Moro Together with the PDP, lawmakers emphasized that the party continues to be the strongest opposition force in Nigeria. Moro, the caucus leader, expressed confidence in the reconciliation efforts led by former Senate President Bukola Saraki. He assured that the committee tasked with addressing internal grievances would work diligently to restore unity within the party.
Contrary to the insinuations that the PDP is in shreds and at the verge of collapse, the party remains very, very strong and will continue to work stronger. The Senate caucus of the PDP, therefore, urges all our team members to remain resolute in their commitment, dedication, and loyalty to the party. The caucus believes that a series of activities lined up by the leadership of the party will throw up a new lease of life and leadership in the party that will make it very competitive in future elections.
Moro also noted that the PDP is capable of forming coalitions when necessary to strengthen its political position.
Of all the opposition parties, the PDP's umbrella is big enough to accommodate all persons desirous of coalition. The People's Democratic Party, therefore, should drive the coalition when and if it becomes necessary.
Human capital plays a critical role in the development of every nation. Therefore,
of all the opposition parties, the PDP's umbrella is big enough to accommodate all persons desirous of coalition. The People's Democratic Party, therefore, should drive the coalition when and if it becomes necessary.
3 lawmakers from Kebbi State and 1 from Delta North have defected from the PDP to the APC alongside other defections from various political parties. A former ward chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP, James Akase, and 3 other persons have been killed in fresh attacks by armed invaders in 2 local government areas of Benue State. The attacks occurred on Monday in separate rural communities in Gwe West and Guma local government areas, leaving several people injured and many others displaced. Eyewitnesses said Akase was killed when he returns to his abandoned home in search of food for his family. He had earlier been displaced by the continued attacks in the area. In Guma local government area, 3 others were killed in coordinated attacks on 2 villages. Chairman of Gwe West local government, Victor Ormin, confirmed the incident, describing the repeated attacks as disturbing and called on security agencies to step up surveillance and protection in the affected communities. A protest has erupted in Makurdi, the Benue State capital, following the reported killing of Emanuela Aheriji, a 23-year-old final-year student of the Federal University, Wukari, by police personnel. Emanuela was allegedly shot dead last Friday morning by unidentified police officers at the Wurukum roundabout while riding in a vehicle coming from the Giado village area of the town. The incident, which has sparked widespread outrage, has drawn protesters, mostly youths, to the streets, led by prominent gender rights activist Ukan Kuru. The demonstrators gathered in large numbers at the Wurukum roundabout, wielding placards with inscriptions such as "End Police Brutality" and "Justice for Emanuela." The protesters are demanding a thorough investigation and immediate action from the authorities. Meanwhile, the Oyo State House of Assembly has condemned the killing of secondary school students by the stray bullets allegedly fired by a police officer in Ibadan, describing the incident as painful and unwarranted. Raising the matter under urgent public importance, Deputy Leader Olasukomi Babalola said the student was shot along Gbagi Market Road while on his way to sit for the ongoing WAEC examination. The House expressed deep sorrow and extended condolences to the family and the Ibadan community, resolving to pursue justice for the victim. Lawmakers called on the state's commissioners of police to launch a thorough investigation, identify the officer involved, and ensure prosecution according to the law. They also urged the executive arm to provide psychological support and compensation to the bereaved family. An 8-member delegation led by the Deputy Speaker was constituted to meet with the State Police Commissioner and report back to the House. The lawmakers also appealed to the Inspector General of Police to ban reckless firearm use in public and to prioritize regular training for officers in suspects, apprehension, and crowd control. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has raised alarm over widespread technical failures during the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, warning that such lapses risk eroding public confidence in Nigeria's education system. Speaking at a press briefing, Kalu commended the Registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Professor Ishak Oloyede, for acknowledging the failures that impacted nearly 380,000 candidates, particularly in the southeast and Lagos State. Kalu emphasized that these corrective steps do not erase the psychological toll, including the tragic suicide of one affected candidate. He assured students and parents that the National Assembly would provide full oversight, urging JAM to act swiftly to restore public trust and prevent future disruptions. Up ahead, Nigerian Air Force unveils civilian harm mitigation action plan to save lives. Nigeria's external reserves record $260 million net gain in 1 week. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Nigerian Air Force has launched its civilian harm mitigation and response action plan as part of its commitment to minimizing civilian casualties during air operations. According to a statement by Air Commodore Ehimen Ejodame, Director of Public Relations and Information, this unveiling took place during the flagship seminar of the NAF's 61st anniversary celebrations at the NAF Officers Mess and Suites in Kado, Abuja. The seminar emphasized the importance of incorporating humanitarian considerations in air operations, especially in asymmetric warfare scenarios where civilian risk is heightened. In his address, the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, described CHMRAP as a bold and unprecedented initiative, noting it is the first of its kind within the armed forces of Nigeria. Reaffirming NAF's commitment to democratic principles, Air Marshal Abubakar said that NAF remains apolitical and firmly committed to the rule of law, transparency, and respect for fundamental human rights. He emphasized that the Nigerian citizens remain the most important partners in national security. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Mohammed Matawale, has received a delegation from D7G Limited, a defense technology company, at his office in the Ministry of Defense, Sheep House, Abuja. The delegation, led by Chief Executive Officer Osman Chena, visited as part of ongoing engagements with licensed domestic defense manufacturers. This was disclosed in a statement by the personal assistant to the media to the Minister, Ahmad Danwodil, in Gusau, the Zamfara State capital. According to the statement, D7G Limited, a registered member of the Defense Industries Association of Nigeria, specializes in the research, design, manufacturing, and integration of military-grade systems and platforms. Matawale reiterated the government's commitment to building and supporting a sustainable domestic defense industry that meets the country's security needs. He commended D7G Limited for its strategic investment in defense production infrastructure and highlighted the Tinubu administration's determination to reduce foreign dependency in the defense sector. An overnight rainfall on Tuesday has led to the escape of 7 inmates from the medium security custodial center in Ilesha, Osun State, after the facility's old perimeter wall collapsed. According to the Nigerian Correctional Service, the breach occurred around 2 a.m. and was caused by the structural failure of one of the wall during the storm. The spokesperson for the Correctional Service, Umar Abubakar, noted that the authorities have since launched a manhunt to locate and return the escapees to custody. He urged members of the public to assist with any information that could aid in recapturing the fugitives. Citizens are advised to contact the nearest security agency or reach out via the following lines: 0708-708-6005 and 090-6000-4598 or 0807-505-0006. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Tuesday in Abuja commenced the trial of an oil magnate, Akintoye Akindele, accused of complicity in the conversion of the sum of $35 million belonging to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB. The sum was said to have been converted from the money paid by the NCDMB Capacity Development Intervention Company Limited to Atlantic International Refinery and Petrochemical Limited as investment in the establishment of a modular refinery, a jetty amongst others in Brass, Bayelsa State. Akindele was arraigned alongside two others on a 4-count charge bordering on retaining and using several amounts of the money despite having knowledge that they emanate from an unlawful activity. Akindele pleaded not guilty and was admitted to bail to enable him to prepare adequately for his trial. The Nigerian Bar Association has condemned the proposed compulsory voting bill under the consideration by the House of Representatives, describing it as unconstitutional and draconian. In a statement signed by its president, Alpha Mosigwe, SAN, on Tuesday, NBA emphasized that citizens cannot be punished for choosing to abstain from voting. The House of Representatives recently passed for the second reading a bill seeking to amend the Electoral Act 2022 to make voting compulsory for all eligible Nigerians of voting age. The proposed legislation includes a provision for a maximum penalty of 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to 100,000 naira for Nigerians of voting age who fail to vote during the elections. According to the bill's sponsors, the penalty aims to address persistently low voter turnout, which they claim undermines democratic institutions. The NBA rejected the bill, describing it as a violation of civil liberties and democratic principles. The NBA asserted that the bill is inconsistent with the 1999 Constitution. The NBA called on the National Assembly to immediately halt any legislative processes advancing the bill. It stressed that Nigeria's democracy requires trust, transparency, accountability, and inclusive reforms, not coercion. The statement also urged the government and political actors to focus on restoring the integrity of the electoral system, ensuring security on election days, guaranteeing the independence of electoral bodies, and conducting robust voter education to inspire confidence in democratic participation. The chairman of the House Committee on Pensions, Hussaini Jallow, says plans are underway to amend the Pension Reform Act, PRA, which was last reviewed in 2014. Jallow made the statement at the stakeholders engagement session on the review of the PRA 2014 organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Pensions in Abuja. The clerk of the National Assembly, Kamoru Ogunlana, said the workers of the National Assembly Service Commission were advocating for a return to the Contributory Pension Scheme, CPS. Ogunlana said the National Assembly Service Pensions Board Establishment Act, enacted in April 2023, created a separate pension board for its personnel, effectively removing them from the CPS under the PRA of 2014. He said the implementation of the Assembly Pension Board Act was yet to commence, noting that recent developments suggested a shift in perspective amongst its management and staff. The Director General of the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, Omolola Omolowarara, acknowledged the need to review the PRA 2014, noting that such a review had commenced earlier, as was contained in the memorandum submitted during the session. Olowararan, who was represented by the Commission Secretary, Legal Advisor Mohammed, had recommended revisiting the resolutions reached during the stakeholders' consultations in 2022 to validate earlier positions and address emerging concerns. The Director General said the Commission supported a holistic review of Sections 7, 1 and 2 of the PRA 2014 to address issues around retirement benefits and ensure a more equitable framework for retirees. The Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Kadoso, has explained that the country's currency, the Naira, is a stable, reliable, and more competitive payment system for trade across the West African region. He disclosed this in a press conference on Tuesday after the Monetary Policy Committee's 300th meeting in Abuja. According to him, the Apex Bank's reforms in the last 18 months have refueled and sustained Naira stability, which stood at 1,598 Naira per dollar at the official foreign exchange markets as of Tuesday. Cardoso urged that the Naira's competitiveness in transnational trade would continue to encourage exports. The CBN to Governor expressed optimism that the trajectory would encourage more exports and more stable economy. Nigeria's external reserves increased by over $260 million in 1 week, rising from $38.12 billion on May 9th to $38.38 billion on May 16, 2025, the highest since early March. This follows a difficult period with a $2.62 billion loss in reserves over 4 months ending April, driven by external debt prepayment, declining oil production, and volatile forex demand. CBN Governor Olayemi Kadoso said that the implemented measures to bolster reserves include FX markets liberalization, enhanced digital monitoring, and stricter oversight of forex usage, and bureau exchange operators stabilized the Naira between 1,590 and 1,610 in 2025. Despite earlier highs of $40 billion in January, the reserves fell to $37.79 billion by late April before the recent recovery. Experts urged stronger fiscal efforts to support monetary policies for economic stability. Still to come, Kenya AI app translates speech to sign language in real time. New Jersey Congresswoman faces assault charge over scuffle outside immigration jail. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
A new digital tool developed in Kenya is offering a new way to communicate in the deaf community. The app, TERP 360, translates speech and written texts into Kenya Sign Language using a 3D avatar named Ava. Developed by Nairobi-based tech startup Signverse, it uses motion capture and artificial intelligence to provide real-time sign language interpretation. With around 2.75 million people in Kenya who are hard of hearing, according to the National Association of Deaf, access to the sign language interpretations remains limited. Although Kenya's sign language is officially recognized in the Constitution, interpreters are in short supply, especially in medical, legal, and educational settings. The system behind TERP 360 uses motion capture suits worn by deaf signers to collect data and train Ava, the avatar, to sign accurately. Anthony Marugu, a data scientist at Signverse, said the tool is also being developed to account for local dialects and violations, including slang like Kenya's Sheng.
Girl going to a medical setting, perhaps has consultation, reproductive health. Sensitive information is involved. The doctor is perhaps not culturally sensitive enough to serve them. They don't have access to a sign language interpreter. And such kind of situations really necessitate that we do need to have tools. We do need to have access to, if not sign language, AI, anything that's repetitive in nature. I think that's what we've really zeroed down in and seen how do we automate and provide sign language interpretation at scale. Now using AI, motion capture, and automated avatar. How are we able to make sure that our solution is usable even in a different dialect? But with the infrastructure that we have currently for collecting sign language data, it makes it faster. And looking at the method and approach that we've taken of collaborating with the deaf communities and existing organizations within the space, we're able to replicate that approach in different countries and different regions.
Sudan said the United Arab Emirates was responsible for an attack on Port Sudan this month, accusing the Gulf state for the first time of direct military intervention in a war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The UAE denied the allegations in a statement and said it condemned the attack. Speaking in New York on Monday, Sudanese ambassador to the United Nations Al-Harith Idris Al-Harith Mohammed alleged that the May 4th strike on the Army's wartime capital Port Sudan was carried out by MQ-9 or MQ-9B warplanes and kamikaze drones launched from an Emirati base on the Red Sea with the aid of Emirati ships. Mohammed alleged that the strike on Port Sudan was revenge for an army attack a day earlier on an alleged Emirati warplane in the RSF-controlled city of Nyala, which he said had killed 13 foreigners, including Emirati citizens. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee on Tuesday that they have expressed not just to the UAE but to other countries that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region.
He specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
We have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer is justifiable. The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest. But my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for.
And I guess what my hope is
radicalism.
And I know you.
The key findings in this respect, one assumption could be the UAE military aircraft attacked by Sudanese armed forces in Nyala airport on May 3, 25, killed 13 number of foreigners. Some say including even Emirati citizens, including Kenyan citizens co-pilot, may have driven the reprisal attack, including the attack on Port Sudan airport by the UAE.
A prime minister under Congolese former president Joseph Kabila has found guilty of embezzling millions from a project the Central African nations once touted as a solution to food shortages, the Constitutional Court said on Tuesday. The case against Matata Ponyo Mapo, who served as prime minister under former president Joseph Kabila from 2012 to 2016, was opened in 2021 as investigators appointed by President Felix Tshisekedi began digging into the conduct of the previous government. Kabila was once in an awkward power-sharing arrangement with Tshisekedi, but more recently, his successor has accused him of links to Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who, since January, have seized more territory than ever before in Congo's volatile east. Ponyo, who is not in custody and those whereabouts are unknown, was sentenced to 10 years of forced labor. Deogratias Mutombo, former governor of Congo's central bank, was sentenced to 5 years of forced labor in the same case, as was Christo Grobler, a South African businessman, the court said. Ponyo's lawyer, Lawrence Oyemba, said on Tuesday that the trial against his client, who he said was in Kinshasa, was unfair and politically motivated. The charges involve the embezzlement of $245 million in connection to projects including the Bokanga-Alonso development. Congo once described that venture, one of Africa's largest ever agricultural investments, as an answer to chronic food shortages when it was launched in 2014. Production ceased when the South African company operating in it left Congo in 2017, saying it had not been paid in months. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa heads to the White House on Wednesday on a mission to persuade U.S. President Donald Trump to make deals with his country rather than scold and punish it as he has done since the start of his second term. Attacking South Africa's land reform law aimed at redressing the injustices of apartheid and its genocide, a court case against Israel, Trump has cancelled aid to the country, expelled its ambassador, and offered refuge to white minority Afrikaners based on racial discrimination claims Pretoria says are unfounded. Ramaphosa will offer Trump a broad trade deal, said a spokesperson for the Trade Ministry, declining to give details. He also plans to discuss business opportunities for Tesla and Starlink, companies owned by Trump's billionaire ally, Elon Musk, who was born and raised in South Africa and has amplified claims of anti-white racist policies that Pretoria rejects. Ramaphosa's spokesperson said discussions could include favorable tariffs for Tesla's imports into South Africa in return for building electric vehicle charging stations and licenses for Starlink.
First and foremost is the reset of the bilateral relations, as you rightly said, that are fractured at this point. How do you reset that? You deal with political issues, but you also deal with economic issues. So I would imagine that in his preparation, President Ramaphosa and his team must have engaged in some discussions of a trade deal. There is no way that you can reset the current bilateral relations that are strained without giving the historical context of South Africa to a President Trump. And I think President Ramaphosa is poised to do that very well. I mean, by the way, he was the one who was chairing the Constitutional Assembly. So he understands the historical circumstances and the issues around the land expropriation in South Africa. So he would have to explain that to President Trump. And remember, that explanation is happening against the narrative of a genocide.
I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally. And it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they have to be white, and if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing.
Ramaphosa has learned also at the feet of your President Nelson Mandela, so he is likely to really posture a very conciliatory tone. He understands the significance of this moment. I mean, no doubt he does, because you can't then have a very polarized outcome tomorrow. It wouldn't work in the best interest of South Africa, because the narrative on the refugees is quite strong.
I'm confident that whether we prevail in the negotiations or not, we will conduct ourselves, our delegation will conduct themselves with dignity. If the people on the other side choose not to do so, not our problem. That's my view. What's yours?
What people are saying is that Cyril wants to go back, which is not true. We are not beggars, but we are resolvers, you know. In South Africa, we have decided to come.
China's foreign ministry said on Wednesday that China is strongly dissatisfied and resolutely opposed to European Union's unreasonable sanctions on Chinese firms. The EU and Britain announced new sanctions on Tuesday against Russia that targets some Chinese firms. In Beijing, the ministry spokesperson Mao Ning urged the EU to drop its double standard on economic and trade ties with Russia, saying most countries, including those in Europe as well as the United States, continue to trade with Russia. Mao told the regular news conference when asked about the sanctions that China will take the measures necessary to safeguard its legitimate rights and interests.
China has always firmly opposed unilateral sanctions that lack a basis in international law and have not been authorized by the UN Security Council. We express strong dissatisfaction and firm opposition to the EU's unwarranted sanctions against Chinese firms. On the Ukraine crisis, China has consistently committed itself to promoting peace and facilitating talks. China has never provided lethal weapons to parties involved in the conflict and strictly controls the export of dual-use items. At present, the vast majority of countries, including those in Europe and the United States, are engaged in trade with Russia. Normal exchanges and cooperation between Chinese and Russian enterprises.
EU foreign ministers on Tuesday agreed to lift economic sanctions on Syria, the bloc's foreign policy chief Kaja Kallas said.
On Syria, the ministers agreed to lift all economic sanctions while maintaining those related to Assad regime and human rights violations. This decision is reversible and conditional also on progress. There can be no peace without the path to economic recovery, and we all need a stable Syria. Is everything really ideal there? No, it is not. It's very clear, but I think we need to give the Syrian people a chance. It is clear from today's discussion that there is a strong majority in favor of review of Article 2 of our association agreement with Israel. So we will launch this exercise, and in the meantime, it is up to Israel to unblock the humanitarian aid. Saving lives must be our top priority.
The European Union's policy shift comes after President Donald Trump last week. He would order the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Syria. The European Union's top diplomat also said that there would be a review of the EU's trade agreement with Israel amidst the untenable situation in Gaza. International pressure on Israel has mounted in recent days as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government has launched a renewed military offensive in Gaza. Syrians in Damascus expressed optimism after European Union foreign ministers on Tuesday agreed to lift economic sanctions on Syria. The owner of a local supermarket called the EU's decision an excellent step. The European Union's policy shift comes after President Donald Trump said last week he would order the lifting of U.S. sanctions on Syria. The bloc has already eased sanctions related to energy, transport, and reconstruction, as well as associated financial transactions. But some capitals have argued that the measures were insufficient to help support Syria's political transition and economic recovery. The Israel army will expand its military operations against the militant Islamist group Hamas in the Gaza Strip and will capture additional territory, its chief said on Tuesday.
The IDF has entered a new phase in the ongoing campaign in the Gaza Strip. This is a campaign we did not choose. It was forced upon us on the Black Day of October 7th, when Hamas attacked the state of Israel with unprecedented cruelty. Hamas has been significantly weakened, but the campaign, unfortunately, is not yet over. A few weeks ago, we launched Operation Osvi-Hirev, Strength and Sword, to create better conditions for the return of our hostages, to strike Hamas, and to defeat it in the areas where we operate. During the operation we eliminated hundreds of terrorists, split the strip, captured Morag Corridor, cleared the Rafah area, and expanded the buffer zone. And in doing so, we strengthened the defense of our communities. We are acting according to a structured plan and moving to the next phase. Hamas will pay the price for its defiance. It will face overwhelming firepower.
Israel conducted further airstrikes on Tuesday across the densely populated enclave, and medics said the sites hit included 2 homes where women and children were among the 18 dead, and a school housing displaced families. The Israeli military agency that oversees shipments into Gaza, Kogat, on Tuesday shared footage of trucks being loaded with aid packages at Karim Shalom border crossing. United Nations said on Tuesday that no aid has yet been distributed in the Gaza Strip, a day after Israel allowed limited humanitarian deliveries to resume after an 11-week blockade on the Palestinian enclave, where experts warn famine now looms. UN spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric says 4 trucks of baby food were dropped off on the Palestinian side of the border on Monday, and that a few dozen trucks of floor medicine, nutrition supplies and other basic items entered Gaza on Tuesday.
Today, we are sending in flour, medicine, nutrition supplies, and other basic items through the Israeli fence into the Palestinian side of the Karim Shalom crossing. Yesterday, we managed to get baby formula and other nutrition supplies. To give you a sense of how this complicated operation has to work, Israeli authorities are requiring us to offload supplies on the Palestinian side of Karim Shalom crossing and reload them separately once they secure our team's access from inside the Gaza Strip. Only then are we able to bring any supplies closer to where people in need are sheltering. Today, one of our teams waited several hours for the Israeli green light to access the Karim Shalom area and collect the nutrition supplies. Unfortunately, they were not able to bring those supplies into our warehouse. So just to make it clear, while more supplies have come in to the Gaza Strip, we have not been able to secure the arrival of those supplies into our warehouses and delivery points.
Israel says it plans to intensify military operations against Hamas and to control the whole Gaza, which has been devastated by an Israeli air and ground war since Hamas' cross-border attack on Israeli communities in October 2023. Israel has said its blockade is aimed in part at preventing Palestinian militants from diverting and seizing aid supplies. Hamas has denied doing so. Members of the World Health Organization adopted an agreement on Tuesday intended to improve preparedness for future pandemics following the disjointed global response to COVID-19, but the absence of the U.S. cast doubt on the treaty's effectiveness. After 3 years of negotiations, the legally binding pact was adopted by World Health Assembly in Geneva. WHO member countries welcomed its passing with applause. The pact was touted as a victory for members of the Global Health Agency at a time when multilateral organizations like the WHO have been battered by sharp cuts in U.S. foreign funding. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus called the agreement a gift to the world.
Your adoption this morning of the WHO pandemic agreement will rank among the most significant achievements in the history of this organization and of global health. The point is the people of our world. This is about making the world safer for them and their children and grandchildren, for us, for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you for showing that in our troubled world, nations can still find a way to work together. And thank you for the gift you have given the world today. A special gift on May 20th, 2025.
The U.S. Attorney for New Jersey said on Monday she was charging a member of Congress from the state with assault and impeding law enforcement during a scuffle caught on video earlier this month at a privately run immigration detention center in Newark. The lawmaker, U.S. Representative LaMonica McClever, a Democrat from Newark, denied wrongdoing and said he was the victim of a politically motivated prosecution at the hands of U.S. Attorney Alina Habba, a former personal lawyer to President Donald Trump. Habba, who was previously sanctioned by a federal judge for filing a frivolous lawsuit, announced the case against McClever in a statement in which she said she was also dismissing a trespassing charge previously brought against Newark's Mayor Ras Baraka.
Let me be clear. Unelected billionaires like Elon Musk have no place in our government. He is trying to puppet master Trump's decisions about everything.
We've all seen the video. The American people know of LaMonica's innocence, and that is why they recognize this reprehensible political stunt for the farce that it is. To charge this woman with this crime would be laughable if it weren't so sadistic.
All of this incident was because of an arrest that was an unjust use of power, that was an abuse of power, and that they now have shown their cards they had no right to arrest him in the first place. That's right. That's right. So these three Congress people caught up in that crisis, stood their ground, used their voice, and did their job.
So I said from day one, from the day of inauguration, you can hate on ICE all you want, you can protest all you want, you can, sanctuary cities can look the other way while ICE goes arrest public safety threats from their communities, which is really their job, but you can't cross that line. You cannot knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens. It's a felony. You can't impede ICE law enforcement officers. It's a felony. You can't commit criminal trespass, and you certainly can't put hands on an officer or employee.
Both cases stem from an incident on May 9th at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in Newark, the largest city in New Jersey, while McIver and two other Democratic members from New Jersey congressional delegation were there for an unannounced inspection. Floodwater gushed down the streets in southeastern France on Tuesday following heavy rainfall and deadly flooding. Video shared on social media showed parked cars in Villeurbanne partially submerged in the rushing water. According to Villeurbanne's mayor, one person in the area died after becoming stuck in a car after the intense rain. And in sports, Tottenham Hotspur will be seeking to end their trophy drought on Wednesday when they face Manchester United in the Europa League final in Bilbao. Their last European title came all the way back in 1984 when they beat Anderlecht to win the UEFA Cup on penalties. 41 years and countless managers later, Tottenham boss Ange Postecoglou faces a game that could well be his last with the club, win or lose against United in Northern Spain. Nottingham have suffered their worst ever Premier League campaign, sitting 17th in the table with 21 defeats, but face a United side who sit just one spot above them. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. Up next is E-Vibes with Uchechi and Charles Pius. Take care.
When we had opportunity of
participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military. They gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money, and money. So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Good afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Welcome to Wednesday, the 21st of May, 2025. I know the year is running so fast and most people are getting pressured and bothered, but don't worry, everything will be fine. So this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you arts, pop, culture, everything that has to do with entertainment. Gist, drama, trend, name them. And today we have a whole lot of stories for you today. So let's delve into the stories of the day. A Lagos High Court has ordered social media commentator Martins Osen, known as Very Dark Man, to 200,000 naira in costs to human rights lawyer Femi Falana San and his son, rapper Falz, in an ongoing 1 billion naira defamation lawsuit. The case stems from the 2024 viral video in which Very Dark Man accused the Falanas of hypocrisy and linked them to alleged misconduct involving Bobrisky's money laundering case. The Falanas sued for defamation citing reputational damage. VDM filed a preliminary objection arguing the court lacked jurisdiction since the event occurred outside Lagos. The court dismissed the objection as baseless and ordered him to pay 100,000 naira each to Femi Falana and Falz. While Falz was present in court, both Femi Falana and Very Dark Man were represented by their lawyers. So I know most people will be like, I thought this case is dismissed because this actually happened last year. Me, myself, I haven't thought it's dismissed, but from 1 billion naira, which they asked him to pay, it has reduced to 200,000 naira. Hopefully, let's see if Very Dark Man is going to pay because according to them, it's a case of defamation. And you know how stories like this can be when it comes to a very known lawyer and, of course, a social celebrity, Bobrisky. And don't forget that this case was a case of money laundering, and Femi Falana was the lawyer for Bobrisky, who was actually speaking up for him, you know. So when they actually made that statement, Very Dark Man said this thing happened outside the court, you know. The truth is, Very Dark Man would always have something to say, because I'm even wondering, how did the money that was 1 billion naira reduced to 200,000 naira? They didn't even reduce it to 1 million naira. So people would say Very Dark Man is beginning to possess a whole lot of power. He's beginning to be that actually voice of the voiceless and the rest. Because if he is very, very wrong, as they are saying, they would have still maybe left the money where it is, or probably reduced it to 1 million naira. But they reduced it to 200,000 naira. Let's see if Very Dark Man would really pay for this. We know how he can be. He might still come up and say it's a no-no for him, and this whole case is baseless to him, and there's no way he's going to pay that money. He still stands on his truth, and you know, things like that. But let's keep our fingers crossed. This is just the updates for now. Ryan Coogler, latest film Sina, has made a major splash in Nigeria, grossing over $600.7 million at the box office and attracting more than 100,000 viewers nationwide since its April 18th release. The film has topped local box office charts for 4 consecutive weekends and remains the #1 title in Nigeria cinema as of May 11. Starring Michael B. Jordan and produced by Coogler's Proximity Media, Sina's first made headlines in January for its bold storyline and unconventional production deal set in the Jim Crow-era American South with a supernatural twist. The film was the subject of a fierce bidding war eventually secured by Warner Bros. Under terms that gave Coogler's final cut a share of first dollar gross and full rights reversion after 25 years. Globally, Sinners has earned $294.7 million, including $225.4 million from the US and Canada, and $69.3 million from other markets. It opened domestically with a strong $48 million, the biggest debut for an original film since US 2019. While some US analysts have raised questions about its profitability given a $90 million production budget and up to $60 million in marketing costs. Others argue the film's cultural impact far outweighs financial metrics. In Nigeria, Sinners now joins the ranks of rare international films that have made a significant impact at the local box office, reflecting the growing appetite of African audiences for global yet resonant storytelling. With this latest success, Coogler, best known for Black Panther and Creed, continues to cement his reputation as a visionary filmmaker whose work transcends borders and ignites conversations worldwide. I'm not gonna lie, I've not really seen this Sina movie. I don't even know why. But the truth is, it's actually been trending on socials. Like, people come out and recommend movies like this for us to watch. Surprisingly, it has actually gotten to #1 in box office, not just because it's international, but because African has also embraced it locally, internationally, and the likes. And if this movie could get to this point it is, despite the fact that people were arguing if it would actually get the money that they put into the movie, if it would get the merits, if it would get the profits and the likes, the movie is making rounds, not just because it's a foreign movie, but because it has a storytelling line that attracted Africans to keep watching, that attracted the local users to keep watching. So that means the movie is making rounds. Imagine a movie that actually started from 2019, you know, and at this point, this is where it is, and it's grossing #1 in box office. Today is not Friday, yes, but I think I'm recommending this movie for both of us. If you've not seen it, I'm definitely going to see this movie, because, I mean, what's actually attracting us, we Africans, to go watch this movie? It doesn't mean that foreign movies are not interesting or anything like that, but the fact that it's topping charts both internationally and nationally means it's an interesting story that maybe touches lives and all the rest. So let's move forward. Rapper Kid Cudi is expected to take the stand this week in the federal trial against Sean Diddy Combs in New York City, following multiple mentions of his name during key witness testimony. Federal prosecutors announced on Tuesday that they plan to call Cudi as a witness potentially as early as Wednesday, which is today, though scheduling could push his testimony to Thursday. The development follows testimony from singer Cassie, who spent 4 days on the stand recounting her past relationship with Diddy. She told the jury that Diddy became enraged when he discovered she was romantically involved with Kid Cudi in 2011 during a break in her relationship with the music mogul. Cassie testified that Diddy threatened her with a wine opener and said he would release intimate videos to hurt both her and Cudi. She added that Diddy once said Cudi's car would be blown up, a threat she claimed became reality when Cudi's vehicle allegedly exploded in his driveway, as detailed in her 2023 lawsuit. Cudi's testimony is expected to address this serious allegation, particularly the reported car explosion, as prosecutors continue to build their case. Now, the truth is, this month, the way this month is actually running, are you sure Diddy would be giving, are you sure this case would end this May? You know, because there's so many people that are in line to come testify against him. Now, don't forget that last week was victim 1 and victim 3. Victim 1 is Cassie, who is the number 1, and victim 3 is a young lady that has refused to come up and speak out. But she wrote her petition, but she hasn't agreed to come to court and, you know, stand and answer some kind of questions. So during Cassie's statement, she had to mention Kid Cudi, and she kept mentioning it, according to the story, and kept saying that Diddy got flared up when he found out that she's in a romantic relationship with him, and because of that, he had to threaten her to release, you know, a sex video of the both of them, and even burn his car, probably kill him, you know. But we wouldn't say that for sure, and that's the reason why they're inviting Cudi today in court. Maybe he might not speak today, it might be tomorrow, being Thursday, but the truth is, I will still give you updates on this case. I don't know what you think out there. Do you think all these allegations are true? Because trust me, on socials, especially X, that was last week, the video of he and Cassie, how he physically assaulted her, slapped her, pushed her to the room, you know, things like that was trending. And you would see that where he was on a white towel. It was more like he ran out of the bedroom, because that happened a few minutes after she left. That's why Cassie is victim 1, because she experienced it, and the tape is on CCTV camera. So it's more like there's a full evidence against you. So if Cassie, who is victim number 1, kept mentioning a particular person, and the threats which you gave to her concerning her ex-boyfriend, and even exploding his car, which they said allegedly you did, imagine Cudi was inside that car. Honestly, I don't know the fate of Diddy. I don't know his fate. I don't know what to wish for him, because as day breaks, stories keep coming up that, oh, he did this. And my question is, how come these stories are coming up every day, like every morning? Why is it not lined up already for us to see? I don't know. So we would wait till the end of May. I would keep bringing more updates on this case, because it's a very serious one. Sean Diddy Combs is not a small musician. He's a music mogul, a very strong one at that. He has a fan base, and he's a celebrity. He has done a whole lot in the music industry. So he himself wouldn't even let this go slide. He would make sure that he wouldn't be locked up in jail. So keep your fingers crossed. I'll keep bringing updates on this case. Let's move forward to the foreign scene. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva awarded the Order of Cultural Merit to members of the film Ainda Estou Aqui, I'm Still Here, including its lead actress and Oscar nominee Fernanda Torres, at the ceremony held at the Gustavo Capanema Palace in Rio de Janeiro. President Lula and Culture Minister Margaret Menez ordered 112 individuals and 14 institutions recognized for their contribution to Brazil's cultural development and diversity. According to the Brazilian news agency, among those honored were I'm Still Here, director Walter Salles, and writer Marcelo Ruben Paiva, whose 2015 memoir served as the basis for the film. I'm Still Here tells the true story of Eunice Paiva, a mother of 5 whose husband disappeared during Brazil's military dictatorship. The film, which won Best International Feature at the 2025 Oscars, portrayed the family's journey through loss, resilience, and hope under authoritarian rules. During the event, President Lula emphasized the role of culture in defending democracy, noting that Brazil is currently experiencing its longest continuous period of democratic governance, though he also recalled the attempted coup on January 8, 2023. Take a look.
It is important that we remember we are living in the longest continuous period of democracy in this country. Since the 1980s, from the Constituent Assembly until now, this is the longest period people have lived in a democratic system with the defects that everyone finds it has, but even so they tried to stage a coup on January 8, 2023, and Brazilian society once again repelled the coup attempt because we learned that democracy is not a pact of silence, democracy is a society in movement. I want to end by saying loud and clear, we are still here, alert and stronger than ever. A big hug and a kiss to all of you.
Indian author Banu Mushtaq on Tuesday evening, May 20th, won the International Booker Prize 2025 with a collection of 12 short stories entitled Heart Lamp that captured the daily lives of females living in Muslim communities in southern India. Bashti, who split the 50,000 Rand prize money equally with Mushtaq, said she was ecstatic. The book highlighted Kannada and is one of the oldest languages on earth. The annual Literary Booker's Prize Award goes to a living author from anywhere in the world for work available in English and published in the UK or Ireland. This year, the judges chaired by best-selling Booker's Prize longlisted author Max Porter, who presented the award on Tuesday evening, read 154 books in 6 months, the highest number of books recorded since the prize was launched in its current format in 2016. 6 authors were shortlisted for the first time, including 4 female, Bail Hiromi Kawakami, Mushtaq and Annie Serra, and 2 male, Vincent and Vincenzo. The short list of 6 books included Heart Lamp in Kannada and 5 novels originally in Danish, French, Japanese, and Italian, including 3 with debut English language publication. Take a look.
The winner of the International Booker Prize 2025 is Heart Lamp by Banu Mushtaq, translated by Deepa Basti.
Good evening, esteemed judges, fellow authors, and beloved readers across the world. If I may borrow a phrase from my own culture, this moment feels like 1,000 fireflies lighting up a single sky, brief, brilliant, and utterly collective. To even stand among these extraordinary finalists is an honor to me. I will never forget, and I accept this great honor not as an individual, but as a voice raised in chorus with so many others. I am happy for the entire world, which is full of diversity and inclusiveness. I am happy for myself and my translator, Deepa Bhasti. This is more than a personal achievement. It is an affirmation that we as individuals and as a global community can thrive when we embrace diversity, celebrate our differences, and uplift one another. This book was born from the belief that no story is ever small, that in the tapestry of human experience, every thread holds the weight of the whole. In a world that often tries to divide us, literature remains one of the lost sacred spaces where we can live inside each other's minds, if only for a few pages. To every reader who trusted me with their time, thank you for letting my words wander into your heart. Tonight is not an end point, it is a torch passed. May it light the way for more stories from unheard corners, more translations that defy borders, and more voices that remind us the universe fits inside every eye. Thank you from the depths of my soul. Thank you.
It calls the Kannada language a river of honey, a rain of milk, and compares it to sweet ambrosia. Kannada is one of the oldest languages on earth, and I'm ecstatic that this will hopefully lead to a greater interest in reading and writing and translating more and from the language, and by extension from and into the magical languages we have.
In May, US President Donald Trump proposed 100% tariff on movies produced outside the United States, claiming the American film industry was experiencing a very fast death due to aggressive financial incentives offered by foreign governments. Major US studios, including Disney, Netflix, and Universal Pictures, frequently film abroad to capitalize on the financial perks. In Atlanta, local studios have fought to keep productions in Georgia. Crystal Carroll, director of operations at West End Production Park, welcomed the tariff proposal. Still, industry expects one of unintended consequences. Kate Fortz-Muller, associate producer of film at Georgia State University, pointed out that films are a service, not a good, making them difficult to regulate with traditional tariffs. Meanwhile, at the Cannes Film Festival, U.S. Director Wes Anderson humorously questioned the proposed policy. Can you hold up the movies in customs? He joked to reporters, I feel it doesn't ship that way. But anyways, let's listen to what they said.
We're hoping that with the tariffs, it will just bring the productions back to Georgia and let us compete amongst each other, not internationally. Spider-Man, when they leased the building, Spider-Man used his elevator shaft and did his cool tricks and things like that here. So, we do keep this here because it's just, if somebody opens it, it's just a big hole there. We deal with scouts all the time. They let us know, yes, they come here, we give them the tour, we give them pricing and a quote for their 6-month production. And just where they're going to house the production costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes millions of dollars. And then when you think of them going and they're scouting Canada, and I've lost some to Vancouver or Mexico, as we're waiting to get word back of where they're gonna go, then I get the final word that, oh, Crystal, I'm sorry, they're gonna go elsewhere, out of the country, because they're saving money. America, we are the #1 consumers. So at some point we should take control over, our spending dollars and kind of force the other hand to comply. So I think we're shaking some boots on the other side. And so we're just hopeful on this side that it really produces the results that we're looking for, which is to keep our film world thriving.
The problem with tariffs, right, is that films that are shot overseas, those are services, and it's hard to kind of use something that is a goods tariff on a service industry. So the first problem is sort of that. The other problem is that we actually, as the U.S., we rely on exporting our films to other countries. So I think the concern for a lot of people working in the film industry is that there might be retaliatory measures that would then be sort of other countries putting tariffs on American films, which would ultimately hurt us more than help us. Hollywood's a global industry. It's always been a global industry. It depends on global audiences. It depends on global labor. Historically, Hollywood has been known for taking directors from other countries. In the 30s and the 40s, using, Germany had a great industry, so let's take some German stars and directors and have them work for Hollywood, right? So it has always been global, and it becomes very hard to disentangle that from its identity.
As far as the economy affecting the film industry right now, it's been a little challenging over the past 2 years. It seems like the film industry has shrunken down a significant amount. There used to be about a 6-month waiting list on most of the major studios, and now they're at about, some of them are only at 10% capacity. And this was the first camera that could really give a filmic, cinematic look on a commercial level. It's essentially, it may be a short-term pain, but I think a very long-term gain, where, once things kind of settle, once the dust settles, we're gonna see that, okay, on the short term, maybe people were having to pay these higher tariffs on bringing in the films, and it was disincentivizing these other countries. Because right now, Malta is taking in so much of our production business, and other countries that are offering these kinds of deals because the labor's cheaper, the locations are cheaper, there's just a lot of incentives across.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. So we'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we'll review some conversations we had with our guests, two in particular. One is a script writer. We had to speak about behind the script, stories that stick, and another one is a conversation we had over the AMVCA award. So stay tuned. All right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. The first interview, which we would be replaying to you right now, is on the script writer. We have to talk about behind the script, stories that stick. We had this conversation with Prosper Chukwemeka, so enjoy. Sounding very quiet and...
No, I'm okay. This is my first time of coming to Signature TV, and I feel so delighted and honored to be here. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. So the first question I'll ask you is, what does the phrase "stories that stick" mean to you?
All right, when you talk about a story that sticks, if you are conversant with home movies, there are films you will watch. After watching it, 3 years, 5 or 10 years, or 3, 4, 5 years, no matter the case may be, you will still find that film interesting. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, for instance, this movie that that is trending nowadays, what's the name? Love in Every Word.
Yeah.
By Omoni Oboli, that
Yeah.
produced. Yeah. Now you see that movie, that particular movie. Do you know why it went viral?
Why?
Because it favors you women, your gender. and the story there is so captivating. It's so awesome. So such stories are the ones you would like to review.
Like watch over and over again.
And over. So you keep on watching them. Some people will come. I was reading the comments on the this thing, the YouTube, and then someone said, I watched this film more than 10 times.
So are you saying that it is the storyline, which is the script that was written? Because you know there are sometimes that there are movies that you would see, the name is not in line with what is being displayed.
Yes.
You do understand me?
Okay.
So who are we to blame? Is it the script writer or screenwriter? I'm coming to that question.
Okay.
Is it the script writer or screenwriter, or do we blame the directors?
Well, every film is director's film.
Okay.
Every film is director's film. Then in this case now, I have seen good scripts and they messed it up.
Who makes it up? The actors or the director?
Like I said, every film is director's
So
film.
it's the director that
You
messed it
understand?
up.
Exactly.
Okay.
You understand? Now, some directors doesn't know their onions, and they don't know the do's and don'ts of scripts. You understand? You might have a good script, but the interpretation will be so bad.
Okay.
You might have a bad script, but the interpretation there will be awesome. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, when you see a script is just a skeletal sketch, just something that doesn't have flesh.
Yeah.
You understand? But the ones we are watching on the screen has flesh. So the script on its own is just in a skeletal form. It is the duty of the director and the actors, the artists there, to add one thing or the other. You understand?
Yeah.
To spice it up, the actions and everything, to spice it up. But once you see there are some scripts, like I said, that are totally out of line, messed up, give it to a particular director, and once the film comes out, you will be you'll be amazed. You say, wow, Jesus. You understand? Just like I love this legend, Chifunkemo Osofia. Now give Osofia scripts. Forget about what he's going to do to that script.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So these are stories that sticks. You understand? When you write good stories, look for people that are good.
Okay,
especially the directors.
Sorry, let me cut you short there. Have you ever felt not disappointed, some sort of way, when you know what exactly you wrote for this particular character?
Okay.
It seems you know where I'm going to.
Yeah.
You know what you wrote for this particular character.
Okay.
And you know the words there. But this character is saying something totally different from what you wrote. Yes. Do you feel some sort of way? Does it make you feel bad or something?
Well, like I said, every film is director's film.
Why are you not taking? Why are you not taking?
Now, in this question now, in this aspect now, I have experienced a lot in this industry, and I have experienced this thing you just asked now. You might just like I said, you bring a good script, but they just mess it up. It depends on who handles it, the project. You understand?
Yeah.
But this particular one now, you write very well, and then when you are watching it on the screen, it will be a different thing altogether. You as a human being, you will feel bad, you will feel sad, and to me, I would just feel I have wasted my time and energy.
You
understand? So that is it. But We keep on pushing, no matter what, no matter the discouragements and the hurdles, but God is faithful.
That's good. So I'm going to ask you something very personal.
Okay.
You always have this writer's block, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does it feel? How does it come? Like,
well, we are human beings, and we all have experiences different ways. You understand? My experience and yours might not be the same thing. Now, writer's block is a situation whereby you yourself, you will be totally out of inspiration. You will lack inspiration. You will lack words. It happens in an exam hall. You might forget your name.
or how to spell
yeah, or how to spell is. You understand?
Yeah.
You just say, hey, I beg, please, can you spell this? Can you spell that for me?
Yeah.
But on a norms, these are the words you can just close your eye and.
Right.
You understand? Now, during writing, I do experience writer's block. Okay. Now, for instance, I have other things I'm doing. Okay. Now, there are these projects I am working on, I'm writing. Do you know that project, for years, I have not been able to finish that project?
For years?
Yes.
Is it a movie?
It can happen.
For years?
Yeah. And it's an epic.
I thought writer's block, sorry. I thought writer's block is, oh, something just came to your head, like you just got an inspiration, and you just pick your paper and your laptop and that's what I thought.
Okay. No, I just explained something to you.
Yeah.
Okay. That writer's block is a situation, a scenario whereby you will forget everything. You will lack inspiration. You will lack everything. It's going to be as if they formatted
your brain. Wow.
Just like amnesia, they formatted your brain. You won't even, what am I doing? What am I doing? So these are challenges. You understand? Like I just told you now, I have this one I've been working on for years, and I am yet to finish it. You understand?
Your memory.
You understand? And only the title alone is going to amaze you, even the deity.
So is it the title that is giving you the writer's block? Is it the title that is making you lack words?
Okay, anything can cause somebody to have a writer's block. Okay, now like this particular film, this project I just told you now, right? Even the deity. Now that even the deity, see, most films that sticks, go and check behind the scene what the writers pass through.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, that my project that I'm still working on, even the date, only the name alone will tell you that this is not an ordinary. It happens to me, especially when I want to expose some things.
Okay.
You understand? Spiritually, it happens.
Okay.
My laptop spoiled for years till now. I've not been able to repair that laptop.
So that means it's your laptop that is stopping it.
You understand?
Yeah.
No, it's not my laptop.
Okay.
It's the writer's block. Whenever I want to, I'll just forget everything. Before you know it, okay, hey, I remember something. Before you know it, one thing or the other will happen. You understand? So writer's block can occur for moments, just a couple of minutes, or even years.
Okay.
It will take you years, moments, months, minutes. So it depends. But it depends on the projects you're working on.
Who's your biggest inspiration?
In the world of writing or filmmaking.
Both.
Both.
Because you're into screenwriting, right?
Yeah, okay. My inspiration, well,
How come you're thinking about your inspiration?
I don't want to mention names here, but
please do.
I love people that write very, very well. You know, I love filmmakers. There are filmmakers I love their stories and their storylines, everything. Now, like me, I'm venturing into filmmaking and everything. I love Uche Mbonabo.
Are you serious? Why are you mentioning the name like you're scared?
I love Uche Mbonabo. No, I'm not scared of anything. I love Uche Mbonabo.
Okay.
Now, I love his writers.
Okay, his writers.
Yes.
Because he's not the one that writes. Though.
Yes. But at times he'll just bring up stories, the synopsis, and then so he's my inspiration. I love Uche Mbunabo. If you watch, I'm sorry to say this, but if you watch Uche Mbunabo's YouTube and Omuni Oboli, you love the two. But go and watch others. You see the difference is clear.
Sure.
That is where you get this thing. You just ask me if you write A, they will come and do B, something like that.
Yeah.
But Uche Mbunabo's movies are top notch, awesome. So I derive my inspiration from him. I love him. I love how he packages his stuff.
Stories.
Yeah, you understand. So I just love him.
Okay.
And he's from my state.
Oh, that's
Anambra,
number one.
Anambra
reason.
State.
That's number one reason that you're not telling us. So let me ask you one more question.
Okay.
We have just a few minutes left. What are the key elements that makes a story unforgettable? Because you said directors are the owners of the movie and they call the shorts.
Yeah, they call the shorts.
So what are the key elements that makes a story unforgettable?
Well, there are things that make scripts or movies unforgettable. There are particular scenes that will make people to be visiting that movie over and over again.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Like drama, action. When you have dramatic scene,
Yeah.
or action, or tragedy, anything, it depends on the audience you are passing the message across to, you understand? So now when you have those elements, especially when it comes to love, you understand?
Yeah.
Now inside the story of love, you have drama, you have deceit, you have betrayals, and so on and so forth. So all these things combined together make stories to be thick, and they stick to the test of times.
Okay. He has given us his 2 cents, and I had so much fun with you, Chukwemeka Prosper, honestly. I enjoyed the whole insight you gave in most of this story. Funnily enough, all the questions I asked you are not even inside this place. But it was interesting and wonderful to have this conversation with you. So, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, that was quite an interesting one, and I'm sure you enjoyed it, even those script writers are not giving the glory they need. So the next conversation we had was highlights on AMVCA, and we had that conversation with a fashion designer. We'll be reviewing that to you right now. During the weekend, on Friday was the cultural day, and on Saturday was the award itself. Yes. It was quite an interesting one. And Franklin here is a fashion designer. You would agree with me that the AMVCA people, actors, directors, producers, call them content creators, wowed us with their outfits. And of course, awards was given to whom it is due. All right. So we'll be giving highlights of AMVCA in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and I'll be doing that with this humble young man sitting at my left-hand side. So thanks for coming, Franklin. Why are you blushing?
I'm just happy to be here.
It's a
very,
pleasure.
very happy to be here.
It's a pleasure. So walk us through, you know, AMVCA, is it one of your best awards? Because a whole lot of award has happened though.
Yeah, a lot of award has happened like this year already. I think AMVCA is the one that all Africa have, like Africans are waiting for. Yeah. Like what will our favorite celebrities wear? Yeah. Well, who will win the best actor? Who will win the best supporting actor, best actress, producer, best supporting, director, best director. Yeah. So it's just the award that all of us have been waiting for. We know, we watch the movies, and we are just waiting for the award.
Is it your favorite though?
Huh? Yes, AMVCA is my favorite award.
High five. We're in this together.
yes.
So it's actually my favorite too, right? So what do you think about the cultural night? Did you think they did much for the culture? Because for me, I didn't see so much on the cultural night. I didn't really follow it live, but like on social media, there's not much drama. There was, I don't, it's just the outfit that gave that whole vibe and energy that, there's something to look out for these, their outfits, their, makeup, the whole entrance, red carpet, and the likes. But when it comes to, I needed to, maybe I didn't see much, quote me, I needed to see some cultural displays, not dancing, cultural display and all. So talk us through.
The cultural nights, Friday night was good, but it wasn't what we are expecting. We are expecting more from the celebrities. They tried their best with what they were putting on, and then, with the sponsors, they really tried their best. But, we were expecting more than what we got on Friday. That's just it. But did they try? But the winner of the best, they gave Nico Rose the best.
That's another problem I have.
I also have a problem with that.
Okay. I think we all like mine.
Yes, I have a problem with that.
Come?
Yes.
They were better dressed people.
Yes, they were better people. Why give it to Nico Rose? Yes.
No, I love Nico Rose.
Yeah, same here. I love Nico Rose.
But the fact that she won best dress for culture, how? The outfit is not giving. Yeah, I'm not seeing Ishago, I'm not seeing Ashoke, I'm not seeing Steve material, I'm not seeing it's giving.
It's just there.
She said she tagged it Yoruba bride, Yoruba whatever. I don't know. I think the style or something.
Yes.
But winning the best dress is I don't understand. Yeah. I did some certain things they're just telling us in this that we don't know. Maybe that's another story for another day. Yeah. Right. But what about the person that won the best dress for male?
Like Prince and where Prince outfit was good, but not good. Like if I was the judge, I wouldn't give him the best dress male because Femi, Femi that went for Big Brother.
Yeah.
So I think he was better looking better, but for Nico Rose, no. It's not like
it's not giving. No. Okay, let's go back to the award itself.
Yes.
Like you were saying something about Chioma Chukwuka.
A good storyline, but for hard to compete with Chioma Chukwuka.
I think that was not the right movie for that competition. For me.
Yes.
Teen Lion was not the right movie
to compete with 7 Dolls. No. I was only scared of Bimbo Ademoye.
Yeah.
Bimbo.
Yeah.
Because I was
you said these three were
I was scared of Bimbo. Bimbo should not collect this award from us. So we need this award. I was so scared of Bimbo, but I was so happy that Chioma Chukwuka won the award. It was that award inspired me. Taught me a lot that night.
What about the best actor?
Best actor.
I was expecting Stan.
Stan is he doesn't have a match.
Wait, not Stan.
House of Ga.
Okay.
House of Ga. This man. Femi. Yes. Femi acted. If you see what that man acted in House of Ga.
I saw it.
That man, I was when I wanted Femi Adebayo to win. That as 7 Dolls. I was scared because I was like, Femi like might win this award with that House of God, because that House of God was haven't featured in a blockbuster movie except from the one like
everybody
except
loves Jennifer.
No, not everybody loves Jennifer. Like The Tribe Called Judah. I think that was the last amazing movie that his latest movie that he released on.
So,
what Doyi was putting on.
I know Tyler's.
I wasn't expecting something like that from Doyi.
Well,
I wasn't expecting something like that from Doyi.
I was shocked. Doyi's outfit, Mercy Eke's outfit.
Nana from Ghana.
Nana from Ghana.
Like that girl.
Nana, it's a normal thing for Nana.
Yes.
Every year.
But I was expecting more. I was expecting more because Mercy Eke's outfit was better than hers, like, to me.
Really?
Yes.
Well, there was a whole lot of creativity when it comes to Mercy Eke's outfit. There was creativity in Nana's outfit.
Yes, just, it was, no, the only thing in Nana's outfit was just that stuff here.
So nothing more. You think that's not creative?
It's just it's just
simple white dress.
Yes, simple white dress that we.
Yeah, you.
Yes, but you see Mercy Eke's dress.
I saw it.
It took me like 10 minutes to.
So what would you call the theme of Mercy Eke's dress? It was giving mushroom. Was she the one?
No,
was
it
she the one
was
that has
diamond
little flowers.
No, I think little flowers.
No. It was some sort of stems with diamonds.
Yes.
So what would you call that dress now?
I don't know like what to call that dress, but the dress
it
wowed me.
So she would have been your best dress?
No, my best dress is Doyi, followed by Osas, then Mercy.
We'll start talking
about looking very, very good. It's just that,
on E-Vibes this hour on Signature TV, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insights, more stories, more conversations that will lighten your mood a little bit. And of course, follow us on all the social media platforms. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't also forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell form and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money. So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for? Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The headlines: China opposes EU's Russia-related sanctions on country's firms and cites double standards. U.S. committee begins hearing and vote on Trump's tax plan. SpaceX launches new batch of Starlink satellites with Falcon 9. Presidential candidate challenges election defeat. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A new digital tool developed in Kenya is offering a new way to communicate in the deaf community. The app, TEP 360, translates speech and written text into Kenyan Sign Language using a 3D avatar named Ava, developed by Nairobi-based tech startup Signverse. It uses motion capture and artificial intelligence to provide real-time sign language interpretation. With around 2.75 million people in Kenya who are hard of hearing, according to the National Association of the Deaf, access to sign language interpretation remains limited, although Kenya Sign Language is officially recognized in the Constitution. Interpreters are in short supply, especially in medical, legal, and educational settings. The system behind TEP 360 uses motion capture, suits worn by deaf signers to collect data and train Ava, the avatar, to sign accurately. Anthony Marugo, a data scientist in Signverse, said the tool is also being developed to account for local dialects and variations, including slang like Kenya's Cheng.
Girl going to a medical setting, perhaps has a consultation, reproductive health. Sensitive information is involved. The doctor is perhaps not culturally sensitive enough to serve them. They don't have access to a sign language interpreter. And such kind of situations really necessitate that we do need to have tools. We do need to have access to, if not sign language, AI, anything that's repetitive in nature. I think that's what we've really zeroed down in and seen. How do we automate and provide sign language interpretation at scale? Now using AI, motion capture, and automated avatar. How are we able to make sure that our solution is usable even in a different dialect? But with the infrastructure that we have currently for collecting sign language data, it makes it faster. And looking at the method and approach that we've taken of collaborating with the deaf communities and existing organizations within the space were able to replicate that approach in different countries and different regions.
Sudan said the United Arab Emirates was responsible for an attack on Port Sudan this month, accusing the Gulf state for the first time of direct military intervention in a war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The UAE denied the allegations in a statement and said it condemned the attack. Speaking in New York on Monday, Sudanese ambassador to the United Nations, Al-Harith Idris Al-Harith Mohammed, alleged that the May 4 strike on the Army's wartime capital Port Sudan was carried out by MQ-9 or MQ-9B warplanes and kamikaze drones launched from an Emirati base on the Red Sea with the aid of Emirati ships. Mohammed alleged that the strike on Port Sudan was revenge for an army attack a day earlier on an alleged Emirati warplane in the RSF-controlled city of Nyala, which he said had killed 13 foreigners, including Emirati citizens. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on Tuesday that they've expressed not just to the UAE, but to other countries that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region.
He specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
We have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to destabilize. I mean, South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer is justifiable. The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest. But my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for.
And I guess what my hope is
radicalism.
And I know you.
The key findings in this respect, one assumption could be the UAE military aircraft attacked by Sudanese armed forces in Nyala airport on May 3, 25, killed 13 number of foreigners. Some say including even Emirati citizens, including Kenyan citizens co-pilot, may have driven the reprisal attack, including the attack on Port Sudan airport by the UAE.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa heads to the White House on Wednesday on a mission to persuade U.S. President Donald Trump to make deals with his country, rather than scold and punish it, as he has done since the start of his second term. Attacking South Africa's land reform law aimed at redressing the injustices of apartheid and its genocide court case against Israel, Trump has cancelled aid to the country, expelled its ambassador, and offered refuge to white minority Afrikaners based on the racial discrimination claims Pretoria says are unfounded. Ramaphosa would offer Trump a broad trade deal, said a spokesperson for the Trade Ministry, declining to give details. He also plans to discuss business opportunities for Tesla and Starlink companies owned by Trump's billionaire ally Elon Musk, who was born and raised in South Africa and has amplified claims of anti-white racist policies that Pretoria rejects. Ramaphosa's spokesperson said discussions could include favorite tariffs for Tesla's imports into South Africa in return for building electric vehicle charging stations and licensing for Starlink.
First and foremost is the reset of the bilateral relations, as you rightly said, that are fractured at this point. How do you reset that? You deal with political issues, but you also deal with economic issues. So I would imagine that in his preparation, President Ramaphosa and his team must have engaged in some discussions of a trade deal. There is no way that you can reset the current bilateral relations that are strained without giving the historical context of South Africa to a President Trump. And I think President Ramaphosa is poised to do that very well. I mean, By the way, he was the one who was chairing the Constitutional Assembly. So he understands the historical circumstances and the issues around the land expropriation in South Africa. So he would have to explain that to President Trump. And remember, that explanation is happening against the narrative of a genocide.
I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally. And it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white, and if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing.
Ramaphosa has also at the feet of your president, Nelson Mandela, so he is likely to really posture a very conciliatory tone. He understands the significance of this moment. I mean, no doubt he does, because you can't then have a very polarized outcome tomorrow. It wouldn't work in the best interest of South Africa, because the narrative on the refugees is quite strong.
I'm confident that whether we prevail in the negotiations or not, we will conduct ourselves, our delegation will conduct themselves with dignity. If the people on the other side choose not to do so, not our problem. That's my view. What's yours?
What people are saying is that Cyril wants to go back, which is not true. We are not beggars, but we are resolvers, you know. In South Africa, we have decided to come to a land where there is peace.
Yeah, I think, look, it's a free world. They are free to accept whoever they want to accept in the country. And here in South Africa as well, whoever is free to leave, they are free to leave. But it shouldn't be done under false pretense. You know, the claim of a white genocide, I think, is a bit far-fetched. South Africa does have a crime issue. We are all victims and we are all affected. I don't believe any one group is particularly targeted.
China's foreign ministry said on Wednesday that China is strongly dissatisfied and resolutely opposed to the European Union's unreasonable sanctions on Chinese firms. The EU and Britain announced new sanctions on Tuesday against Russia that target some Chinese firms. In Beijing, the ministry spokesperson Mao Ning urged the EU to drop its double standards on economic and trade ties with Russia, saying most countries, including those in Europe as well as the United States, continue to trade with Russia. Mao told a regular news conference when asked about the sanctions that China will take the measures necessary to safeguard its legitimate rights and interests.
China has always firmly opposed unilateral sanctions that lack a basis in international law and have not been authorized by the UN Security Council. We express strong dissatisfaction and firm opposition to the EU's unwarranted sanctions against Chinese firms. On the Ukraine crisis, China has consistently committed itself to promoting peace and facilitating talks. China has never provided lethal weapons to parties involved in the conflict and strictly controls the export of dual-use items. At present, the vast majority of countries, including those in Europe and the United States, are engaged in trade with Russia. Normal exchanges and cooperation between Chinese and Russian enterprises.
The U.S. House Rules Committee began a hearing in the early hours of Wednesday to debate President Donald Trump's tax cut and spending bill. The hearing is expected to run well into daylight hours, where members will debate details of the measure. The session opened with Republican and House Chairman Virginia Foxx responding to a letter by the Democrats who claimed that the decision to hold a meeting at 1 a.m. was unprecedented, saying the Democratic Party had done the same as recently as 2022.
In the 110th Congress, Democrats held a meeting beginning at precisely the same time, 1 a.m. on August 2007, on the Children's Health and Protection Act. I was there. When this was discussed on the floor earlier yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago in 2022.
This is a farce, an outrageous insult
to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak in a back room somewhere, for God's sake. And then to try to jam it through Congress in the middle of the night when nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage to debate it in prime time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Democrat and House Ranking Member James McGovern also called for the debate to be held during prime time if the bill was indeed beautiful, as Trump has described it. Lawmakers are debating cuts to the Care Health Program and tax breaks in high-cost coastal states. If passed by Congress, it will reduce some health and food benefits for low-income Americans, cancel green energy programs, and provide tens of billions of dollars for immigration enforcement. The Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, said that ministers of Southeast Asian nations would hold 2 meetings specifically on the bloody conflict that has plagued Myanmar ahead of a regional summit in Malaysia next year. 10-member ASEAN, currently chaired by Malaysia, has called for the end of violence that has displaced millions in the impoverished nation of Myanmar since 2021, when the military overthrew the government of Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi. ASEAN Secretary General Kao Kim Hong said the first meeting will involve the current, previous, and ex-ASEAN chair nations, and the second gathering will be of the bloc's foreign ministers. ASEAN had made little progress with its 5-point consensus peace plan for Myanmar, unveiled months after the coup, which calls for a cessation of violence. The Asian chief said continuing to bring the sides in the conflict to the discussion table and lessening the ongoing violence will be seen as progress by the regional association.
ASEAN countries and China will be committed to
between ASEAN claimant states.
ASEAN claimant
You also say Vietnam, Indonesia. Believe me, those who are directly involved, they are more anxious, I'm quite sure, than anyone else.
I understand.
And how, I would say, how much patience they have. Incredibly, because as they negotiate, as long we can de-escalate violence on the ground, that's already a progress.
Right.
As long we continue to have dialogue, and as long we bring down, a large-scale fighting to a smaller one, as long we can bring people to the table, I think that's progress.
China's Ministry of Commerce on Wednesday called the U.S. attempt to globally ban advanced Chinese computing chips a typical move of unilateral bullying and protectionism that seriously undermines the global semiconductor industrial and supply chains. A spokesperson for the ministry said the U.S. Department of Commerce recently released a guidance that, under the pretext of presumed violations of U.S. export control rules, attempt to impose a global ban on advanced Chinese computing chips, including specific Huawei Accent chips. The U.S. move deprives other countries of a right to develop advanced computing chips in high-tech industries such as artificial intelligence. A spokesperson said the United States is abusing export controls to restrain and suppress China, which violates international law and the basic norms of international relations, severely harms the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese enterprises, and undermines China's development interests. The Chinese side stressed that the U.S. measures are suspected of imposing discriminatory restrictions targeting Chinese companies. The spokesperson noted that organization or individual that implements or assists in implementing these measures could be in violation of China's laws and regulations and may be held legally accountable. China on Tuesday stressed the importance of maintaining maritime security and strengthening global ocean governance to promote world peace, stability, development, and prosperity, while firmly rejecting U.S. accusations regarding the South China Sea issue. Speaking at the UN Security Council open debate, Geng Shuang, Charge d'Affaires of China's permanent mission to the United Nations noted that as a major maritime country, China is committed to the common guardianship of maritime homeland and the maintenance of common maritime security.
The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, has established a basic legal framework for the modern order of the oceans, and has played an important role in promoting global ocean governance. Together with other sea-related treaties and customary international law, the Convention provides legal norms for the determination of maritime zones and conduct of maritime activities. All countries need to safeguard the maritime order underpinned by international law. UNCLOS should be interpreted and applied in good faith in a complete and accurate manner. Selective application and double standards must be rejected. Here is a reminder to my U.S. colleagues. I don't know if she realized that her speech is in stark contrast to other colleagues' statements. The statements made by the Secretary General, as well as other colleagues, all focus on how to maintain maritime security and develop international cooperation. The U.S., however, has taken the opportunity in its statement to attack and discredit other countries and to suppress them recklessly. We hope that the United States can join other countries in playing a constructive role in maintaining maritime security.
Geng also refuted the U.S. representative's smearing of China on the South China Sea issue, saying that the Security Council is not an appropriate place to discuss the South China Sea issue, and China firmly opposes the U.S. representative mentioning the issue. Noting that the current situation in South China Sea remains generally stable with the joint efforts of China and ASEAN countries, Geng said that these countries have the determination and ability to build the South China Sea into a sea of peace, friendship and cooperation. China hopes that the U.S. side will abide by its commitment to the One China principle. U.S. talks closed lower on Tuesday as investor confidence wavered amid fresh warnings that optimism surrounding the easing trade tensions and slowing inflation may be premature. Scott Bessent warned earlier that if the U.S. and other economies fail to reach a trade agreement within a 90-day tariff suspension period, tariffs will revert to the so-called reciprocal tariff levels. In addition, the AI search products unveiled by Google at its recent developer conference fell short of market expectations on Tuesday, a 6-day winning streak. In the crude oil futures market, investors remain cautious amid uncertainty surrounding U.S.-Iran nuclear talks, causing oil prices to edge lower on Tuesday. In the gold market, investors took a cautious view of the prospects for Russia-Ukraine peace talks and the direction of U.S. tariff policy, prompting continued gold purchases as a hedge. International gold price rose further on Tuesday, gaining more than 1.5%. Alphabet's Google said on Tuesday that it will put artificial intelligence into the hands of more web surfers while teasing a $249.99 a month subscription for its AI-powered users, a latest effort to fend off growing competition from startups like OpenAI. Google unveiled the plans and made a flurry of demos that included new smart glasses during its annual I/O conference in Mountain View, California, which has adopted a tone of increased urgency since the rise of generative AI challenged the tech company's longtime stronghold of organizing and retrieving information on the internet. CEO Sundar Pichai said at the conference that Alphabet will build such AI with a cost in mind as well, and Google's AI assistant Gemini app now has more than 400 million monthly active users.
To help you navigate the web, and you can create stunning images and videos with sound using the new Imagen 4 and Veo 3 models. It's all coming together in the Gemini app as we work to deliver the most personal, proactive, and powerful AI assistant. So I'm excited to share that we're upgrading and 2 AI subscription plans today. We will have Google AI Pro and the all-new Google AI Ultra. With the Pro plan, which is going to be available globally, you'll get a full suite of AI products with higher rate limits and special features compared to the free version. This includes the Pro version of the Gemini app that was formerly known as Gemini Advanced. Then there's the Ultra plan. It's for the trailblazers, the pioneers, those of you who want cutting-edge AI from Google. The plan comes with the highest rate limits, the earliest access to new features and products from across Google. It's available in the US today, and we'll be rolling it out globally soon.
And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about in the Gemini app. We call it Agent Mode. Say you want to find an apartment for you and 2 roommates in Austin. You've each got a budget of $1,200 a month. You want a washer-dryer or at least a laundromat nearby. Normally, you'd have to spend a lot of time scrolling through endless listings. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes.
Up ahead, Britain's M&S says cyber attack to cost $400 million. UK inflation leaps to higher than expected, 3.5%, ONS says. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Elon Musk's SpaceX has launched a new batch of Starlink satellites successfully into space on Tuesday. The Falcon 9 rocket launched from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, carrying 23 Starlink satellites into orbit. SpaceX has swiftly launched about 8,000 Starlink satellites in space and amassed over 5 million internet users across 125 countries, upending the global satellite communications market and buoying militaries and intelligence agencies that have sought to use Starlink for secure communications. SpaceX deployment pace has hastened to at least 1 Starlink mission per week, each rocket with roughly 24 satellites on board to expand the network's bandwidth and replace outdated satellites. British retailer Marks & Spencer said on Wednesday that a highly sophisticated cyber attack would cost it about £300 million in operating profit, with disruption set to run into July. Attack on one of the biggest names in Britain, with 64,000 staff and 565 stores, sent shockwaves through the retail sector. It forced its online clothing operation offline, left some food shelves bare, and wiped over £1 billion from the company's stock market value. M&S said it expected online disruptions to continue throughout June and into July as it restarts systems and then ramps up operations. It said food sales have been impacted by reduced availability, although they have since been improved. It incurred additional costs due to waste and logistics as it had to resort to manual operations. It also said in fashion, home and beauty online sales and trading profit had been heavily impacted by the decision to pause online shopping, but stores had remained resilient. Britain's inflation surged by more than expected in April, including areas watched closely by the Bank of England that are likely to keep the central bank on its path of gradual interest rate cuts. The annual rate of consumer price growth leaped to 3.5% in April from 2.6% in March. The Office for National Statistics set the highest reading since January 2024 and the largest increase in the rate since 2022, when inflation was rocketing. The data are likely to further diminish expectations in financial markets that interest rates will be cut more than once by the end of 2025. April saw increases in gas, electricity and water prices, alongside higher taxes on employees, all of which are likely to push up prices. Russian President Vladimir Putin visited the Western Kursk region for the first time since Russian forces ejected Ukrainian forces from the area last month. The Kremlin said that during the visit on Tuesday, Putin met volunteer organizations in the region and visited the Kursk 2 nuclear power plant. Putin was seen meeting volunteers and local officials in the region, including acting governor Alexander Kincheng. Putin was accompanied by Sergei Kiriyenko, Kremlin First Deputy Chief of Staff. Russia said in late April that it had ejected Ukrainian troops from Kursk region, ending the biggest incursion into Russian territory since World War II. Just over 2 years after Russia's 2022 invasion, Ukraine on August 6 launched its boldest attack, smashing through the Russian border into the Kursk region, supported by swarms of drones and heavy Western weaponry. At its height, Ukrainian forces claimed nearly 1,400 square kilometers of Kursk. Romanians defeated hard-right presidential contender George Simeon said late on Tuesday that would challenge the ballot's result, alleging interference by France and Moldova, after a centrist victory was met with relief by many European leaders. Centrist Bucharest Mayor Nikos Odan recovered ground to win the country's presidential election runoff on Sunday, securing about 54% of ballots cast against 46 for Simeon, who had pledged to put Romania on a path inspired by US President Donald Trump's politics. Simeon had earlier considered defeat after initially saying he won. On late on Tuesday, during a video address published on his Facebook page, he said he would ask the Constitutional Court to annul Romanian presidential elections. The European Union and NATO member Romania was plunged into a constitutional crisis in December when its subcourt annulled an ongoing presidential election that another hard-right candidate was on track to win, citing suspicions of Russian meddling.
I want to announce to you that, just as Călin Georgescu was unjustly removed from the electoral competition and the elections were annulled by an unjustified CCR, Constitutional Court of Romania, decision, which was not based on evidence, we will challenge the election of Nicu Cerdan at the Constitutional Court for exactly the same reasons for which they annulled the December elections. I will continue to be here, to fight for justice and for the Romanian people. I understand that there are few chances that our request, and mine, as an electoral competitor, to the Constitutional Court will pass. However, I appeal to all Romanians of good faith to address the Constitutional Court in the next few hours and demand the cancellation of this masquerade. Just because we avoided bloodshed on Sunday, May 18th, just because we chose to read the ballot box numbers correctly and that we do not wish for the disappearance of Romania as a state, does not mean that we can be taken for fools. Our efforts in the coming days and weeks will be aimed at stopping any orders coming from France or other states.
Heavy rain in Australia's southeast triggered flash flooding and cut off towns on Wednesday, stranding some residents as authorities issued snap evacuation orders with rivers staying above danger levels. Emergency personnel on boats were seen ferrying residents in the area near the town of Taree in New South Wales. Rural towns in Hunter and Wild North Coast regions of New South Wales, Australia's most populous state, were the worst hit from a downpour, with some areas receiving more than 4 months' worth of rain over the past 24 hours. In its latest update, Australia's Bureau of Meteorology said some areas could receive up to 300 millimeters of rain over the next 24 hours, 3 times the mean total for May.
We've seen record level rains and flooding of the Manning River, and this is having an impact on, of course, the emergency services. We're seeing a number of rescues take place. Some of those rescues we know about. Some, of course, we we discover as we move into particular streets where somebody had been waiting and had not made contact. Be patient with us. You are a priority for us and we will get to you. We have got a situation here where the rain really has been falling quite heavily and quite hard, and it hasn't been moving away. Part of that is because the ground is so saturated. Another part is also because the rivers are swollen. We've been very clear in terms of giving information to communities and getting that information out quickly. So in the past 24 hours, 284 rescues. Since midnight alone, there's been 150 rescues that have been undertaken. We have seen an enormous amount of rainfall over the Hunter and the mid-north coast area.
We have significant amounts of rainfall, 200 to 300 millimetres of rain that we've already experienced in the Hunter and the mid-north coast. We're expecting from the Bureau's indications and predictions that there is another 24 to 48 hours of this rainfall of a similar amount, approximately 200 millimetres of rain. They'll continue to create localised flash flooding. Any low-lying areas will be seeing flooding as well. And this system is slowly moving to the north. So we are prioritising those rescue operations, as you've heard from the Minister, in terms of we do know we've got people on roofs, we're in contact with most of those people, and we're prioritising, continue to prioritise the greatest requirements of those rescue operations, and will continue to do so.
Japan opened its largest ever arms show on Wednesday. A display that Defence Minister General Nakatani said marked the pacifist nation's deepening push for overseas defence cooperation and weapons exports. Defence and Security Equipment International Japan exhibition near Tokyo showcased Japanese missiles, warships and research into lasers and electromagnetic rail guns. The event doubled the size of the event in 2023, drew 471 firms from 33 countries, including 169 from Japan, twice as many as 2 years ago, according to the organizer Clarion Defence and Security. A decade after lifting a military export ban, Japan is taking its first steps into global defence cooperation, encouraged by the United States and European partners eager to share development costs and tap into its industrial base.
全体のエリアも広くなりましたし、非常に海外も含めてですね、多くのカンパニーの皆様、それから多くの企業、いわゆる軍の関係者、政府の関係者の皆様にご参加いただいていると思います。大変盛況でございますし、我々もこういう機会を通じてですね、幅広い方に技術含めてご認識いただ理解していただけることは大変お喜ばしいことだと思っております。
First of all, I think it's a practical example of changes what we witness globally, and which are also affecting Japan. And from the first view, one can easily see it's the DSI this year is twice as big as before. We are glad we have two Estonian companies here. Our dynamically intensifying relations with Ministry of Defense of Japan, with self-defense forces. All these are elements which contribute to our growing interest and practical deal-making, let me call it so.
Our foundation goes back over 70 years with industry here. I think that's, with the big and large heavy industry players, which makes sense, but we're seeing now that at multiple tier level, tier 1, tier 2 companies, even startups here are very much part of, I think, the solution and in the investment of developing and delivering capabilities. And so I think that's the shift, it's much broader in terms of...
The stakes couldn't be higher. Our economies and the values we have defended for so often in the past are truly on the line. And that's why the United States is committed to securing peace through strength. As the President has articulated on many occasions, and as the Secretary of Defense reiterated during his visit earlier here in Japan in March, that strength comes from expanding and elevating the alliance's capabilities and capacity, which means leveraging our respective skills and our specialties in co-development, co-production, and co-system. In the face of determined adversaries, the United States and Japan must be prepared to invest and innovate like never before, and with an urgency never seen before.
Palestinian Sabah Wash Aga sits outside a tent by the seaside in Gaza City after fleeing Beit Lahia following Israel's military operations in the area. Tents line up the coastal area as families carried bits of belongings on the back of animal-led carts. Mustafa, another Palestinian who also found shelter in the coastal area, described the difficulty in having to flee a neighborhood. International pressure on Israel has mounted in recent days as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government launched a renewed military offensive in Gaza. Israel says it plans to intensify military operations against Hamas and to control the whole of Gaza, which has been devastated by an Israeli air and ground war since Hamas cross-border attack on Israeli communities in October 2023. Campaign began after Hamas-led militants attacked Israelis near Gaza's border in October 2023, killing about 1,200 people and seizing 251 hostages, according to Israeli tallies. United Nations has warned that 14,000 babies could die in Gaza in the next 48 hours, and as aid supplies reach critical areas in the enclave soon. UN Humanitarian Chief Tom Fletcher has warned of a need to flood Gaza with humanitarian aid and made claims that thousands of the region's youngest children face imminent death due to lack of basic food and medical supplies. UN said it received permission from Israel for about 100 more aid trucks to enter Gaza on Tuesday. It came after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told fellow lawmakers that our best friends in the world were warning that the international support for his country was draining away and that Israel was approaching a red line to a point where it might lose control. According to the UN, of the 9 aid trucks cleared to enter the Strip on Monday, only 5 passed the Kerem Shalom crossing. Fletcher has described the level of supplies entering Gaza as a drop in the ocean. On Tuesday, spokesperson for United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund in the Middle East and North Africa warned that the entire Gaza Strip is facing the risk of famine, with the number of malnourished children continuously increasing. Children in the Gaza Strip, including infants and incubators, are suffering and facing the danger of death. Agencies said almost all essential supplies needed by children in the Gaza Strip have been depleted. It is crucial to expand the scale of aid and allow the emergency delivery of humanitarian supplies such as food, water, and medicine, which will save the lives of children in Gaza. Still to come, Canada aims to talk Ukraine reconstruction ahead of G7. Flight lands in Bogota with 26 self-deported Colombians from U.S. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Joined by Ukraine's Minister of Finance, Sergei Marchenko, Canada's Minister of National Revenue, Francois-Philippe Champagne, has said the upcoming G7 meeting will deal with Ukraine's reconstruction, estimated to cost North about $500 billion. Minister Shevchenko spoke of a need for stronger sanctions on Russia as a pathway to peace. Champagne said Canada is committed to aiding Ukraine's recovery focus on energy, infrastructure, transportation networks, and defense technologies.
During G7 ministerial meetings, we will be able to discuss all necessary and critical issues which are related to Ukraine reconstruction and rebuilding. Well, I hope we have a very productive discussion during the next several days. Thank you very much. During these days, we will find a chance to reiterate our position towards sanctions on Russia, and we would like these sanctions will be stronger because it's only possible way how to impose definitely necessary sanctions on Russia for them to make necessary agreements when we have discussions related to peace.
You may have seen the report from the IMF that the reconstruction effort in Ukraine is going to be north of $500 billion US over a decade in order to rebuild this country.
Among other measures, Ukraine wants the G7 economies to reduce its price cap on Russian seaborne oil to $30 per barrel, Foreign Minister Andrei Shiba said on Tuesday. The current G7 price cap imposed over Russia's war in Ukraine is $60 per barrel. Mexican Episcopal Conference reported the murder of 7 young people, some of them minors, in Guanajuato, central Mexico, and demanded justice for the victims. According to national media, the attack against the youths occurred at San Bartolo do Berrios Community Square early Monday. Cheerful resident Yadira Tapia, identified by local media as the sister of 2 youths killed in the attack, said there should be justice for all. In their statement, CEM called on the authorities to combat impunity and said they cannot get used to living with violent death, nor allow impunity to become the norm. A funeral was held in the state of Oaxaca, Mexico, for sailor Adelje Maldonado Marcos, who died on May 17 after a Mexican Navy training ship hit the Brooklyn Bridge in New York, smashing its mast. Marcos' funeral was in the town of San Mateo del Mar, with companions from the Navy turning out for the final farewell. The accident occurred during the bicentennial of Independence Consolidation at Sea training cruise organized by Mexico's Navy. The strike knocked dozens of naval cadets off the ship's cross beams, who were ceremoniously standing there while the ship left the harbor. Crash left 2 people dead and 20 more injured. A U.S. investigation into the accident will look at possible engine malfunction and the role of a tugboat that assisted the ship in backing out of its pair. U.S. officials said, adding that the probe will take at least 30 days. 2 senior aides to Mexico City Mayor Clara Brugada were killed in a targeted attack on Tuesday. The attack, which took place in central Mexico City, involved assailants and a motorcycle, according to Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Mayor Brugada's private secretary, Ximena Guzman, and advisor Jose Munoz were identified as the victims. During a statement later in the day, Brugada expressed grief and pain for the victims. Mexico City government has suffered attacks in the past. In 2020, the then Mexico City Police Chief Omar Garcia Harfuch, now the Federal Security Minister, was shot and injured in an assassination attempt to kill 2 of his bodyguards. That attack was blamed on one of the country's most powerful drug gangs, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. The first Colombian nationals participating in Project Homecoming initiative arrived on Monday in Colombia on a charter flight after voluntarily leaving the United States, according to the U.S. Embassy to Colombia. The embassy released images of the 26 Colombians arriving at Bogota's airport. The United States Department of Homeland Security said a self-deport program would offer a $1,000 stipend and travel assistance to migrants who elect to voluntarily leave the country. The Trump administration has tried to encourage migrants to leave voluntarily by threatening steep fines, trying to strip away legal status at the notorious prisons in Guantanamo Bay and El Salvador. Homeland Security Secretary Christian Noem was questioned by Senator Maggie Hassan during a Senate hearing about her understanding of habeas corpus on Tuesday. Senator Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire, clarified that habeas corpus requires the government to provide a public reason for detaining individuals, preventing arbitrary detention. She challenged Noem's interpretation, citing historical precedents that require congressional approval for suspending habeas corpus. Last week, Noem said that she believes recent levels of illegal immigration could provide a sufficient legal rationale to suspend habeas corpus, the right of someone in the U.S. to challenge their detention. In another hearing before U.S. House of Representatives Committee, Noem says she thought high levels of illegal border crossings under former President Joe Biden qualified under the U.S. Constitution as a reason to suspend the fundamental rights.
So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the Live Free or Die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Tuesday the number of visas he has revoked was probably in thousands, adding that he believed there was still more to do. Trump's administration has revoked hundreds of visas across the country, including the status of some lawful permanent residents under a 1952 law allowing the deportation of any immigrant whose presence in the country the Secretary of State deems harmful to U.S. foreign policy. National Football League teams voted in favor of a resolution allowing the players to compete in flag football at the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics, the NFL said on Tuesday. The league itself had long been on board with players competing in the games, while multiple athletes, including two-time MVP quarterback Patrick Mahomes, said they wanted to play. The plan cleared a key hurdle on Tuesday as team owners gave their blessing at a league meeting in Minnesota. A league, NPFLPA, Olympic entities, and the sport's global governing body, IFAF, will now be left to work out the fine details, including injury protection measures, standards for field surfaces, as well as players' workload and schedule management. NFL players were expected to go through a tryout or qualification process in order to compete for the national team like any other Olympic hopeful, the league said. NFL has ramped up its promotion of its sport, a non-contact format of American football, since the IOC approved it for the LA 28 program in 2023, with an eye towards drawing more women into an arena long dominated by men. The Olympics would also go a long way towards boosting the NFL's long-standing international ambitions, as the league has moved to globalize the game. 6 men's teams and 6 women's teams are expected to compete in flag football at the 2028 Los Angeles Games, with 10 players per team competing in a 5-on-5 format. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barikumo Ado.
when we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the
Hello and welcome to 360 Nigeria, our meeting point on issues that have been driving national conversation in the past week. I am Josephine Bitrus. In this edition, who will be sanctioned for President Bola Tinubu's disregard for election rules? When will the tears of Nigerian workers stop flowing as Tinubunomics brings unending hard times? Beautiful bananas everywhere, yet the monkeys are scared stiff to touch any. That's the equivalent of housing in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. An accountant at the Federal Ministry of Water Resources commits suicide before the ICPC brings him before a judge. That's our lineup for this week. You can't afford to miss any of the stories. Stay with us as we take a short break.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
Nigeria's next general election is 2 years away in 2027. But in Nigeria today, governance, especially at the federal level, has ceased. What is happening is the celebration of high-profile politicians decamping into the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, and swelling the ranks of those who join political parties with neither conscience nor conviction. To show how in a hurry for 2027 election he is, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has forgotten that there are rules for politics in Nigeria. Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports on Tinubu's 2027 campaign against all the rules.
Penultimate Friday. That was the Christian Good Friday. A convoy of 4 brand new buses, blazing with pictures of Bola Ahmed Tinubu for 2027, were speeding on the Abuja-Kefi Expressway, heading towards Nasarawa State. A week earlier, the presidency, following media reports, had issued a statement distancing itself from the flood of billboards in Abuja and Kano, announcing the candidature of Tinubu for president in 2027. Was the presidency playing the Pontius Pilate, distancing itself from the death of Jesus Christ, but supporting his killers and even providing them with the nails?
You see, politics is about is a thing of it's a very interesting arena whereby politicians will always like to propagate their actions, will like to project themselves in a certain light to their constituents. And so I don't think it's completely out of place to have the president's posters around. Even though, like you rightly alluded to yourself, INEC has not released a timetable for campaigns to commence. But again, like I said, politics is about projecting. And so it's not completely out of place to see perhaps supporters of the president and his wife and his vice litter the place with posters and campaign pictures or billboards. Not necessarily campaigning for the president, but projecting the president and showcasing his personality. I think, by and large, this is what the administration is trying to achieve, or rather, this is what the supporters of the administration are trying to achieve. Because if you look around, and I'm sure if you would ask the president or his vice, they have not put anybody to this, you know. So it is all a part of the permutation. Whether for where he's coming from to showcase some of the things that he has achieved, or for where he's going to, which is the unknown. So we will all fold our arms and watch and observe to see what the administration has done, or is doing, or will do.
It's unfortunate to see that even before INEC announced the commencement of campaigns for the general elections, there are already phony organizations emerging, and the entire city is flooded with posters. It's a violation of the Electoral Act. Yes, the president has spoken to condemn those, but it's really unfortunate.
Most Nigerians believe in eye service. You know, all those billboards. I'm not sure it is the president that is asking them to do, because they are interested in eye service. They do all those things. To me, it is too early to start campaigning for 2027 elections, because Nigerians are yet to have the dividends of democracy they voted for in 2023. We don't have it. It's just 2 years. So after 2 years, it is a distraction for people to start putting on billboards for politicians in 2025. It is a distraction because it affects the focus of the people in power. They'll be thinking of 2027, leaving the basic provisions of what actually the people need. It is a basic purpose. So it is a good thing that the president has came out to say that they should remove it. They should remove it because it is too early. And I believe those doing that are doing that for their selfish interest.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has its electoral timetable, which includes the time for the commencement and conclusion of election campaigns. The National Broadcasting Commission imposes heavy penalty on broadcasters who violate the rules in election campaign. So, as the Commission announced the commencement of the 2027 election campaign, if it has, why is it that only Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the candidate campaigning so aggressively? INEC refused to speak to Signature TV because it said only INEC press corps are permitted to raise issues such as disobeying election guidelines. Because INEC, for whatever reasons, refused to react to Bola Tinubu's impunity and lawlessness, Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State, has seized the entire Bauchi town with his campaign billboards and posters. It is Kaura 27. Bala Mohammed for president? Who has the moral fiber to question him? And to be sure, more candidates will beat the gun, and election campaigns in Nigeria against 2027 will be a game without rules. But who should be sanctioned for the infraction of electoral rules? Candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC, the political party sponsoring him, those mounting campaign billboard. Candidate Bala Mohammed, a tattered PDP, or those mounting his billboards.
I do not know the offenses they have committed in putting billboards on the way. Before you place a billboard on any place in Nigeria, there is an agency you pay some money to. Yes, and they will give you the authority to put those billboards. I believe these people must have satisfied all those conditions. So the blame is not on the man that put the billboard. The blame should be on the man that give them the permission to do that. Because a man, if you don't know if that's their personal business, a man in a free society, any man can do any legally acceptable business. If their business is to place billboard to make the president happy or to make the governor happy, they will do it. But it is the institution in government to say, well, this is not the right time for you to do that. You have to wait till the right time. But if if I put billboard down on the road without payment of anything, they will come and remove it. So for those billboards not to be removed, it means there's somebody giving them the right to do so. So it is the fault of the agency in charge of granting the permission to do that, because those things that cannot be there without authorization. If you don't authorize them to be there, they won't be there.
The president's son, Seyi Tinubu, says that his father is the best president Nigeria has ever had. That should be what matters now, as President Tinubu redeemed his election promises to Nigerians, to detract from pursuing the fulfillment of those promises and begin hiding the electorate now into trusting him with another mandate will amount to taking things for granted.
The stark reality is the campaigns for 2027 actually started last year. And that tells you the nature of politics that we play in the country, where we don't wait to deliver on governance, and every cycle we are campaigning and we're almost in an election mode. So where then is the time for governance? And I think that it's important that all political stakeholders need to uphold the provisions of the Electoral Act to the effect that campaigns shall not start until 150 days before the date of an election.
I think the bigger question would be left to Nigerians to answer. There's a model called the onion model. And in that model, the machines or the machineries that drives the onion model are the PIN: position, interest, and needs. Politicians, including the president and his vice and his wife, of course, have subconsciously, that is, the office of the First Lady doesn't have any portfolio as far as the Constitution is concerned. These individuals have defined their position, interest, and needs. It is left for their constituents, Nigerians that is, to define their own position, interest, and needs. So I'll leave that to Nigerians to decide.
The critical question is, however, that now that rules have been broken, who is to suffer the consequence? Who should enforce the sanction? Or does impunity take care of this also?
There's already a consequence in the provisions of the Act that once you violate the provisions, INEC can impose certain sanctions. But I think that, yes, the ongoing electoral reform also provides an opportunity. If there are gaps within the law, then we should introduce laws that provide stricter sanctions for campaigns outside the legal period for the conduct of electoral campaigns.
In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, for 360 Nigeria.
At the May 1st, 2025 Workers' Day celebration in Abuja, the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajaero, called for the freeing of the civic space. What he said amounted to accusing the Tinubu administration of stifling freedom of expression. Many Nigerian workers and critics of the government have other issues of concern for the Nigerian workers under the present administration. 360 Nigeria correspondent explores the challenges and hopes of workers under the Tinubu administration. Even government officials and those sympathetic to the Tinubu government say Nigerian workers are grappling with multiple challenges. These challenges include soaring living costs, wages that cannot take the workers home, and rising insecurity, all of which make the work life unrewarding. The Tinubu administration has also faced criticism for its approach to addressing Nigeria's economic challenges, with many feeling that the federal government's rhetoric and reassurances do not match expected improvements. The citizens are left to endure prolonged hardship. Many Nigerians are struggling with the harsh realities of daily life, marked by rising inflation, declining purchasing power, and increased hardship. The Tinubu administration, however, maintains an optimistic position while implementing policies which seem to further strain the working class, exacerbating their economic burdens.
In this economic storm, the civic space is our lifeline, the arena to redirect governance. Neoliberalism and anti-worker policies loom large, but we cannot falter. As Karl Marx warned, the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. Our task is clear: unite, organize, engage, and reject division. Embrace solidarity, reject fear, embrace courage, reject despair, embrace hope. We must push back against forces dragging Nigeria downwards. The ingredients we endure, job insecurity, stagnant wages, unsafe workplaces, will persist unless we reclaim the civic space.
You set aside on a particular day to celebrate yourselves and try to leave the problem behind. Even those that are earning far above minimum wage, because they have brothers that doesn't have job, they have sisters that doesn't have job, because we don't have social health care. They have parents that are looking for job, parents that are sick, that needs to be catered for the hospital. Even if you earn 2 million naira per month, you see that it is still nothing, because you have to cater for a lot of people that are around you. So that is really the challenge. So irrespective of what you earn, there is a challenge in the country, there's a challenge in the economy, there's a problem that must be resolved.
Challenges, yes, we have challenges, serious challenges that have not been able to be resolved. The reason, I don't know why the government are turning deaf ears to the workers. Before you become a government, you must have workers, and their challenges must be addressed. But up till this moment, you see that we keep on postponing the answers to the workers' question up till this year.
According to data from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, workers have borne the brunt of poor government policies between 2024 and 2025, experiencing worsening inflation, reduced purchasing power, and increasingly unaffordable basic goods and services. Moreover, the World Bank projects that an additional 13 million Nigerians will likely fall below the poverty line by the end of 2025 due to persistent inflation, bringing the total to 142 million Nigerians living in poverty. The 70,000 minimum wage approved by the federal government in 2024, which is yet to be fully implemented, is still insufficient to boost workers' purchasing capacity due to the escalating cost of living and deteriorating social conditions. The situation is made worse by some state governments' failure to pay the minimum wage, leaving workers struggling to make ends meet.
For the past years, we talk of minimum wage of 30,000 naira. 30,000 naira minimum wage. It was long overdue and was reviewed to 70,000 minimum wage. And up till this moment, many states have not paid. Many states are battling with strike with workers, they have not paid. We thought when the president accept to pay minimum wage, it will just go down the ladder. But to my dismay, we discover they are giving governors opportunity to negotiate again. What are you negotiating? Something that has become a law. To me, if the president wants to make it right, it's just to give a direct matching order for everybody to pay, because it's a law. And the governor that have not paid, I think he should be it's impeachable offense. The union wants to push further. The last resort of the union is to embark on strike to get what it wants. But even the workers themselves have issues. When you call them out, they will tell you either their father is sick, or they forgot their biro in the office, they want to go back to the office, or they forgot their charger. They don't even want to cooperate with us. That is the most challenging thing we find ourselves in this country. You let anything go. You don't want to fight for your right because you don't want to die. You don't want to be queried. You don't want to be this. Then how do you get your right? The union are doing their best. Even we are called names, but we know the challenges we are facing. And the rulers knows us better. The moment things like this come, they know what to tell one or two persons, and the whole thing will be broken down. It will surprise you that you embark on strike, the government will buy your members, give them money to come and challenge you. While fighting for them, they will be anti. You'll be talking this way, some non-entities will be gathered somewhere and they say different thing. It's so unfortunate.
While government claims its policies are bearing fruit, the experience of the Nigerian worker seems to tell a different story.
The welfare package is not of Nigerian workers in general. It's nothing to write home about. Look at the minimum wage is livable of 70,000 naira. Work on 70,000 naira die, and that is how it is, even in construction industry in Nigeria. So we are calling on the government and even the employers of labor in the construction industry to look into the plight. As you rightly said, the construction workers, they build the nation. And if you want to see how a nation is progressing, how developed a nation is, just look at the construction. A nation where construction is not taking place, it means that they are not making it. So, and not only that, construction is a low-hanging fruit that you can use to tame insecurity. We've been advocating that, we've been talking to government that, look, pump money into construction in Nigeria, then you see insecurity coming down automatically.
The plight of local government workers, even though the minimum wage has been signed into law, and in some states it has been implemented to the local government workers. But still, as every Nigerians know, the 70,000 minimum wage is grossly inadequate because of the devaluation of our currency, of Naira. And we still have some states where local government workers are still not enjoying the minimum wage. States like Borno State, Gombe State, Yobe State, FCT, they are still yet to start implementation of this minimum wage, despite the fact that it has been signed into law.
The minimum wage, with the new national minimum wage, workers will get value for the service they render. Don't forget, the most valuable resource in any economy is the worker, because it's the worker that creates the wealth. So from that standpoint, you will agree that the worker is significant in nation building. Having said that, it is not yet uhuru, because the minimum wage as it is today cannot sadly buy a bag of rice. So what happens to the worker? What happens to his transportation? What happens to his housing? What happens to his health care? What happens to what he will eat and that of his family? Your guess will be as good as mine. It is very difficult for the worker to survive.
The pledge by the Tinubu administration at the 2025 Workers' Day celebration to work with labor unions, the private sector, and civil society to drive job creation, poverty alleviation, and economic stability only reflects the need for concrete actions to bridge the gap between government promises and workers' harsh realities.
This administration stands ready to collaborate with the labor unions, the organized and informal private sector, the civil society organizations, to create policies and programs that safeguard the rights and livelihoods of workers across all sectors of the economy. My dear comrades, the theme for this year's May Day celebrations, that is to say, reclaiming the civic space in the midst of economic hardship, speaks to the challenges we face as a nation and the opportunities that lie ahead of us as a people. The theme is one that demands our collective attention and serves a stark reminder of the need to create an environment where every work feels safe, valued, and empowered to contribute productively to the growth and prosperity of our nation. As your President, I assure you that this administration is committed to creating such a utopic climate for the common good of all of us. Economic hardship, which today is a global phenomenon, cuts across all regions, testing the resolve of world leaders, but has not broken our spirit. I am well aware of the peculiarities of this economic hardship for Nigerians, which is occasioned by struggles and challenges you workers and indeed many Nigerians face, ranging from rising cost of living, hunger, insecurity, unemployment, loss of livelihood, and pressure to provide necessities for your families, amongst others.
Let me say this clearly. Your voices are heard, your concerns are valid, and your resilience is deeply respected. This administration is committed to the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President for a new Nigeria, and very soon we will be there. Dear Nigerian workers, as a government, we do not deny the weight of the economic hardship many citizens are currently facing. Inflation, unemployment, and social inequality are not just statistics. They are realities that affect families, homes, and futures. We acknowledge these challenges and we recognize that they require urgent, inclusive, and transparent responses. But we must also acknowledge that progress is being made with dialogue, engagement, and a civic space that is very open and protected and respected. This is our commitment towards moving Nigeria forward. The government, no doubt, agrees with you that a vibrant civic space is essential. It is the oxygen of democracy and the catalyst to the renewed hope agenda.
Nigerian workers, however, say class must be on side of the story. Just get in touch with us using any of our social media handles or email. We'll take another break and return shortly. Please don't go away.
Every second, every minute,
Welcome back. Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, has a magnetic pull for the adventurous, those looking for the good life, and those who are in love with power. For many of those attracted to Abuja, however, the glamour of the Nigerian capital could turn to either being left in the cold or having to bite their tails in overcrowded accommodation in far-flung suburbs. Behind the glamour of Abuja's luxury estates and high-rise buildings lies a hidden crisis: sky-high rents, empty houses, and commuting long distances for the average Abuja worker. Correspondent Chimeze Nzadima examines the issue.
Beneath the towering skyline and gleaming developments in Abuja, the Nigerian capital city, lies a troubling reality. Many of the beautiful houses are empty, unoccupied, the rents are ever rising, and shortage of accommodation is everybody's Abuja story. As real estate developers continue to build in the city's high-end districts, the question remains: who really benefits from these many luxury houses? And more importantly, why are there so many vacant properties, especially when so many Nigerians can't afford housing? We asked a seasoned estate developer, Engineer Aliyu Yunusa, what factors are driving up housing prices in Abuja. He pointed to both demand and speculation, explaining how the market is being distorted by the activities of political elites and high-end investors.
In Abuja, the factors that basically influence house prices are as follows. Number one, the location, which is in fact one of the most component factor. Because you agree with me that price of land in Maitama is not the same amount as either Kubwa or Wagwalada. So the location has a very high impact, because why is that these areas like Maitama, scarcity of land in such area is high. Yes. So let me give you probably some example. Like we say too, for example, along that Ademola Crescent, you see what is happening in such area now is remodeling. People want to build something, there is no land, they buy another person's property, then and rebuild. So imagine you want to buy a house in such area. So it means that the cost of the previous house they bought, they demolished, and rebuilding is going to come on. So number one is location. Then two is the economic factor. For the span of 2 to 3 years now, this industry has experienced inflation of almost 300% in increase of materials. So the pricing of materials, and also the FX too has effect, a very high effect to play in the pricing as well, because some of the finishing items that we use are imported, and with the high rate of dollar in the market, so the cost of importation will be high. It will also directly affect the price of the houses.
Many civil servants and ordinary Nigerians in Abuja struggle to find a place to live near their workplaces. They can't afford the empty Abuja houses. They instead spend hours commuting from far-removed area councils outlining suburbs of Nasarawa State or even Niger State. With land acquisition being the game for the rich and the politically connected, much of Abuja's prime land ends up in the hands of the men of power and means. But what about ordinary Nigerians? Can they access land to build affordable housing in the city? Is the process as transparent as the authorities says it can be?
There are government allocations. Then there are second buyer land. Then as a developer, we also talk about the ones we partner with people to develop. Now, if you have direct allocation from the government, what you just need is for you to apply. You apply, pay for the necessary application fees, and the land will be allocated to you, which is far cheaper. But the process is a bit tedious. It takes time, which also scare or demotivate some people away from going that route. So what I see there is issue of accessibility. Though there are some when we have theory, we also have to think about practicals, especially trying to understand how your socio-economic environment works. So what I would say is accessibility. You know, the bureaucratic bottleneck create that stress in such a way that people that have access to the authority have it faster and easier than all the people that will have to pass through the bureaucratic bottleneck.
Some Abuja residents shared their concerns about the lack of affordable housing. Many pointed out that the high costs are simply out of their reach, forcing them to live far from the city center.
House for Abuja cost like as in I don't know what's in this up. But nah, you know, even for where I work, my working place, I tried collecting house there, but the amount they were telling me was like, I come the reason waiting they do. Where could they see money they pay this kind rent? How much person could they save a year? Things like that, all those things.
Say, because like the houses they built in those days, they are compared to the one that they are building now. That the building materials are expensive now. You understand? Before you talk one or two things, they say, do you know how much they buy building material in the market? And some of these houses have been built for a decade when things are not like this. But it's just because of the cost of living, everything they increase it at the same time.
Where you're working, and most of the times they pay collect from where you work. That's what you determine, and you have to calculate your transport. So once you do all the calculation, you have to look for a place that is okay for you to stay. Like Pape here is closer to here. Gishiri the same thing. So I think these two places is okay. In some ways, it's okay.
In the high-end districts, such as Asokoro and Maitama, housing is priced more for status than for necessity. But is this the future of Abuja's real estate market? Can the average Nigerian ever afford to live in these areas?
If I start telling you we are building affordable housing in Asokoro, if you did not tell me to my face that, oh, please stop lying, I know within yourself, you will know that this is not true. I can't be building a house in Asokoro and I will tell you it's affordable housing. Housing affordability in Nigeria context is always targeted at low income earners and middle income earners. Then look at the salary spread and the cost of housing. That is why I personally appreciate the current Minister of Housing and Urban Development. You understand? So the minister, from inception of his office, he flagged off 100,000 housing scheme, affordable housing scheme to be developed for these low and middle income earners. Now, this is where the question comes in. You want affordable housing and you want to live in Maitama. Do you really need affordable housing?
But beyond the high cost of houses in Abuja, there is also the question of vacant property. With so many high-end buildings sitting empty, there is growing concern that the real estate in Abuja might just be a tool for money laundering, a practice that only further worsens the housing crisis.
Are people laundering money in real estate? No! Do you know why I'm saying no? Because if I say yes, it means I said yes, this is not doing their job. So the ones that are being ordered in real estate, they are exposing them. Last year we saw almost 500 units over that was confiscated by EFCC, that was being built by money laundering. There are different reasons people own properties. Some people buy to live inside. they are also contributing their own quota. Some people buy to resell. Some people buy to let it out. Some people buy to save their money. Because one of the ways to actually save your money, that money that is lying in the bank, one of the ways you can give me to help you save it is to save some property. Most of those houses, if some of them are not occupied, as you said, probably it doesn't fall I buy to live. It doesn't fall I buy to let. It might fall in I buy to use it to keep my money. Are you getting it now? And there's something I want you to interest you. You know, land tenure system in Nigeria is higi-haga. You can develop an estate completely. Somebody will come and told you build on my land. How are we sure that legal battles are not most of the reasons that most of these properties are also unoccupied? How are we sure that some of these properties are not kept to save money?
So what's the solution? Some have suggested that the government should impose taxes on empty property, forcing their owners to rent them out at lower, more affordable prices.
I don't think it's a good idea, because already you are infringing their right. It is their property. It is mine. Do you know I can buy property and decide to bring it down? It's my money. Then the next question, government should be taxing. Is government not taxing houses? What is a tenement rate in Nigeria? What is ground rent? Ground rent, because government leases land for you for 99 years, you keep on paying them the ground rent annually for that year. Then your tenement rate are the rate you paid on value of your property annually. Now the question should be enforcement. Are government enforcing tenement rates? The government have the data, complete data of the houses? Not only the number of the houses, they have the data of people that own the houses.
But is this enough to address the systemic issues plaguing Abuja's housing market? Or is it more regulation and perhaps a shift in the policy focus required?
To bring housing to the common man is not issue of delocalizing Abuja city. It's not issue of, so we have to work at the component that made housing. We have to start thinking component that made housing, starting from the entire value chain, from the land, the planning and design, the certification and documentation, the inputs. We have to. If cement is our problem, what is the alternative? Are you getting it now? So this is what we should do, because it is one thing to buy a house. It is another thing to be able to build it. Are you getting it now? So the contents of where the seat of power is just an outside thinking. We have to look at, because housing is a system. So we have to look at this system.
The question remains, will Abuja's housing market evolve to serve everyone, or will it continue to cater to the few, leaving the majority to only imagine the luxury and comfort from the outside? I am Chinize Zedima for 360 Nigeria.
Who is accountant Hussaini Oyewale, and where is he now? Until January 2025, Hussaini Oyewale was an accountant at the Federal Ministry of Water Resources in Abuja. But where is he now? He is said to have committed suicide for reasons the Ministry of Water Resources is keeping mum. Correspondent Nasiru Usman has been trying to find out why Hussaini Oyewale took his own life.
Hussaini Oyewale's death is being discussed in the Ministry of Water Resources in hushed tones. What is loud, however, is that he was a respected deacon at the Living Faith Church in Neunyanya, Nasarawa State. He also owned a high fee-paying upper-class private school in Lagos. Things are said to have begun to unravel for the accountant when the office of the permanent secretary in the ministry could not reconcile the wage bill of the ministry with its staff strength. As the 2025 budget was being put together, the amount allocated for staff wages outstripped what the staff strength should account for.
Who is a ghost worker? A ghost worker is a dedicated person, facilitated by an insider to collect salary for work not done. If you are my person, and I know that if I give you job, you don't have to appear. You are a ghost worker. So long as you are getting your salary, you won't complain. I won't complain because I'm getting my own cut. So at local government level, it is doable. State level, it is a done deal. Federal government level, it is a regular affair. And when you look at the state does not have what you call IPPIS. It's only federal level. It is because of the level of compromise at the federal level that is beyond description. Don't forget how we get to some level. We started with procurement problem in 2004, 2005. How did we get to that level? How will some people not do work and collect salary? How will some people not do a contract and collect money? If it is possible to put people there. And they do it regularly. It is purely political decisions. And politicians are mostly behind it, as well as civil servants.
There was the order of a rat. The Ministry of Water Resources authorities who smelt the rat invited the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC. The anti-graft agency soon discovered that about 40 names not known in the staff list of the ministry had been drawing salaries for over a long period of time. The man who compiled the staff wages, the list of beneficiaries and their bank account was Deacon, Accountant Usaini Oyewale. The names of some of his family members were even on the staff list, drawing salaries and getting allowances.
The IPPIS is Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System. If you are able to tamper with the personnel information system, you can add salary or payroll to the personnel. When you talk of adding salary, it's just a question of manipulating the biometrics. So long as I can get the personnel into the system, I can add salary to it. And once salary is added to it, all I need to do is using the interface of technology to transfer the salary into a dedicated account. And that is what they do mostly in some ministries. You always see government coming up to say, we are after ghost workers. They know they are there. It's a political decision. A lot of people that ought not to be in the system are in the system. A lot of people that ought to be in the system cannot find space because the system has been heavily compromised. IPPIS is heavily compromised. The so-called managers of IPPIS is heavily compromised. So definitely it is a doable deal.
As the ICPC dug further, some staff members began to provide more insights. Usaini Oyewale was allegedly part of a broader ring involving some staff in the office of the head of service and the accountant general of the federation, who specialized in manipulating ministry salaries using ghost workers' names. The ICPC had concluded its investigation and was to arraign Usaini Oyewale on charges bordering on breach of trust, tampering with federal government records, and theft before he committed suicide.
The criminal case has many aspects, you get. When you talk about, it depends also at the stage of the case. If it's a case that judgment has not been pronounced by the trial courts, then of course in that case nothing is a subject of appeal. That criminal trial ends with the death of the person. in a situation where judgment has not been delivered on the trial.
There was no way of knowing why he took his own life, but Hussein Oyewale took his own life before he could have a date with a judge. Was he a coward or a man of conscience who could not stand the prospect of being called a dishonest man of God? Meanwhile, the 40 names have been removed from the payroll of the Ministry of Water Resources and Hussein Oyewale's elite private school in Lagos seized by the anti-graft agency. Can the ICPC prosecute a dead man? And can the dead forfeit property since he is no longer alive to defend himself? What happens to his ring members, said to be in the office of the head of service and the Accountant General of the Federation?
As a matter of fact, it is a general principle of law, a repeated principle of law, that in civil matters, once the plaintiff or the defendant dies, their next of kin or successor in title can be substituted. Successors of a deceased accused person can take over the case, not in the criminal respect, but to the extent to which their rights in the properties of the deceased accused person is affected. Are you getting my point? That's why I said it is only when a judgment has been entered. Now, if there is an order for temporal forfeiture and the accused person died before the order is either set aside or made permanent, the successor in title also have the right to challenge that order for temporal forfeiture. In that case, they are not imperative a criminal trial, because criminal trial per se dies with the death of the person accused.
Before that task response, 360 Nigeria's insistence on getting the anti-graft agency to comment on what becomes of the Hussein Oyewale's case. We had set up for an interview before it was called off. However, sources inside ICPC confided in 360 Nigeria first with an explanation, and then the steps ICPC is likely to take subsequently. According to a senior official of the Anti-Graft Commission, the death of accountant Hussein Oyewale closes his prosecution. The ICPC is also not disposed to prosecuting his family members who benefited from his financial fraud. However, the official said that ICPC was examining its options regarding his private school in Lagos, which was seized in the course of investigation, although ICPC has not obtained any court order for a final forfeiture of the school. The commission is likely going to press for a final forfeiture because it is the proceeds of a crime. ICPC is also contemplating concluding its investigation of all those fingered as members of the Hussein Oyewale ring with a view to bringing them to justice and using the outcome of the case against them to obtain the final forfeiture order for Hussein Oyewale's seized property.
Okay, you know, there is a huge difference between suspects and accused person. Suspects is their status before arraignment. Arraignment simply means before they are brought to court. They are called suspects. But the moment they appear before the courts by way of arraignment, they are called the accused person. Although in federal offenses, in federal courts, their status is no longer an accused person, but a defendant by virtue of the AJA 2015. If there is an investigation going on and it involves a corporate offense or conspiracy to commit an offense or conspiracy, people that conspire to commit an offense actually, at that point, before arraignment and somebody dies, investigation continues with the other remaining suspects. Now, if they had appeared before the courts by way of arraignments, they are non-accused persons, and one of them dies, it does not in any way vitiate the trial. The trial cannot stop. As a matter of fact, I have 2 cases I'm doing. One I'm doing in Akwanga, Nasarawa State. 11 accused persons. 1 died in prison. We are still in court. As a matter of fact, when the prosecution finished their case, we entered a no-case submission. What it simply means is that, my lord, based on the evidence presented by the prosecution, there is nothing reasonable to warrant the defendants to enter even a defense. That's the meaning of no-case submission. Now, the court heard our submissions and agreed with us that there is nothing linking so far 5 of the accused persons with the offense. Their names were struck out. Even after their names were struck out, they continued the trial of the remaining 4. Are you getting the point? So the death of an accused person or the death of a suspect, depending on the case, on the level or the phase of the trial or investigation, does not in any way vitiate the trial or the investigation, provided there are things linking the existing or surviving defendants or suspects to the alleged offense.
Apart from the padding of budgets, which members of the National Assembly are said to be complicit in, the Hussaini Oyewale case is a pointer that more needs to be done to make public accounts reflect actual government expenses. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for 360 Nigeria.
Should we leave the dead to simply rest in peace, or should we keep seeking until we can find? Let the answer be for another day. For today, let's thank you for investing your time with us. I am Josephine Bitrus. Goodbye.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the 2 political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. It's a bit cloudy in ENUGU. I don't know where you look if it's that way. Let's go straight to the headlines, where Senate confirms Nnamdi Kanu as NASC Commissioner for Southeast. For these and other stories, We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, every
Village
minute,
people.
every day.
The Senate on Tuesday confirmed the appointment of Nana Kalu as a commissioner in the National Assembly Service Commission, NASC, to represent the Southeast Geopolitical Zone. Confirmation followed the presentation and adoption of a report of a Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service chaired by Cyril Faisui during plenary. Kalu's confirmation was previously stepped down in March due to a petition filed against him. At the time, the Senate had confirmed 12 out of 13 nominees for the NASC, withholding only the nomination from the Southeast pending resolution of the matter. Presenting the report, Faisui explained that the petition had been thoroughly investigated and dismissed by the Senate Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct, and Public Petitions. The committee found no grounds to disqualify the nominee. In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio thanked both committees for handling the issue with diligence and fairness. He congratulated Kalu on his confirmation and urged him to serve with integrity. ENUGU State Police Command has announced the rescue of 28 kidnapped victims and arrested 10 suspects in multiple coordinated operations. Commissioner of Police Maman Giwa, in a statement through the command spokesperson Daniel Ndukwe, said the operations were a part of sustained efforts to rid Enugu State of unrepentant violent criminals. The command rescued 28 kidnapped victims, arrested 10 male suspects, and recovered firearms, ammunition, cash, vehicles, motorcycles, and other exhibits. Operatives attached to the Umumba Police Division rescued 4 victims kidnapped along the Umumba Nduno Agwoba Road in Ezagu local government area. 4 male suspects linked to the crime were immediately arrested and are currently assisting with ongoing investigations. In another development, operatives from the 9th Mile Division responded to a distress call and rescued a yet-to-be-identified male suspect from a violent mob. The suspect and 3 others had attempted to kidnap a woman who raised an alarm and was abandoned by the suspects. The statement noted that the command also recovered a pump-action gun, 2 live cartridges, and 220,000 naira intended for ransom payment in another operation. Giwa commended the police operatives, collaborating security agencies, and law-abiding community members for their efforts in making the operation successful, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to making Enugu State safer and more secure by rooting out violent criminals and their activities. They urged residents to be law-abiding, vigilant, and cooperative. Residents are urged to cooperate and remain law-abiding, vigilant, and with the police and other law enforcement authorities. The Catholic Diocese of Awka, Anambra State, has expressed deep sadness over the passing of one of its priests, Reverend Father Anthony Udogu. Udogu slammed and died while playing tennis during his routine exercise in the early hours of Monday. The deceased until his death was a parish priest of St. Francis Parish, Awka, and Dean of Awka II Deanery. He was also said to be a lecturer at the Department of Criminology and Security Studies at the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. The news of his death was disclosed in a short press statement released on Tuesday by the Diocesan Chancellor, the Assistant Catholic Secretariat, Awka, Father Francis Ndubisi. Many described Udogu as a devoted, humble, and committed man to his pastoral duties. And now we'll move over to Abia State, where Governor Alex Oti has expressed the readiness of his administration to partner with private investors to build the proposed Abia Stadium City to create a better future and boost the economy of the state. Oti said this when he received a team of development partners led by Nigel Neely, the managing director of a private sector firm, who came to present a master plan of a proposed Abia Stadium City in his office. Oti said his administration has been on the stadium project and is looking for those who not only have the capacity to deliver, but are willing to invest in Abia. The governor, who stressed that sustainability is key, said the government could have 10% or 20% maximum investment and allow the rest to be owned by private investors. He said that what is needed is for both the government and the development partners team to form a team and work out the details of a project. The governor further assured that all electricity would not be a problem for the project, as his administration is concluding plans to buy the Omaya ring fence of the ENUGU electricity distribution company, which will provide enough power to Omaya and the entire Abia North zone. So that the project is anchored on the creation of a world-class multifunctional sports and entertainment complex that will serve the region and attract global attention. According to him, the structure for the proposed Abia Stadium City includes stadium and sports zone, games village and high-performance training center, residential districts, smart housing, offering modern, tech-integrated living spaces for residents and visitors, hospitality and tourism zone with hotels, resorts, among others. Commissioners for Youth and Sports, Wabialo, Wandima, Anambra, and Commissioner for Finance, Uoma Okando, among government officials at the presentation. And that's the news. When we return, of course, it will be time for our conversations. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
If I ask you, I know the answer already, but I'll still ask, which is easier, giving someone a fish a day or teaching a person how to fish? Don't worry, I know the answer. Well, that's why we're here in this conversation. With me is Timothy Namani. Timothy will tell you about himself and about his organization. But Timothy is here bringing some people together to teach them how to fish. Isn't that nice? Timothy, good afternoon and welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Now, what's your organization all about?
Okay, the organization that we run here in the Southeast, first of all, is called Youth Awakening and Development Initiative. It's a youth-oriented initiative where majorly what we focus on is youth development. We try to create platforms where these young persons can learn, have requisite skill that can at least give them edge in the competitive economy. We understood that this is a technological age, and then for you to be able to have an edge, especially unique, you need this skill. So we created this organization to expose them to this skill. And then we try as much as possible to distinguish ourselves from the rest by also creating avenue where the ones that we train can also be empowered, for them to become better and all of that. Yeah.
That sounds like a great proposition. Now, how long have you been doing this?
Okay, we've been doing this for 2 years now. We started in Kaduna in 2022, and we are here today in ENUGU.
So, what are the numbers like? So far, how many people have you affected their lives positively?
Okay, when we had our first program in Kaduna, we trained over 300 persons in Kaduna State. And then out of the 300 persons we trained, we were able to empower about 24 out of the number we trained due to limited resources. Then down here in ENUGU, we had our first program in April 2023. In April 2024, we trained 46 persons. And then at the end of the 1 week program, inaugural program we had, we were able to select 21 persons who stayed with us for 5 months. That is our second program, and then we are already planning our third program currently.
So what is the criteria for having these people come on board?
Okay, the criteria is very simple. First of all, the training is free. They are not paying for it. The people we are looking at are people who understood the value we're giving to them. Now, these are individuals that have clearly understood the benefit of having this skill. These are people who, when we enroll them for this skill, they can understand the value and take advantage of it. You don't need to pay for it. You don't need to maybe pay for some certain things. All we just need from you is your resilience, determination to learn. And then when the payment has been made on your behalf, we need to see seriousness. And then we need to see you determined to better yourself. So
let me understand something. You did say that the training is free.
Absolutely.
Now I heard you saying when the payment is made on your behalf. So what am I missing?
Okay. Okay, the organization pays for this training.
Which organization?
The Youth Awakening and Development Initiative. Now, through our collaborations and partnership with some of these skill-oriented organizations, we bring this training free for our participants. Now, we have a summit we are putting together now. And then the state coordinator for National Directorate of Employment, Evangelist Adako, is also going to be there. Now, one of the reasons why she's going to be there is also to talk about how the organization can also work together with NDE, that is National Directorate of Employment, ENUGU, to bring down some of the skills also to our participants. So we try to collaborate with these organizations to ensure that our participants, these individuals, don't pay, or even if they must pay, there has to be a reduction in what they are paying to ensure that it is affordable for every one of them.
Well, I don't know about affordability because that depends, it's a relative term. What may be affordable for you may not be affordable for me. But let's look at it. What type of skills are these people learning? Because you mentioned the word resilience. What type of skills are they learning? Are they learning skills that in the next 5 years would have expired? Because the last survey 2 years ago did say about some skills that in the next 10 years
going to extinct
would go, not just extinct, but people will not even remember that they ever existed.
Okay, we did a research before we ventured into this project. I usually refer to Youth Awakening and Development Initiative as a project rather than as an organization. So we did a lot of research, and then we took a lot of things into proper cognizance before we made up our mind on how to structure the whole project. So the skill that we are looking at majorly are soft skills. Now, the reason why we are looking at soft skills is because of the technological advancement of course, we are witnessing all over all the spheres of the society. Now, currently, we have trainees going through web designing, they're going through graphic designing, they're going through forex trading, and then fashion designing. Now, the reason why we are venturing into this aspect of training is because, or this skill is because we understand, or we understood that in the next 5 to 10 years, these skills are still going to be there. They're still going to be there. There may be little changes, but they're still going to be there. Of course, as we are advancing, you advance with the society. But at least, these are the major reasons why we ventured into this aspect. Of course, we are not limiting it to this one. But of course, when we are done with this edition, by the time we are starting up the next edition, we are always very careful with the skill that we are bringing to the participants.
I was thinking, since you're looking for soft skills, that you would have added something like machine learning.
Yes.
Or AI, especially
yes.
Knowing that in the next few years AI will take over.
Yes.
So you needed some, and then probably your web designer today may become jobless tomorrow, except he learns how to use AI to also design these websites.
Yes. I think in our next edition, even before now, we've looked at AI. Before we ventured into this edition, this skill training edition, we had over 6 skills that we posted on our Facebook page, and then we had people point out the one they needed. So at the end of when we collected the results from the activity, we realized that web designing had a majority of the people, forex trading, fashion designing, and graphic designing.
Now, you understand the first question I asked you, what was the criteria of choosing these people? So you offer them a platform where they choose the skills they want to learn.
Yes, that's what we did at the first edition, but this second edition, we may not be able to continue with that, because if we continue with that, we may not really be able to expose them to the actual skill we need them to learn, like the AI you mentioned. Majority of them may not want to. It's possible that when we have them, let us know the skill they want to learn. It's possible that we might not have good number of persons mentioning AI, but when we present AI as the only skill we want them to learn, they may not have any other option but to learn it.
Okay, well, you may have a point, but for someone to learn, one of the key words is you must have passion for what you want to learn.
Sure.
So now, if you present AI for me to learn as a skill, and I just want to be a fashion designer, will it work? Even when you're trying to let me know that I can still use AI to have my designs set.
Okay.
So you must find a meeting point of where to get somebody to want to learn, because without learning, then the future is bleak.
That's true.
Now, how do you start up these people? Is it just a matter of letting them learn the skills and you let them go?
Okay, we don't, first of all, we usually have a preliminary stage of our training. That's where we select people that have the passion. You know, the training that we have now ongoing, we had a 1 week preliminary training where we had over 46 persons. Then at the end of the 1 week, we gave them a test. We tested their knowledge about what they've learned for 1 week. That's where, apart from what they have learned, we also studied their attitude and their seriousness towards the training. So these are part of the things that helped us select the people that are still with us at the moment. So our plan is usually not to train and certify them, just like every other organization. What we do at Youth Awakening Development Initiative is that we try to train them attitudinally and then try to also give them this skill. At the end of their training, when we are sure that they have gotten this skill, it is now time to monetize this skill. We try to give them little support. It can be material, it can be financial, but we try to give them something that can enable them start up so that they can earn from what we have trained them on.
Okay, let me take you back a bit. In 2022, you did something in Kaduna.
Yeah, I did, yes, sir.
I want to believe that after training, they got something to start them up.
Yes, they did.
So do you have a tracking process in place that can track those you have trained? That's why I'm taking as far back as Kaduna.
Yes.
So that's like 2 years ago,
yes,
where you can now say, yes, A is successful, B is not, B needs some further tutelage, yes, so that they can be strengthened in whatever they are doing. Do you have that type of monitoring process in place?
Yes, earlier this year, I had a couple of meetings with some persons we empowered in Kaduna. In fact, they reached out to me, actually. You know, not all of them, you know, but majority of them reached out to me because sometimes I also do reach out to them. But that is not our major way of monitoring what they're doing. When we had that program, we worked with the local government in the state. So our agreement with them was to also assist us. Now, this is your constituent. So the agreement was you can also help us track these people's level of progress in their businesses, while we also track them from our own end. Of course, I'm not in Kaduna right now, so all I can do is to reach out to them on the phone. How well are you doing? And then after their feedback, I reach out to the office of the SA on youth development, who is a very good friend of mine, who is still also in charge of that area, and also try to get updates on how well they are doing. Because at the end of the program we had in Kaduna, they were all instructed that monthly they should give reports to the office of the SA, to the local government chairman on youth development, on how well they are doing with their respective businesses.
So given all this process you put in place, what would you say has happened to the 21 people you empowered?
Okay, we have not empowered these 21. They are still undergoing our intensive training now.
For 2 years?
No. The ones
I'm talking about the ones in Kaduna you empowered.
Okay.
You know, you said you started with 46.
Yes, we did.
In
ENUGU?
No, the Kaduna now.
Okay, the one we had in Kaduna was 300.
300, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
And you empowered 40-something.
We empowered 26.
26.
Yes.
I get a mixing up somewhere. Now 26, thank you very much. So how many of these 26 that you empowered are now like able to stand?
We have about 5 persons. We have about 5 persons that are doing well at the moment. Now, the rest of the persons, it has been communication issue. They've not actually, we've been trying to reach out to them, and then Of course, in the local government, there have been some changes in the government and all of that, which sort of affected those we mounted there to monitor their progress so far. But then we are very, very sure of about 5 persons who are doing very well in their respective businesses. And then, they got this skill from the training, and then they were also empowered.
Why I'm asking all that, trying to glean out these statistics from you, is because there must always be an end goal. So what's the end goal? Is it perpetual trainings, or like what I said earlier, that is it better to give a fish a day or teach them to fish? So you said you prefer to teach them to fish. So how do you get them to become the super fishermen they are supposed to be?
From our own end, we can always encourage them. But there's this saying that says you can only take a horse to the river, but you wouldn't force the horse to take water and all of that. What we are doing at Youth Awakening and Development Initiative, we've studied our society, and then we've come to understand that majority of our young persons, we complain too much. We complain that there is no job, there is no this, there is no that. Disregarding the fact that we have the ability to create solutions to this societal problem. So that is the main reason why we ventured into this. So the end goal has always been to enable them have financial independence for the ones who value what we are bringing. Because in our Nigerian setting, most persons don't value things that are free. Some will be like, this thing is free, that means it has no value. So that is the reason. But the ones that have actually understood the value of what we are doing, they're taking advantage of it, and they're doing very well. We have a young man who joined our training in April. He had no idea about web designing. Today, he is the one designing our website, and he has been getting work here and there. The same thing with graphic designers. Those in forex trading can trade live now and make a lot of money in dollars. The same thing with fashion designers. So these are individuals who truly understood the value and the significance of what we are doing, and they're taking advantage. So you may not be able to get everyone along to understand what you're doing.
So the few you get, how do you nurture them to maturity? Why? It's simply this: the more, the merrier. If you trained 300 in Kaduna, and 150 of that number could become independent, you can imagine the exponential effect it will have on others. And those you're training in ENUGU, if you can get many more of them to be able to stand on their own with your support, with that of NDE and other partners you have, you are reducing what? Unemployment.
Yes, that's true.
And you are improving the environment for the young ones. So when you say youth awaken, they know that it's time to rise to the challenge of getting the things done and done properly. So have you also thought about another way of looking at the training programs you've been offering? How you can have more people come in and get more partners to support you?
Yes, we are actually working on that currently. We recently met with the Commissioner for Youth and Sports, ENUGU, and then we presented our project, presented our proposal, and he made positive comment about what we are doing, and then cited need for partnership between the initiative and the ministry, since what we are doing is also in line with the goal of the ministry. And then today we also had a meeting with the Office of the Commissioner for Human Development and Poverty Alleviation in ENUGU. And it has been positive responses from these offices. And we are looking forward to having greater number of participants and trainees in our next edition, because they've all cited interest in what we are doing. So we look forward to also having greater number of us, and also, of course, not forgetting the National Directorate of Employment. They're also here with us. So I believe that in our next edition, we'll have greater number of persons with this partnership.
Welcome back, and here we are. For close to some days now, we've been searching for a man who did a good deed, especially given the present economic circumstances in Nigeria. A keke rider who carried a passenger to a spot, and the passenger forgot a large sum of money in his tricycle. But they still tracked the person and returned that money. Well, don't worry. Tony Ademodi will tell you more about that. Tony, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. It was good to be here.
How is Abia State today?
Yeah, very fine. Abia State is good, quite good. But business as usual, business activity is really heating up in the commercial city of Abia State.
I think that's a good one, because as at yesterday, I was sort of listing some events that are happening or incidents that are happening in Abia that doesn't paint a good picture of Abia State. So business going well, it's a good picture. So how did you track down the man?
Well, it's been a very tough job. Like a journalist now, we try to make more investigations, try to get the real facts as far as each story is concerned. And that's exactly what I had to do. Of course, today I needed to track those involved. And as I speak to you, I'm actually at the Assembly of God Church, 222 Clifford Road in Aba, one of the very popular branches of that church, where the ministers of that church, in conjunction with other ministers in Aba, came together to reward this man. You know, they were actually having a program, church programs, and also decided to honor this man for his kind gesture of returning 2.4 million naira that was in his tricycle. Well, seeing the man personally, I must tell you that the man is just a very good Nigerian. It's quite different when you read up a story, but when you see the person involved, you can really ascertain who the kind of person that man can be. And I tell you one thing, this man I saw here today is just one out of a million of the good Nigerians we have in this country. Now, speaking to the man directly, he told me a whole lot, and I'm sure in our subsequent bulletins, subsequent editions of this program, and even in the news, I'm sure the viewers will get to see and hear from the horse's mouth how everything happened. But I'm just going to explain a little bit. The man narrated exactly what happened. He told me exclusively that he picked up this piece from the area market, and he picked the lady up, the woman. He told the woman that the woman was going to pay him 300 naira, from area market to where the woman was heading to. He told me that the woman actually dragged and said he was willing to pay 250. The man pleaded that he should pay the 300 naira because of the distance of where he was carrying this woman to. The woman insisted that she only has 250 naira to pay. And the man said, okay, no problem, madam, hop in. The lady entered his tricycle, took the woman to her destination. The woman highlighted. And immediately the woman highlighted and paid him. The woman crossed him and the keke rider zoomed off. Just less than 5 minutes from where he dropped the woman. He now discovered that there was a bag behind his tricycle. At that point, came down, was looking around if he was going to see the woman, maybe trying to run towards him or thereabout, but the woman was not, anywhere to be seen. So he had to look at the bag, open the bag. Lo and behold, he saw that huge amount of money, 2.4 million naira stuck in the bag. And immediately the man had to reverse his tricycle and went back to that particular location where he picked up the woman. But unfortunately, he couldn't see the woman. So what he did, according to what he told me, was that he had to go into the market from the area where because he said the woman came out from a particular line. He saw the woman coming out from a particular market. You have different lines, different zones. So he had to run into that particular line and ask for the chairman of that particular line in the market. So the traders actually showed him the shop of the chairman of that particular line in the market. So when he got to that shop, he now narrated what happened to the chairman of that particular line in the market. So the chairman now told him, okay, he had to now bring the money to the chairman. They counted it, everything was intact. And just while they were still discussing, a woman, some traders now said, now told the chairman that there's a woman that's running around here, shouting that her money is missing and all that and all that. Luckily for her, the woman was brought before the chairman. She was interrogated, asked some very vital questions to really ascertain if she is the owner of the money. And from all indications, she answered correctly, got the denominations right, the way the money was stocked in the bag, and that was how that woman got her money back, to the delight of the woman and to the surprise of a whole lot of traders in the very popular area market. So it was a thing to behold. The man also told me that at that point, traders in the market started shouting praises on him, thanking him for his good gesture. Some people actually donated some cash, gifts to him, thanking him for being an honest person and all that. And at that point, the story began to go viral on social media, and that was how almost everybody heard about the story. So the man is actually one of the persons we should celebrate. As I speak to you, at the venue of this, in this event, the leaders of the Tricycle Riders Association in Abia State, they call themselves ASTOPO, Abia State Tricycle Operators Union. The leader, the chairman, was spotted here alongside his members. They've also, congratulated the man. They've also thanked him for his good gesture. They've also, rewarded him abundantly. There are some government officials have also shown interest. The Commissioner for Local Government Affairs has also shown it. And we also gathered that the number one executive, talking about the governor of the state, Dr. Alex Shomoti Opa, has also indicated that the man be brought to his office. So you can see what it means to be good. And it's just one of those things we talk about, people, being good. At a time like this, when things are very difficult for people, the economy is fighting too hard, but in all these things, we feel in the society. And, it might also interest you to know that the state man that returned this huge amount of money don't even have a mobile phone. He didn't even have a mobile phone. So it was a problem. Because when people wanted to, reward this man for what he did, reaching out to him became a problem. He doesn't have a mobile phone. Needed to start asking people, going to KK Sports where the tricycle riders, do load, asking questions. It took over about a week before they were able to, see this man, as I speak to you, some persons have gotten a phone from him. The man himself, even the tricycle that he rides, is not even his own. I see he came here alongside his children, about 3 of them had sports here, grown-up children, and the children actually speak with me as well, confirming the kind of father that they have, that the man, that their father has, trained them so well, and that they are not surprised that their father, irrespective of the difficult conditions that he finds himself, still was able to return 2.4 million naira to the rightful owner. So it's been an emotional thing right here, in Aba. I'm actually still at the venue as I speak to you, at the Assemblies of God Church, number 222 Clifford Road in Aba, Abia State. So there's so much to talk about, and I'm sure, like I say, we're going to get more details. I'm sure the viewers will get to see and watch for themselves how everything transpired, and also hear from the horse's mouth.
That will be very great. But Tony, now I understand why it took us so long to track the man down. Because when that incident happened, I recall telling you that we needed to speak with that man. Somebody who changes the narrative, because the average narrative is that people who ride tricycles are not trustworthy. But here is one man that has said that that is not for him. Imagine the story that played out. The man charging 300 naira, the woman insisting it will be 250 naira. Some people would have used that as an excuse to say, after all, I told her to pay 300, she paid 250, and that this belongs to me. But I thank God for that young man, or that man, actually not young man, because he has proven that even when temptation comes, who you are still is who you are. Your integrity is still intact. And for him returning that money, and we need also to thank the chairman. What line was that? You know, you talked about the chairman of the line.
Yes, you know, for those of for people that have visited the Area International Market in Aba, you realize that that market is one of a market that has over 20,000 local shops divided into various lines and zones. And I also spoke with the chairman of that zone. I'm sure you would also get to see the videos as well much later. And, you know, a whole lot of people. So I think it's Zone D. I think he did highlight the particular line in that video, in that interview I had with him, which will be broadcast later on the station. So, this whole story is that as we speak, people are rewarding this man. And at the end of the day, he might as well even
surpass the 2.4 million.
You know, because that's the truth. Because right in front of me in the church here, a couple of persons have donated over 500,000 naira already to the man. You know, individuals, some clergymen, market people, because the story went viral. And even as we speak, the more we talk about the story, people would even hear more about it. I was able to get, you know, more information about the man. It might also interest you to know that the man did not even have an account number. He's still the tricycle he's riding is not even his own. He's on hire purchase. So, conditions of this man, 55-year-old man, he did confirm to me from Imo State. He said that he's from, I think, one of the places in Imo State there, which I'm going to actually confirm much later. So, despite his age, despite his very tough conditions, he was still able to return that huge amount of money. Not many Nigerians will return that. Even, you know, colleagues who are also keke riders, some of them, each time they see him, they tell him that, that he should have, you know, moved with that money, that's how God has blessed him, but he decided to return the money. Some of his colleagues were even mocking him, telling him that, hey, look, difficult things are for you and your family, yet you were able to return the amount of money. But one thing is certain, that now that this story is in the public, everybody's seeing it, it's going to even go more, because now we have more facts about him. A couple of media men were also here. The story is going to go even more viral. It's going to go beyond the nooks and crannies of the country. Everybody's going to see the story, his phone numbers, his account numbers, his names, where he comes from, every detail about the man, which is verifiable. People will have to call and verify for themselves. And I'm sure the man will have the last laugh at the end of the day.
Tony. Hello, Tony.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now, one significant thing that has happened is the fact that if he had done what some of his colleagues said he should have done, moved the money, let me put it in that parlance, he would be living with fear every day of his life, wondering what will happen if the woman cites him, the drama that would ensue. But right now, from out of what he has done, from the goodness of his heart, is getting people opening accounts for him, buying phones for him, and making free will donations, which will give him peace of mind, which is one of the things that keeps man going and growing. So I think we look forward to the story. We look forward to your interviews with him. And we look forward to this narrative making the difference that it should make in the lives of people. People beginning to understand that when such temptations come, you can overcome it by doing the right thing. Doing the right thing, keeping the valuable for the rightful owner. So that when the rightful owner gets it, even assuming now that he had given out the money to the chairman and the chairman had returned the money to the woman and nobody even gave him anything, he will still have his peace of mind because he will know that on his own he took the right step. So, Tony, now, I look forward to it, but something just occurred to me. We've just been saying demand, demand, demand. Let's tell the world the name of the man while waiting for the full package of the story tomorrow in Southeast.
Okay, yes. To tell me, I tell you he's from Imo State. I think from one of the local governments, I can't really pick it, but it's in that incident I had with him. I'm still so confirmed. I think one of the daughters is right here with me. I'm just gonna, of course, confirm from her the name of the father and of course where he comes from. So let me put her on the line because she's going to talk to us as well.
All right, that would be great.
Yes, let me make her talk to you as well.
Okay, that would be great.
She's on that thing right now. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Barry Kumo. I am talking to you live from ENUGU on Signature TV. Tony is one of us there in Aba. And we are more than excited knowing that your father is changing the narrative of keke riders in Nigeria, showing that we still have good people. What can you say about his great act?
Okay, I can say that his great act is really good because he did something. I'm really happy that he made that decision. So I'm so proud of him and I thank God for everything.
Okay, sorry, I told you my name and you didn't tell me yours.
Okay, yeah, my name is Ejezi Amarachi.
Ejezi Amara, so what's your dad's name?
Okay, my dad's name is Ejezi Emmanuel.
Ejezi Emmanuel, okay, with Tony there, we're going to have a full-blown interview and all that with your dad tomorrow showing on Signature TV. But for now, I want to ask, from what has happened and the future, what lessons have you learned from this simple act of your dad?
Okay, I've learned that everybody should always choose to be good. You understand? Goodness pays a lot. So to always do the right thing because it pays. So look at what my dad is receiving, both the recognition and everything. It's something that we are proud of. It's not even about the money, but the fact that he's being honored and respected, the love that and something that we are proud of. So we thank God for everything. Thank God that he made that decision and we are happy for it. So being a good person, like it pays, like we all should be good people and okay.
Thank you very much. Please, Tony.
Hello, Tony.
Okay, I'm still with you.
Yes, you should still be with me because I am more than excited. I remember when we were trying to trail this man.
As I speak to you, the man is right here with me. The daughter, your second daughter as well, is also here. But like I said, I have every interview of his.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to bore you with much because I know you don't have much time. You're going to have all the videos, all the interviews, but I'm standing right with the man here. I'm sure you get to see more of him.
Okay, let me just ask him a quick one before I tell you.
He might want to speak in the local parlance.
No problem. I'll take a quick one at that.
Okay. Let me give him the phone. Speak with him in Igbo language.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Congratulations for doing what is right.
Okay, thank you.
Please, can you just give us a word of wisdom? Tony will conclude all the interviews later and then send us the videos. But what can you tell us that we need to do constantly as Nigerians to always do the right thing?
I want to speak with Igbo so that you can understand what I'm talking.
Go ahead, speak in Igbo, no problems.
Because the motor, I want to go that money. I go from prison, inside market, prison now, but so I'm with the woman. I'm not of the myself. Call it to the movie. I'm not Zania. I've got enough of the measure the money on my seat of market in the back. So my colleague is the money. So find the chairman of that job to show that I can hand over to him. So let me go and find the woman for that land when enter. So immediately I enter there, I know that as somebody when he owns the loss, if you go there, it will happen, something will happen there. I read there. I could go there, the woman, the cry, people gather him, they tell him sorry. I tell him that the one you were carrying now, he say yes. Now she forgets out of my keeper, he say yes. You just stop to cry, so yeah, let's go. Before that, I don't go and I carry that man, hand over the chairman that show. You go there, how much you talk, and I show that money this. So I have to collect from that money from that chairman of the show. I give him back that money. So the woman thank me well. So that didn't happen. Myself, today, I say I'm very happy. I'm not expecting this thing where they see now. You give me one and give me many gifts here. I got my other things. So I'm very, very happy for that.
Thank you. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. All right. Tony.
Okay, so I'm sure you heard it, at least from the horse's mouth, some snippets of what I had with him. You heard it yourself, and so it's a life story.
Yes, it is. And I look forward to having a full dose tomorrow on Southeast News. That will be really great for us. So,
definitely.
Tony, thank you very much for making our day on Southeast News. And for all of us, it's been our pleasure, especially knowing that goodness still prevails in Nigeria. And that's our story for today, the main one we've been tracking for a whole while now. Barik Mado is my name. We certainly will be back with that big story tomorrow. Thank you for being with us.
when we had opportunity of participating.
This is Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Thank you for joining me on another episode of thought-provoking conversations concerning gender in society. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oloha, and I'll start this conversation with a question. What does it say about our world when someone's gender identity can dictate their safety, opportunity, and success? Well, ponder on this while we go on a quick break. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. This is Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. And I hope you pondered on the question I asked before we went on a break, because it leads us to our topic today, which is on sexism and gender discrimination. Now, what is this sexism? This refers to prejudice or discrimination based on a person's gender, and it often manifests through beliefs or behaviors that suggest one gender is inferior or superior to another. While gender discrimination is the unfair or unequal treatment of individuals based on their gender identity or expression. And this includes denying opportunities, imposing different standards, or even enabling harassment. Before we go further, let's look at what our background report has for us.
Sexism and gender discrimination continue to pose serious challenges to achieving social equity and justice across the globe. These issues are deeply embedded in cultural, institutional, and systemic frameworks that have evolved over centuries, resulting in unequal treatment of individuals based on their gender identity or sex. While there has been notable progress in advancing gender equality, many barriers remain that limit opportunities, violate rights, and perpetuate harmful stereotypes, particularly for women, girls, and gender-diverse individuals. At its core, sexism is the belief that one sex or gender is inherently superior to another. It manifests in attitudes, behaviors, and practices that disadvantage individuals, often women and non-binary people, based solely on gender. Gender discrimination, on the other hand, refers to the unjust or prejudicial treatment of individuals because of their gender identity or expression. This can take many forms, including denial of employment opportunities, unequal pay, and tolerance of harassment or violence. Historically, sexism was institutionalized through laws, social customs, and religious doctrines. Women were denied basic rights such as voting, owning property, or receiving education in many societies. These legal restrictions were reinforced by cultural norms that defined women's roles as subordinate to men. Although many of these laws have since been overturned, the underlying biases continue to influence societal structures. In the contemporary world, sexism and gender discrimination are particularly evident in the workplace. Despite increased female participation in the labor force, significant wage gaps persist. Moreover, women and gender-diverse individuals are underrepresented in leadership roles and in male-dominated fields such as science, technology, engineering, and finance. Beyond pay and representation, harassment remains a serious issue, with many individuals facing gender-based bullying and inappropriate behavior that is often overlooked or inadequately addressed. The educational sector is another area where gender-based inequality is evident. In various regions, girls still face barriers to accessing quality education due to poverty, traditional gender roles, or early marriage. Even in more developed educational systems, gender biases in teaching materials and teacher expectations can hinder girls' academic and professional ambitions. Non-binary and transgender students often encounter discrimination or a lack of support, which affects both their academic performance and mental health. Healthcare systems also reflect systemic gender disparities. Historically, medical research has prioritized male physiology, leading to inadequate understanding of women's health issues and treatments that may not account for gender differences. Transgender and non-binary individuals frequently report being denied care or facing discrimination from healthcare providers, further exacerbating health disparities. Furthermore, legal and political systems do not always provide adequate protection or representation. Although many countries have enacted laws prohibiting gender discrimination, enforcement remains inconsistent. Women are still significantly underrepresented in politics, and gender-based violence often goes underreported and inadequately prosecuted. Structural barriers and societal stigmas continue to silence victims and shield perpetrators. Several key factors contribute to the persistence of sexism and gender discrimination. Cultural norms and traditional gender roles remain powerful forces in shaping behavior and expectations. Media portrayals often reinforce stereotypes, while institutional bias in workplaces, schools, and legal systems can create environments that marginalize women and gender minorities. Moreover, a lack of accountability, both legally and socially, allows discriminatory behavior to persist with little consequence. Despite these challenges, there have been meaningful efforts to address gender inequality. Legal reforms promoting equal pay, anti-discrimination protections, and parental leave policies are increasingly common. Grassroots movements and non-governmental organizations have played vital roles in raising awareness and advocating for gender-sensitive education. In the corporate world, many companies are adopting diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to create more inclusive work environments. On a global level, the United Nations has committed to achieving gender equality through Sustainable Development Goal 5, which aims to empower all women and girls by 2030. Sexism and gender discrimination are deeply rooted issues that continue to affect individuals across all aspects of life. While significant strides have been made toward achieving equality, the journey is far from complete. Addressing these challenges requires continued advocacy, education, policy reform, and cultural change. Only through collective and sustained effort can we hope to create a more equitable and inclusive society for people of all genders.
It is important to note that sexism and gender discrimination are interconnected, in that sexism is the underlying belief, system, or attitude that one gender is superior to others, and it includes stereotypes, biases, and assumptions about what individuals should be like based on their gender, while gender discrimination is the action or behavior that results from sexist beliefs, which means that this is a practical manifestation of sexism, where individuals are treated unfairly, unequally, or denied opportunities based on their gender identity or expression. And this can manifest in various forms, both overt and subtle. Like in the workplace, this may be seen in wage disparities, lack of representation in leadership roles, and even sexual harassment. And additionally, gender biases in hiring and promotion often hinder career advancement. Beyond institutional settings, sexism is evident in everyday life, from the media that objectifies both male and female, to cultural norms that dictate how people should dress, speak, or behave based on their gender. And these social cues reinforce harmful expectations and limit personal freedom. To discuss further on this, we have here in the studio Ambassador Dr. Chinemerem Anyi. She is the founder, Global Sisterhood Alliance, and Nnamdi Nwachukwu. He is a data analyst and an economist. Welcome to the program. It's my pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. So let's just get right into our conversation of the day. We're pretty much familiar with the word sexism and gender discrimination. So when you hear that, what is the first thing that comes to your mind?
Well, when I hear sexism and gender discrimination, sometimes one could say they're interrelated, but there's still a distinct line. While sexism is the feeling of, we might want to call it superiority complex, where one feels he is more superior to another, maybe another gender. A gender thinks he's more superior to another gender. Then gender discrimination is about the action. I think why sexism is a feeling of belief, it now feeds an action which becomes gender discrimination. And that the action is a way of maybe edging somebody out of an opportunity, a job, or stopping somebody, which is basically based on the person's gender.
Yeah, I think I quite agree with her. You know, when you hear the word sexism, it's all about a belief system. When you have this belief system that a particular sex is more superior to the other, or a particular gender is more superior to the other, okay? So, and it's actually a mindset, a belief system, a mental paradigm, like they say. But if it now manifests, its manifestation can be captured in things like gender discrimination and even gender inequality. These are the 2-3 step manifestations of such a negative belief system, I could say, because the word sexism carries a negative connotation. Because once you encounter that word, or once you engulfed with that kind of mindset, it simply means that you already believe in your mind that there is actually an equality between the two gender we have. Yes.
Exactly. Yes, and also we live in a society where, you know, we have things like gender roles and things like that, which further, you know, creates these sexist issues that we have. So I want to know, how does this sexism, how does it manifest, or how does it show differently when it comes to how men are treated and how women are treated?
Anyway, I will not allow her to speak first because
it shows in various ways. You know, in our workplaces, you know, it's manifestly evident in the boardroom, in the classroom, in the living room, where there's this disparity in pay, there's disparity in leadership roles, there's disparity in legal rights and safety. Come on, when things happen, when there's insecurity, women and girls, they are the most vulnerable. Okay, and oftentimes, you know, man, in quotes, is naturally selfish. They begin to think about themselves first, forgetting that there are this set of people who are not as strong as they are, who may need help. Then, for the same role being played in the office, a man is being paid higher than a woman. You talk about politics, that's where you see that women are underrepresented and they're under heavy scrutiny when they want to vie. You see a woman who is maybe a divorcee or a single mother, they will scrutinize the woman, condemn her, judge her.
This is something I actually do not really, digest. Whenever we talk about this sexism and gender inequality or gender discrimination, why is it that women always have this victim mentality? That they're always the vulnerable group.
It's not a victim mentality. Thank God you are a data analyst.
Yes.
Then you can just, everything we're talking about, they are verifiable. Tell me, in the government of the day, let's talk about the state we are in now.
Okay.
How many, we have 24 legislators. How many are women? 2. Are you telling me that there is only those 2 women that vied or that desire to have tickets? What edged them out? Is it that they didn't have money? Is it that they were not qualified members of those political parties for which they vied? Nobody is, we're not shouting like unappreciated martyrs, or we're having the victim mentality. No, this is what Igbo calls in Igbo, we say ukunafia or godonafia. I do not need a mirror to view this.
Yeah, I understand actually, but sometimes we take away some variables like cultural belief systems.
We've not come to that.
No, I'm just trying to put it in advance. Okay. Because, well, I'm not ruling out the fact that women could be vulnerable in terms of treatment. I have personally done a research about gender discrimination on economic growth, and the results actually reverberates into what you're saying. Because I measured gender inequality with 4 parameters. Okay. Inequality in political participation, inequality in education, inequality in healthcare services, and inequality in, what is this other one?
Economics?
Not economics, employment.
Employment, okay.
So when I got the required data and supplied into my statistical machine, the results yielded negative coefficients, meaning that inequality has a negative impact on our economy, actually. But when I got the data, The data never specified whether it was inequality against men or women. It was an objective data. So, but whenever we present this kind of issues, women will always feel that they are actually the victims who are actually.
No, but the truth is that when you do a survey, that was an incomplete. What did you call it?
Research or whatever.
You did, it was incomplete.
Was
or maybe you didn't have gender in mind. You were just because if you had narrowed it to gender, you will find out. I just gave you typical examples. You know, we have, like you mentioned, we'll have these harmful traditional practices that, you know, limits women. See, when you talk about sexism, is something, how do I best describe it? It's something that shapes life, quietly shapes life, limits potentials, and holds back progress. It is there, we cannot deny it. And the more people who are more victimized, overwhelmingly, are women.
No, the problem I have with it, it's actually something that is obvious.
We're not saying that men are not, because there are, when you talk about the stereotypes.
Yes, exactly, because I was coming to that.
Well, exactly. You know, that's where I wanted to point out, because each time we talk about this gender discrimination, gender inequality, sexism, it always connotes that women are actually the disadvantaged. It could be right or it could be wrong, but objectively, you could say you are right.
It is our reality.
But we have seen a lot of situations where we have seen men also become the vulnerable group.
So tell us what those situations are.
Haven't you gone on social media and seen?
Well, she has already mentioned, you know, where it affects the women already. So you are here, you know, so.
Okay, the truth is that we men carry a lot of things in our minds. The society has been programmed in such a way that nobody wants to hear us in such situation. That's the truth. Imagine a man coming out to say that maybe he's experiencing violence from the wife. They will see him as a weak person. So we've been shut up. We have been silenced.
It's not that nobody wants to hear you, but it's just that the men folk, they refuse to speak up.
No, because the society, the system has silenced us.
Okay, I want to agree with you to an extent.
Yes.
Because the society has not been fair.
Exactly.
Men.
Exactly.
When you cry, when a man tries to
show emotions,
yes. Why crying? Are you not a man?
Exactly.
He's dying.
He's dying.
Do you understand?
Yes.
And then another aspect is where a man maybe finds himself tilting towards a particular profession that is female dominated, like being a caregiver,
or a nurse,
or a teacher.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So I want to agree with you on that, but I still maintain that put side by side with what women go through, more people are dealing with us.
Wow, the way she said that. Do you have anything to respond to that?
Well, I could also say that with the recent awakening and recent developments, that paradigm is changing. Yes, women are beginning to come up with a lot of strategies to, you know, beat down sexism or gender inequality or discrimination. It's obvious anyway. My own problem with their strategies is that some of them do not balance it. Some of them think it's actually a feminist movement, whereas it's supposed to be a movement of equality and zero tolerance for sexism.
Well, feminism, that is actually what feminism is about.
It's not supposed to be a blame game.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be an awareness, a sensitization, an action, an advocacy, where we beg for more inclusive policies.
Exactly.
Okay, we beg for, and in our various homes, because see, when you see a bulldog, it was once a puppy. When you see a man in the corridor of power who embezzles, that man was once a child. But the mother maybe didn't teach him accountability. That's why I tell them, if you're my son, my child, and I send you on an errand, if my change is 1 naira, give it to me. If I like, I dash you 1,000 tomorrow. Because early parental influence is difficult to shake off.
That is very much true.
At home, we should now start to model equality in our various homes.
Yes,
we
that's
model
true.
equality and promote inclusive values.
That is actually true. And when we speak of this sexism, you know, most people now have either experienced or witnessed sexist actions, and some of them can be very glaring sexist comments or even behaviors. So in what ways, what are the ways that this act of sexism can be obvious, and in what ways, what are those obvious acts of sexism that are being displayed, And what are those subtle acts of sexism that people might overlook, but they're actually sexist behaviors towards them?
Well, one of the very prominent is the underrepresentation of women in leadership roles, in boardrooms. That one is manifestly everywhere. You understand? And maybe in many workplaces where there's disparity in pay, whereas they're doing the same, they have, handling same roles. And then legal rights, maybe sponsored by tradition or culture, or where a man is allowed, has the right, they will tell you he's polygamous in nature, he's permitted to marry 2 wives, where after telling me to death do us part, the next moment you're bringing another woman, and they condemn polyandry. So why can't I have 2 husbands? If a man should have, see, we have to align these things, respect ourselves. We need to, it's visible in these areas that I've told you. Then in subtle areas, in our everyday treatment, is our everyday reality for millions, especially women and girls, where they are judged, dismissed, and denied opportunities, not because they don't have the abilities, but because of their gender. Let me give you an example. I once entered a shopping mall. As I was coming in, I saw young men. I'm going to be 52 in January, by the way. But because I'm more statured, and more importantly, because I'm a woman, I came in just from the doorpost. Everybody was greeting my younger brother, who I was sure I was like 9 years older than. Like, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Nobody cared to talk to me. I didn't bother anyway. I knew it was based on my gender. The car he was driving was mine.
Are you sure it was based on your gender,
yes,
or based on this the stature
no,
analysis?
No. Do you know whether he's taller than I am?
Well, I don't know. You didn't give us that information.
That's why I'm being categorical about gender.
Okay.
Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay. So they feel a man is here. He's the one who deserves the respect. Do you get it? After everything, I was still the one that paid. It was that particular one that handled. It was when I was paying, he started smiling and say, "Hey, Auntie, go show me love." I told him, go and get love from the people you greeted. On a night at the end of the day, I had to part with something,
Yeah.
I told him, just be friendly to everyone. Something like that. Those are subtle ones. Those are, even in our various homes, there are subtle ones. Then where they will tell him, Kechi, come and sweep this place. Imara neighbor wine. And Chike has gone out to play ball. He ate there too. Do you understand? Where they will tell Chike, go and draw well. Oh, Lumoke. Or Lumoke the main one. Let him go and draw well.
You see,
so we need to balance all
yes, that is where we need to actually address, because role distribution based on gender might not necessarily be because of superiority or inferiority. When there are roles attributed to certain gender, doesn't mean that they were given that role because they were perceived as superior or inferior.
Yeah, but she's answering that based on the subtle acts of sexism, which I asked.
Because see, even at that, a man should know how to cook, and cook when it is necessary. There are times when, maybe let's take a scenario of a husband and the wife puts to bed, needs a postnatal treatment or caregiving, and maybe both mothers, both the in-law and the biological, they are not disposed. A man should be able to make a little thing and give to the wife, not the ones that will just stand there and I don't even know what to do. But these things, they start early.
Early, exactly. So what about you? What do you think are those very blatant acts of sexism and those subtle,
Okay, well, the obvious ones, like she pointed out earlier, is based on career stroke profession. I've seen a woman one time who is a mechanic, and the moment I saw her, I'm like, this is supposed to be a man's work, just because of the way we have been oriented. So when it comes to career,
so that was coming from you now.
Yeah,
you were the one thinking that thought
based on societal programming.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes.
Where I actually teach a lot of students data analysis and research. There is a school close to my house. I'm not going to mention the name of the school. It's actually a nursing school. And when I meet the female students, I'll ask them, how many guys are in your class? How many men are in your class? They'll tell me, well, in a class of 200, I could be like only 4 men, because men perceive that cause to be for feminine based. Okay, so that's actually one of the obvious manifestations. Now, the subtle ones are actually a situation whereby you actually go out somewhere, maybe you see two persons who are having controversies, who are quarreling, and the lady will be hitting the guy, bah, bah. Nobody will react. But the moment the man wants to raise his hand and he responds to that hit, hey, don't beat her, she's a woman, no. It's a subtle manifestation. Yes. But even at home too, which actually caused an issue that I had to resolve the other day in terms of parental inheritance distribution. When a dad will share his inheritance and he would say, my female children, you give them and we don't give the ladies. That actually brought one argument we had a certain time, and we analyzed the justification that ladies can marry and go off, but men are meant to stay back even when they are giving birth to continue the generational cycle. Okay, so but you discover that some men are doing it, the fathers are distributing the goods to their male children, not because of what I just said now, but purely because of gender sake, and that is part of a manifestation of
it's a blatant manifestation of sexism or discrimination. You cannot disenfranchise your child from maybe your inheritance or something because the person is a girl. Who says my father cannot give me something? My mom, I know the things she inherited from her own father, even though she's married. So we mustn't do that. It's one of those things we are talking about, gender discrimination. Talk about, there are some persons, women, who have very good leadership traits, women who can move mountains, leadership-wise, women who can handle stuff but will not be given a space. Why? Because they are women.
You're very passionate about this leadership aspect of...
Do you know why I'm passionate about leadership? There's no society that will be better than the leader. No society is ever better than the leader. So if we are all here and we choose to give him to be the class rep, even when we know that he has a questionable character just because he's the man among us, we're a disaster going somewhere to happen. But if we find out that there are some leadership traits embedded in you, even though you're a woman, even though the other ones will have 9 men here again, we should be able to accord you that respect. You know, acknowledge the grace upon your life and have you do it, and we'll all be better for it. So I'm passionate about it because I've seen places where things went south because the right person was not the person given the leadership role, and it's all gender-based. So let's look forward to identifying who has what and what it takes to sail the ship, rather than whether he's a man or a
woman. So let's get a bit personal now. You've shared an experience you had of sexism. Yeah. Now, is there any other experience you have had or maybe witnessed, and how did you feel about it, or how did you respond to it?
Yes, I like you said, I'm passionate about it. It's because of the very many things I've seen about leadership. Yes. Okay. Yes, there's this family I know, the little business they have, a family business. When at the demise of their father, their mom was handling it. So everybody was busy doing. But when the mom was forced to retire due to age and ill health, you know, the guy who was just I don't know the right word to use, but he's nowhere near a leader. He doesn't have what it takes to sail the ship. It was just and I'm like, what? Is Jobala the only quality you have? That's the only CV you have to make this happen? And yes, that other, their sister, who is still very fat, she was too busy to even look their way. But others knew that this is the woman who handled this thing well. At least, even if she doesn't come every day, but once in a while, is able to give directives, do this, do that. They insisted. The Jobara the whole thing, and everything disappeared. They went with the wind. Do you understand? So I have seen over and again where leadership is everything. Leadership is everything.
But most times I noticed you actually speak from the dimension where you are trying to let's say, diffuse or deflect if there's another man who's also qualified to take over the leadership position. Because the way you're sounding more like, because it's a woman, you're
I'm saying, even if they don't have a woman,
yes.
Let's take a scenario where there's no woman in the picture.
Yes.
Now, it's not sexism, but when I talk about leadership, let he who the cap fits wear it. I had to sound that way because the bone of contention was that other brothers say, Rapu's sister, Odi in charge. Do you understand? And this guy was like, I am Diokpara. And they knew that he was not even near the business when both parents were alive. He didn't want to. He had no passion for it. All he wanted was take the one there and prodigal himself.
I think that is where cultural.
Do you understand?
Comes in. That's where culture has to influence whatever we're saying here.
Before we get to the influence of culture
exactly.
in all of this, I want to hear she has shared a personal experience, so I like to hear personal experiences. Either you have witnessed an act of sexism or you have been a victim of sexism.
Okay, like I said initially, when women will always, some women will sound like they are victims or they are the vulnerable group. I've been in a group as one of the admin, and when we give rules in our group admin, either in WhatsApp group or any other group, either physical or online. So we will give a law and say nobody should chat beyond so topic or so time and all. When somebody places a chat, and as that admin, I will delete it. Some of them will say, is it because I'm a woman? That's why people are treating me this way. So that's why I'm being careful for people not to be so consumed with sexism, especially if you're a woman.
So that one is emotional blackmail.
Well, it's still part of the instrument. They use the instrumentality of sexism.
Emotional blackmail.
Yeah, that's what.
You should be able to identify the thin line between sexism and emotional blackmail.
Well, she's using that instrument of sexism to also attack us and say, "Oh, Makanaya one, is it because we're women? That's why you're treating us this way." I've seen other situations whereby I saw some WhatsApp uploads or some Facebook uploads where a woman was actually hitting her husband with instruments, with bare hands. The man was obviously weaker than the woman. So when I went to the comment section, I was disappointed. You could see women, most women there could not see the absurdity of that act. They were simply saying, yes, hit him too. That's the way they hit us. Instead of them to address what they're seeing obviously and objectively, you could see that bias. You could see that sexism coming in. You could see that retaliatory comments. Like, people could not see that this is gender-based violence. But in that context, as long as the woman is hitting the man, it was okay by them. I think that's not actually right. That's why I said we should be careful to balance this ideology when we try to advance the concept of sexism, gender equality, and stuff like that. Personally, I've not experienced at home. My sisters, I'm actually the last born from my mom's womb. I'm a younger brother to 3 wonderful elder sisters. I've not experienced much of that discrimination. It's only where maybe they are discussing something, they'll tell me, this is not a topic for men. Go out. That kind of treatment. I don't know whether it's discrimination. I don't know whether it's sexism. Sometimes because as the last born, this vulnerability that comes with being the last born, I want to go to them, they'll be like, go to the girls' room.
We need privacy.
And I will feel rejected. So I don't know that I'll call that one sexism or discrimination. Or gender discrimination. I don't know. So really.
Okay, so let's now talk about how does culture further, create room for sexism? What's the influence culture has, on this sexism and gender discrimination?
Anyway, let me speak now before she speaks because well, the truth is this. I know most people don't want to hear this. Feminists don't want to hear this. People who have gender bias don't want to hear this. Okay? When it comes to the African continent, okay, our ancestors have been accused that they were treating women like rags, which is not actually true. They actually understood the role that each of these gender has. In fact, they actually gave us the definition of, those gender-based roles. Can you get what I'm saying? Now, society has created a a scenario whereby we obey what the Bible says, that women are the weaker vessels, and that a wife or whoever a woman is should be submissive to whoever that is above her as a husband. The society, our African continent is obeying that law. I'm not talking about those who are taking it to the extreme, or those who are trying to take advantage of that scenario to deal with women or to convert them to slaves. The truth is that, under objective analysis, men have a kind of more exalted scenario than women. Not in terms of slavery mentality, but because the Bible even called you people the weaker vessels. So that weakness doesn't mean that you are slaves, but we should be careful to strike this equality that we are looking at, or that we're trying to achieve, because it's going to really result in something blatant and negative. So the society has it in such a way that women, we are not trying to achieve equality, but we are trying to define a role and to also protect you people as the weaker vessels. But some of them don't feel protected. They feel you are overprotecting me. You don't want me to do this and that. Yes, there could be scenarios whereby some men are taking advantage of that, superiority. But
I wish I would understand what he means by weaker vessels. Yes, I do want to, because I want to say that this is like a paralysis of analysis.
Okay.
Yes, because you're taking it out of context. Could you please tell us what the Bible meant when it said that women are weaker vessels?
Well, I don't want us to go into biblical analysis because it has to do with subjective
But without it, you shouldn't have said
Okay.
they are treating us because we are weaker vessels. That means you understand the concept of weaker vessels.
What I want to know actually is, like I said, how does culture influence this sexism? So is that where you're heading at with this?
Yes. The culture, because I'm an African. I need to speak from African continent and culture.
Okay.
I didn't grow abroad. I didn't grow in America or Europe. I grew in Nigeria. I grew in Igbo land. In Igbo land, the culture did not create a room for sexism or gender discrimination. The culture created a scenario for gender roles and distribution of labor. But people who have misused that paradigm are the ones to blame. The culture by nature, Igbo culture, you are Igbo, right? All of us are Igbo.
Of course
here.
I am.
The Igbo culture created that scenario whereby that equality that this Gen Z wants to strike now is not supposed to be there. So the Igbo culture created that scenario whereby a man is meant to be ahead of the woman, not in terms of slavery nature. I want you guys to get the thing difference, because when I say such things, people will think that maybe I'm part of those that enhances women discrimination and stuff like that.
Do you have something?
Okay, yes, I really do. I think that culture and tradition has, in a very significant way, sponsored sexism and gender discrimination.
Okay.
Yes, this is true because when think about the inequality they promote, they feel that the woman is less human. They feel that a woman's place is in the kitchen, irrespective of her latent potentials, her latent talents, irrespective of the traits she has. They feel that a woman should be at the backyard, cracking nuts.
I don't think any culture promotes that.
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
We are saying culture promotes that. When we talk about culture, we talk about religion.
Okay. Yeah.
So culturally, in Africa, they feel that a woman is somewhat lower than a man. What else is sexism? The definition of sexism is a belief or feeling that one is more superior to the other gender. What else? It's not ambiguous. It's written in black and white. We all know this. So, like I said earlier, this is not a blame game that we're here for. I'm sufficiently convinced that there's no better description of sexism than that our culture portrays. Do you understand? So, but what we are here for is for an awareness. Like one of those things we'll have to do to stop it. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but
an awareness, the place of education, the place of inclusive policies and values. Think about it. In church, they will tell you that a woman is not supposed to speak. There are women who are more evangelical, who are highly spirited than men.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Okay.
I am. And like I said, they quoted it out of context. That's why I said paralysis of analysis. Your ability to extract a portion of the Bible and It's not newspaper, for God's sake, that we're reading. If you lose Rhema, if you're not highly spirited, you may not interpret a version of a portion of Bible. It's not the newspaper. It's not literature. It's not Chinua Achebe. It's something that was written with the inspiration of God. That's why some persons, some women, push their husbands into trouble by saying, he who cannot provide for his family is worse than infidel. When you provide for your family, are you not a helper? That's not what the scripture meant there. The scripture was talking about the widows. Read it before you interpret any scripture. Read before and after. Don't just jump into a passion and not know the prelude or what transpired later. It was talking about the widows and said that those people who neglect the widows, their own widows, that they are worse than infidels. God is not an author of confusion. He will not bring a helpmeet for you by virtue of a woman to help you. He who findeth a wife findeth a good, and that woman will be the one that will cross leg and be telling you that he who doesn't provide for the family is worse than an infidel. No, it's not true. It's out of God. That's what I'm talking about. The Bible, you know, we need to understand it. There's so many doctrinal confusions. They will tell you you should cover your head, and some persons will tell you my hair has already covered my head. The Bible said cover your head. Right? We're not in for that. So we're not here for a blame game. We want to chart a way forward. Culturally, we have seen that before now, women are relegated to the background. Do you understand? Women, there's this obvious inequality between men and women. But we're saying now that we know better, now that we have listened, now that we have read, now that we have interacted, now there's an international best practice, can we now bring our women and expose them to education, knowing that education is a veritable tool to fight poverty? Do we still have to keep them at the backyard and tell them you're 16, you're 14, you started menstruating, it's time to get married? Do you understand? We don't have to make any human being look or feel less of himself. Gender discrimination. When that man is crying, allow him to vent. Allow him, when he finishes venting, pacify him. Don't make him feel less of himself. That's gender discrimination or sexism, feeling that stereotype.
Now,
why
before,
I told you about women, stereotype. And a back can wine. And a basket can wine. And a motor can wine. Neck can wine. Wine now epitomizes everything negativity. That's wrong.
Exactly.
And these things were culturally,
programmed.
Yeah. They were culturally programmed.
Now we've spoken about culture, we've spoken about religion. What about the media? What role has media, TV, music, social media, what role does media have in, influencing this sexism, reinforcing or challenging or even further escalating the issue of sexism that we have now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like programs like this. That's the role they have to engage in massive reorientation. Like the studies I did, like I said before, 5 months ago, I conducted a research on the impact of gender discrimination and economic growth in Nigeria. And I said I measured it with 4 parameters: education-wise, employment, healthcare, and what's the other one? Whatever. There are 4 of them. So when I ran the regression analysis, I found out that the 4 of them have negative impact on economic growth.
Employment.
Yes, employment, exactly. So all of them yielded negative coefficients, meaning that gender discrimination and sexism in Nigeria is actually affecting our economy negatively. Then I began to take another global perspective, and I found out that countries like Iceland is actually the country that's practicing majorly close to zero sexism, because they have 93.5% gender equality, followed by 2 other countries, Finland and Norway, around 87.5%. Okay, now Nigeria is at 65% as of this year. As of 2024, 2020 they were 63%. But almighty America is at 74.7% in terms of sexism and gender equality. So what I'm trying to say is that the media should be able to conduct such researches and share the secret of countries that are experiencing low sexism and low inequality, and disburse the information to people. They have to massively share their findings on air using strategies like these talks and stuff like that. So that's the role of the media. They should share the relevant statistics and the strategies that people must engage, or to rearrange the minds of both men and female to minimize their tendencies of sexism.
But do you think that the media also contributes to sexism in their portrayal of men and women in some movies or music or things like that?
I want to believe strongly that they do. Yes, they do. They contribute. You know, think about, and funny enough, the women themselves, they're not even helping matters. Think about a music movie. You see a man well dressed, carrying himself, his carriage is enviable, and this a babe, almost nude, almost nude, you know, scantily clad. But the guys, they're there. You know, they wouldn't even wear this one and wear another jacket. But the girls now, they will just have one G-string themselves. And it's so demeaning. It's so demeaning. So if there's a way they can start censoring all these things, you know, sometimes there's an Igbo adage that says, "No, bro, so if they do not have dignity for themselves, let's even tell them they are representing women. Do you understand? Let there be a limit to some things. And media, like in movies, the movie producers, they also have a role to play. The authors, talk about the Association of Nigerian Authors, they have a way, they have a role to play when they have like seminars, workshops, and brainstorm, have cross-pollinate ideas on how do we stop this. Then boom, they should go and start, the creative writers should start writing on things that will, maybe a story that will end up showing that it's not good to discriminate.
Okay, so because of time.
Another presentation of sexism and discrimination is this program. We have two ladies and one man.
No.
One, two, against one. Why didn't you pick another man?
No. Well, okay. So because of time, just a final thing. What's one thing you think you and other people too watching this should do differently to create a more equitable environment, a more respectable and equitable environment for all genders?
Okay, I think that everyone has a role to play in dismantling this wall that has been built by sexism. You know, like I said earlier, whether it's in the boardroom, whether it's in the classroom, be it in the living room, we have to model equity, starting from our various homes. Starting from our children are like young tendrils. They go where you guide them. If you misguide them, the society will be worse for it. And we have to also promote inclusive values. If we do this, we are not just killing gender discrimination. We are making sure that we build a society for everyone, regardless of their gender, to thrive.
Yes, I'm in alignment with what she said.
Okay.
It starts from the home. It starts from the upbringing. Like in my own house, we try our very best to practice zero gender inequality. I'm training my son to respect the ladies. I'm training my daughters to respect men. They see me respect their mother. They see their mother respect me. There are no roles in my family. I can go to the market, my wife can go. There's no specific role given to anybody to play. So all I'm trying to say is that every father out there, every mother out there should understand the fact that it starts from childhood upbringing. Put into your children that mentality of zero sexual discrimination.
And in one sentence, if we can teach our girls that there's no ceiling there, there's no limit to what they can do, and teach our boys that much more than strength, or that the real strength is learning empathy.
All right, thank you so much for joining in this conversation. Very enlightening and interesting. Thank you so much once again for coming on the show. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on a short break now. When we come back, Gender Perspective continues.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Borno governor says politicians and military officers among Boko Haram informants and collaborators. House of Representatives urges federal government to regulate import of foreign textiles to boost locally made textile materials. U.S. committee begins hearing and vote on Trump's tax plan. And PSG trains near Paris ahead of Coupe de France Champions League face-offs. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israel strikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has accused some military officers and politicians of being informants and collaborators for Boko Haram terrorists. Zulum vowed to deal ruthlessly with saboteurs, frustrating the efforts of his administration in tackling insurgency in the state. The governor also said his administration will strengthen its intelligence network to overcome terrorists and their saboteurs. Speaking in a live interview, the governor said there are informants and collaborators within the Nigerian armed forces, within politicians, and within the communities. He pointed out that insurgents will never end with connected measures alone, called for non-connected measures to tackle the menace and strengthen intelligence to deal with terrorists. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has called for enhanced technology and public education as an immediate solution to road safety issues and improved safety. Personnel of the Safety Corps highlighted this during an appearance on Signature Morning, a flagship program on Signature TV. They attributed the recent increase in driver's license fees to the high cost of production and highlighted its role as a revenue source for the Corps and the federal government. The administrative officer at the Driver's License Center in ENUGU are to outline the procedures for obtaining a new driver's license and renew the existing ones, detailing the categories of fines for primary and secondary offences.
In order for us to meet the standards and also maintain the standard that we have already been maintaining for a while, there's need for us to increase the cost of production because, of course, materials also have increased. And most of these things are not even gotten within the country. And so because of that, it's just necessary that at this point we need to review the prices so as to meet up with the current situation. That's just one of the reasons why the increase is taking effect. Yes, actually there was a shift because by now we are supposed to have even started the increase. But they had to consider a lot of other things. We were supposed to start on the 1st of April. So they have to shift it from the 1st of April to on the 8th of June. So for now, it is until the 8th of June, that's when the new pricing will take effect. The consultation was widely done, not just with just a group of persons. It cut across even out to the State Board of Direct Revenues. The State Board of Direct, of course, you know the production of driver's licenses is even shared 50-50 with the states. For every driver's license that is processed or produced in Enugu State, the state government gets its own revenue from everybody that applies for driver's license. So the consultation will definitely get to all those people.
Meanwhile, the Public Education Officer of Enugu State Command, ENUGU, emphasized the importance of public enlightenment to ensure the safety of vehicle users and pedestrians and the need for advanced technology to manage road safety challenges effectively.
Ofisato is actually advocating for a sane society, and we have to start from somewhere. We don't just get there overnight. The things we see now, it's we need more of a public enlightenment. People listen, people hear, people understand. It actually takes understanding for people to act right. Because if a driver knows that, if I am driving within the stipulated speed limit, and I'm lane disciplined, and I'm not overspeeding, and I am conscious of the next driver, we're beginning to have a sanitized road. And when we do that, you find out that we really don't even need that technology much, even though it is important. But it's all in us. We should do what we're supposed to do. We get a sanitized road. But we don't just wake up one day and we see it happening. We have to go back to the grassroots.
An overnight rainfall on Tuesday has led to the escape of 7 inmates from a medium security custodial center in Elisha, Osun State, after the facility's old perimeter wall collapsed. According to the Nigerian Correctional Service, the breach occurred around 2 a.m. and was caused by the structural failure of the wall during the storm. Spokesperson for the Correctional Service, Umar Abubakar, noted that authorities have since launched a manhunt to locate and return the escapees to custody. He urged members of the public to assist with any information that could aid in recapturing the fugitives. Amid rising concerns over recent defections, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) Senate caucus has affirmed that the party remains united and steadfast. At a press conference after Tuesday's plenary, Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro, together with other PDP lawmakers, emphasized that the party continues to be the strongest opposition force in Nigeria. Moro, the caucus leader, expressed confidence in the reconciliation efforts led by former Senate President Bukola Saraki. They showed that the committee tasked with addressing internal grievances will work diligently to restore unity within the party.
Contrary to the insinuations that the PDP is in shreds and at the verge of collapse, the party remains very, very strong and will continue to work stronger. The Senate caucus of the PDP, therefore, urges all our team members to remain resolute in their commitment, dedication, and loyalty to the party. The caucus believes that a series of activities lined up by the leadership of the party will throw up a new lease of life and leadership in the party that will make it very competitive in future elections.
Moro also noted that the PDP is capable of forming coalitions when necessary to strengthen its political position.
Of all the opposition parties, the PDP's umbrella is big enough to accommodate all persons desirous of coalition. The People's Democratic Party, therefore, should drive the coalition when and if it becomes necessary.
3 lawmakers from Kebbi State and 1 from Delta North have defected from the PDP to the APC, alongside other defections from various political parties. A former ward chairman of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), James Akase, and 3 other persons have been killed in fresh attacks by armed invaders in 2 local government areas of Benue State. Attacks occurred on Monday in separate rural communities in Gua West and Guma local government areas, leaving several people injured and many others displaced. Eyewitnesses said Akase was killed when he returned to his abandoned home in search of food for his family. He had earlier been displaced by the continued attacks in the area. In Guma local government, 3 others were killed in coordinated attacks on 2 villages. Chairman of Gua West local government, Victor Omain, confirmed the incident, describing the repeated attacks as disturbing and called on security agencies to step up surveillance and protection in the affected communities. A protest has erupted in Makurdi, the Benue State capital, for a reported killing of Emanuela Agenji, a 23-year-old final year student of Federal University Wukari, by police personnel. Emanuela was allegedly shot dead last Friday morning by unidentified police officers at a Wurukum roundabout while riding in a vehicle coming from Garden Villa area of the town. The incident, which has sparked widespread outrage, has drawn protesters, mostly youths, to the streets, led by prominent gender rights activist Okan Kurug. The demonstrators gathered in large numbers at a Wurukum roundabout, welding placards with inscriptions such as "End Police Brutality" and "Justice for Emanuela." Protesters are demanding a thorough investigation and immediate action from the authorities. The House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill for an act to authorize the issuance from a Federal Capital Territory Administration's Statutory Revenue Fund of a Federal Capital Territory Administration account a total sum of 1,783,823,708,392 naira. Of this amount, the sum of 150,353,906,168 naira is allocated for personal costs, while 340,677,448 naira is earmarked for overhead costs. The balance of 1,389,690,124,776 naira is designated for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, for the financial year commencing 1st January and ending 31st December 2025. The bill was formally read on the floor of the House by the House Leader, Julius Ihombere.
I rise to move that the bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Federal Capital Territory Administration's Statutory Revenue Fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account the total sum of 1,783,823,708,392 naira only, of which the sum of 150,353,906,168 naira only is for personal costs.
Honorable David, you are welcome.
And the sum of 343,779,677,448 naira only is for overhead costs.
In a related development, the House also passed for second reading a bill for an act to establish a private intelligence and investigation council. Proposed legislation seeks to create a regulatory framework to ensure professionalism, ethical conduct, and accountability among private intelligence and investigation firms. The bill was presented on the floor by its sponsor, Ahmed Satomi.
This afternoon to read the bill for an establishment of private intelligence and investigation council to establish a regulatory framework that ensures professionalism, ethical conduct, and accountability of private intelligence and investigation firms, standardize the industry's practice, provide accreditation and certification, promote continuous training and development, foster collaboration between private and public security sectors, enhance the integrity and effectiveness of private intelligence and investigation, private intelligence and investigation council services in contributing to national security and public safety.
The Non-Communicable Disease Alliance has challenged the National Assembly to support funding and policies for integrating hypertension screening, diagnosis, and management into primary health care centers nationwide. In an advocacy visit to the House of Representatives, The group of healthcare professionals also asked for a dedicated budget line for hypertension and other non-communicable diseases. The House of Representatives has resolved to urge the federal government to regulate the importation of foreign textiles into the country in a bid to revive and boost the production of locally made textile materials. They have also called on the Federal Ministry of Power to collaborate with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to provide essential infrastructure, particularly stable power supply, to local textile manufacturing companies to enhance production quality. They have said the Federal Ministry of Finance, Industry, Trade and Investment, alongside other relevant agencies, to support the local textile industry by providing soft loans and improving access to credit facilities through the Bank of Industry. These resolutions follow the adoption of a motion moved by Garba Mohammed during plenary.
That revitalizing the textile industry will create employment